Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the speakers, panelists, and our audience. We have gathered here for the Prabhaav Innovation Grand Challenge Coimbatore Phase, the first among a series of flagship events planned annually by TechIn under Global Sanitation Center of Excellence (GSCOE). GSCOE is the brainchild of Professor Vijay Raghavan, ex-PSA, and PSA's office continues to support the Governing Council and the GSCOE to enable collaborative and sustainable innovation, incubation, scaling manufacturing, skill development, training, showcase and deployment of sanitation technology solutions to reduce pollutants and pathogens, resource efficiency and recovery, and help create products that benefit society through improved sanitation, promote livelihood and economic development. Inviting Ms. Anuradha Shankar, CEO of TechIn, to give a brief introduction about TechIn, GSCOE, and the Prabhaav Innovation Grand Challenge. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I'm proud to welcome all of you to this gathering. A little brief on TechIn, GSCOE, and the Grand Challenge. So TechIn is the Technology Innovation Foundation of IIT Palakkad, and we are a Section 8 not-for-profit company. We're the incubator, and even though we are the incubator, we are not restricted to only IIT Palakkad incubatees. We are open to all anywhere in India. So under the TechIn banner, we have the ecosystem consisting of government, NGOs, various government agencies both in the center and in the state. We have the industry, we have other institutions in and around Palakkad, Coimbatore, this entire belt, and we have IIT Palakkad, which is our alma mater anyway. Under this umbrella, we have three centers of excellence: the Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, which I'll come to you in a little bit of detail as we move along. We have the MedTech Center of Excellence, which, as the name suggests, focuses on medical technology devices, and Technology Innovation Center, which is the incubator, the nerve center, and conducts all the incubation programs. We also incubate other startups under the Technology Innovation Center, which include the startups from the Hub on Cyber Physical Systems, which is focused on intelligent collaborative systems, which includes IoT-based, AI/ML-based on safety and energy. As part of the incubator, we offer various services, including startup support, some form of grant, prototyping facility, mentoring, both technical as well as business mentoring, scale manufacturing support for design to manufacture, and go-to-market strategy, as well as intellectual property and financial, legal, whatever services that the startup requires to succeed. So what do we provide? I've gone through this, right from idea identification to entrepreneurial training, prototyping, intensive laboratory, as well as field testing, which is very crucial for many of the startups. What works in the laboratory may not necessarily work in the field. Also, scale manufacturing, especially live volume testing in the case of sanitation or some other domains, is very essential. And for sanitation, we also do skill development of maintenance and service personnel in the toilets, sanitation, sewerage or septage treatment processes and treatment plants, and many other new technology that are coming up. This training also includes plumbing as a starting level. So these are our board of directors. And some of our incubatees in the sanitation domain, we have Pragati Tech, which has a disinfection robot. In fact, he will talk about it later this afternoon. We have Nirgand, which is toilet with no water, no sludge. We have EcoVia, which is disinfectant coatings for toilet surfaces, which help less utilization of water as well as require less cleaning as well. Munariban is sensor-based technology for diagnosis of diseases, both at individual level as well as the community level. In Classic, which is adjustable toilet with for various kinds of disabilities. Aerobic and anaerobic community STP in one unit instead of multiple tanks. Robot cleaning for manhole and sewer lines, in situ treatments in the flush tank itself, electrocoagulation and oxidation treatment for STP in modular units, so you don't need a lot of land to do this. Our incubators in the medtech space, we have RoboBionics, AI Med, and Happy 60 Plus. We have some more under the intelligent collaborative systems, which is a drone for inspection of construction sites, safety, and Prakshepan was our open challenge, where we have agri-drone for spraying fertilizer as well as infection detection, and plastic and solid waste. There are many others which haven't completed the registration process, so I have not put it here. This is our incubation space during the inauguration last year. This is our wet lab, where we do analysis for all the sanitation incubators as well as products. This is functional. We are also setting up a testing facility where they can bring their sewage treatment plant or toilet models and test prototypes and test them in live situation, a small volume of course. So the GSCOE, or Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, has an ecosystem started by Professor Vijay Raghavan, who was the ex-PSA Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister's office. And subsequently, we've had HDFC Parivartan, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as our funding agencies for various pillars. We have IAPMO, that is International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, Toilet Board Coalition, and ERM Scientific as our knowledge partners, and various industry and NGOs, including Keystone Foundation, who are present here, who support us with field testing sites, problem statements that they face on the ground in different kinds of locations. So the GSCOE has a vision to take technology solutions which can be optimized for real-time environment, tested in live situations, and we have showcase and demonstration of these at various events as well as in pavilions, and help them build their business model for a viable product that they can sell in the market, including livelihood and skill development in order to support sanitation workers and others, especially manual scavengers, with devices, so they don't have to get into the sewer lines but can use these devices to do the job for them. So as part of GSCOE, we have 4 pillars. The first is to funnel all the ideas into the incubator. The incubation activity starts with evaluation and emphasis on customer discovery, because if nobody wants your product, there's no point spending time and effort and energy into it. Mentoring both on the technical as well as the business. I'm emphasizing both because technical, you have to have a system which is really efficient, minimalistic, so that it does not face challenges when it is marketed, and business, because you have to change your business model to suit the customer segment that you want to focus on. Then once that is tested at a initial prototype level in the lab, it is then ready for the third pillar, where field testing begins, optimization of the technology for scale and manufacturing starts, and further business model validation takes place. Finally, it moves to the 4th pillar, where they actually go to the market and start selling their products. Again, scale, investments, further mentoring takes place here, and including skill development for the support personnel for maintenance and service, without which
any of the technology collapses, example being sewage treatment plants which are set up. For example, in Bangalore, 20 days later they don't work anymore because there is nobody to maintain them. Also awareness building, because not only the maintenance and service personnel, but also the public need to be aware of what to use and what not to use, and what to throw in the toilet and what not to throw in the toilet. More what not to throw should be emphasized in our awareness campaigns. We have organizations like Keystone Foundation. We are very glad to have you here, Mr. Pratim and Dr. Jyotsna. S3IDF, that is Small Scale Sustainable Infrastructure Development Fund, DICCI, experts from various institutes who are supporting us, and as I mentioned, local government agencies. We are in touch with Kerala government. There are a lot of collaborations going on. We are making headway into Karnataka as well as Tamil Nadu government. So the impact, one of the main things, though manual scavenging is banned, it's still prevalent, and very often it's the contractors who are doing it. So can we find interventions that can alleviate this? Sanitation workforce are working under poor conditions, both health hazard wise and other safety wise. So can we do something about it? Resource recovery, there's a lot of resource that is getting washed away, so to speak, and can we recover water, energy, nutrients from this, and provide a circular economy and save the environment, both water, flora, fauna. Skilled manpower I've already talked about, cost saving and revenue generation, all while keeping in mind that the majority of the Indian population, 80%, live in rural areas. So what we develop for the urban environment may not be suitable for the rural setup. MedTech Center of Excellence has been sponsored by West Pharmaceuticals, and we have various associations with hospitals and medical colleges to support. Our network of some of our institutions that are collaborating with us, and our network of mentors comes from the Pan-IIT pool as well as TI Coimbatore, and many of the people who have roots in the Palakkad-Coimbatore belt. So this is part of our training program. The first batch has already commenced and is due to finish in a couple of days. They are going to have internship in Coimbatore. We've had WaterTech and the Sibaka group supporting us for the internship, and WaterTech has also said that if the candidates are good, they will absorb them. So this in particular has been only an apprentice level training. They are very early stage people who have been trained on plumbing apprenticeship. So this was some of the course content, and point to note is that 80% of these people will be doing, 80% of the course is practical. It is only 20% is theory based. So the lab setup has everything for them to do plumbing, whether it is pipes, taps, fittings, toilet fixtures, sewer lines, traps, you name it. Okay, so this is some of the sites we visited had either toilets which were non-functional, toilets where sewage system was just being let out raw into the ground. So some of the things I'd like to categorize, which will also become the discussion in the panel discussions. We have household and community level level problems. We have community level problems or city level problems. Do the toilets exist? Do not exist? If they do exist, are they functional, not functional? Because that also is a problem. There are some toilets that have been set up with no output line. So then it becomes totally dysfunctional. Finally, if it is functional at the front end, the toilet bowl is there, the wash basin is there, inlet water is there, but there is no output, or the output is just being released raw into the ground, it is going to be a hazard for everybody. So So is the treatment existing, not existing, is it functional, not functional? Discharge of the safe water is being discharged safely or with proper treatment, and sludge disposal. As part of this GSCOE, we are also trying to bring forth standards for many of these things of release of sewage water, both grey water as well as sludge or solid fecal waste. Again, sludge disposal, how is it being done? What are the effects? It's common knowledge that contamination of the environment leads to health hazards as well as environmental damage, which can affect human beings first and foremost, but because it also affects the flora fauna of the this thing. So, some of the technology that is coming up both from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where technologies developed outside the country are being brought in, and we are trying to indigenize it in our center to suit various locations. So, for example, Alapura has a high water table. How can you adapt to that? Or Rajasthan may be a total desert, so you do not have inlet water. How can you adapt to that? So, the one on the left is a in situ treatment, where everything takes place in situ. The grey water is recycled into the flush tank. You just need to fill the flush the first time. The solid is also incinerated, and you get char, which you can use for biofuel or for as fertilizer. And compact sewage treatment plant, and these are modular, so you can make small ones for the household level, or you can make big ones for the community level. So, coming to grand challenge, I think all of you would have seen this poster, and so this is our schedule. We started on 28th of January with an online talk. We have Coimbatore, Bangalore, Cochin, Chennai as our in-person events, and 2 more online talks. After which we will have the shortlisting of the applications, and then mentoring and pitch. Once they finish the first round of pitch, there will be further shortlisting, where they will get a small amount of 50,000 to figure out their prototype and come for the final mentoring and pitch in Palakkad. Some of our themes, I am not going to read it, but it is there on our website, as well as all the brochures are flashing it. So, they are very particularly written so that people can figure out what they want to work on. You can combine 2 or 3 themes to generate one solution. So, this was our 20th January event, which was our chief guest was Mr. Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty from PSA's office. He is also on our governing council. So, he had a lot of inputs to share. This is today's event. I think I am done. Yeah. Thank you. Over to Shwati.
It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Pradeep Vasudevan Krishnakumar, City Health Officer, Coimbatore Corporation, as our chief guest and keynote speaker. Dr. Pradeep completed his MBBS from Stanley Medical College, Chennai. He did a post-graduation in public health at Madras Medical College. He specialized in industrial hygiene and safety and has a master's degree in hospital administration. He completed his specialization in health management from National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, New Delhi. He was posted as Municipal Health Officer, Mettupalayam. He worked as City Health Officer, Thuthukudi, and have served as Senior Health Officer in Mayiladuthurai and in Chennai Corporation. He has served as City Health Officer, Tirupur Corporation, and is now serving as City Health Officer in Coimbatore Corporation from July 2022. He have handled urban health planning, management, implementation of various health programs and sanitization areas. He believes community participation plays a key role in effective implementation of our programs. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. We invite you on stage to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
morning, and first of all, I would like to thank you for providing this great opportunity to be on the dais. To be frank, this is my first speech on urban sanitation. Within a short notice, I have been invited for this to speak on this panel discussions regarding urban sanitation. Unfortunately, sanitation deals with everything. It deals with solid waste, then liquid waste, and everything. Whatever which pollutes that environment will have an adverse effect or a direct impact on the quality of life. So today, maybe on the panel discussions of the hygiene and sanitation, let me first touch the solid waste methodologies, what all we are all practicing now at Coimbatore Corporation. Then after this presentation, I may give you an overview of my opinions and my suggestions regarding the toilet sanitation and the innovative challenges and what are all the solutions for them. That too I have prepared in a short notice just now, no issues. The importance of hygiene and sanitation in urban planning, then solid waste management methodologies, modern practices, and the way ahead. Yes. This is the city profile of the Coimbatore Corporation. Our corporation is the next biggest corporation next to Chennai. Chennai, we have around 80 lakh population plus a 14 population of about 10 to 15 lakhs daily. The next to Coimbatore, next comes the Coimbatore. We have around 22 lakhs 88,048. This is the mid-year census population of 2021. We have around 5.44 lakh households, which excludes nearly 44,000 commercial establishments also. Our daily waste generation is around 1,000 to 1,100 tons per day. We have around 100 boards, which is demarcated into 5 zones with an area extent of 257.4 square kilometers. The importance of hygiene and sanitation in urban planning. As the name implies, hygiene and sanitation both are interrelated, interlinked, and cannot be separated from each other. That too in urban planning, it's a very complex thing, complicated thing also. So what is the importance? Now we have looked, proper sanitation promotes directly the health, improves the quality of the environmental, and thus the quality of the life. The second one is the good hygiene is critical for preventing spreads of infections, infectious diseases, and leads to a long life. Then the third one is it is the most important aspects of the community well-being, and overall the purpose of health and sanitation is to improve the behavioral change, hygiene behaviors, and encouraging the community management of sanitation, thereby reducing all the ADD diseases, then typhoid, then waterborne diseases like leptospirosis, everything. Because most of the diseases are caused by waterborne diseases, mostly. Then next we come to the important factors. What are all the factors which play an important role in urban planning? The first is the rapid population growth. We have, at present, we have 22 lakhs 88,000 population with a rapid floating population around 2 lakhs in the city. Daily we have so many peoples, the commuters, they used to come and go back to the villages or nearby suburbs. We have a rapid population growth, which was 16 lakhs in 2011. Now it has, for the last last decade, it has been raised to 6 lakhs. Then second, we have industrialization and urbanization. Due to rapid urbanization, because our Coimbatore is a textile city, in other ways we call it a pump city, and all points we have. So we have rapid industrialization, and due to industrialization we have urbanization. Nearly we have around 300 slum pockets in our urban settlements. These are all comes under maybe organized settlements, and the most are unorganized settlements, urban settlements. We call them as slums. Then the third one is water sanitation. It is the major and the pivotal role in the total urban thing. We have to supply a good water drinking system. Then we have to give protected water pipeline to each household, so on. Then the climate change. This plays a major role. This climate change is directly linked to global warming, then sustainability. Then the sixth point is solid waste management. This solid waste management is one of the crucial factor, because to see on the slide it may be on the lighter side, but on the reality it is the major issue what we are facing daily. Then the heritage of conservations, it goes so on. The functional elements of solid waste management, these are the key elements. The first is the on-site generation. First we have got the on-site generation at the households. Wherever this waste is generated, it is called the on-site generation. Then comes the processing, handling, collection, transport, and the final is the disposal. These are the steps in solid waste management. As all know, there is primary collection. These all the steps we are doing daily: collection, sweeping, storing in the waste specific bins, door-to-door collection of segregated garbage. Then we use the push carts, LCVs. Then the segregated wet waste is sent to micro compost centers. Then dry waste or material recovery facility or dry resource centers. These are the things. These are the type of the solid waste management. It's an overview. Then in this category we have got a most important category like bulk waste generators. Those who generate more than 100 kilo waste on daily basis, they are categorized under bulk waste generators. This includes hotels, kalyana mandapams, hospitals, such as. Then it also includes gated communities and institutions spread over more than area of 5,000 square meters. This is our human resource data. We have sanitary inspectors, officers, then conservancy inspectors. These are the things. Our per capita generation is around 550 grams per capita. These are the profile. We have so much of bulk waste generation, nearly 809 we have generators. Then we have a dumping yard at Vellalur. It is around 654 acres. These are, we have quantified the waste generators. What we have quantified, the biodegradable, that is the wet waste, it comprises about 55%. Out of 1,000 metric tons, nearly 584 metric tons comes under wet waste. Then dry waste was the non-biodegradable waste. These we have been further classified into recyclables, combustibles, then inert like glass, sand, slate, it comes to 12%, and others, it comes as 15%. Others means it comes under C&D waste, construction demolition waste. These are the fleet strength of our Coimbatore City Municipal Corporation. We have all these set of vehicles. Totally we have around 525 vehicles, of which 46 are battery operated vehicles. These play an important role in collection of door-to-door collection wastes. Then we have made a SWOT analysis also, and we have made a gap analysis of vehicle requirement. Now available vehicle is just 50% only available. So these are the plan of action to be procured in the next financial year. Then the sources of generation, where it is generated from the source. From the household we get around 377 metric tons wet waste and 262 the dry waste. These are the things of the 1,100 metric tons, 584 comes under the wet waste and 405 nearly comes under the dry waste category. These are all the facilities we have, what we have at the Coimbatore Corporation. We have a waste to energy compost plant at Vellalur. Then there's a vermicompost plant at the Vellaloor, which is about 100 metric ton capacity. We have 4 biogas plants at present at the, which all are functioning in that city. Then micro compost centers, we have 34 in number. Yet another 35 is in progressing stage. What is the function of the micro composting centers is that we segregate the segregated waste from the household, we directly get into these MCC centers, and at the MCC centers which are located in each wards, we used to make all the facilities to convert into in the biomanure. Usually this technique takes about 45 days to complete a whole cycle, and at the end of the 45th day we used to we sieve and make into bags, and which is made for free of cost for the sale of farmers or even for households for the kitchen gardening. These are the zonal wise location of micro compost centers and the capacity what is the handling. The current functions of the micro composting centers, because it is a decentralized solid waste management approach. Then we come to the methodology. The primary collection. Usually for 250 houses, we engage a push cart. We used to segregate all the waste. And for 400 houses, we have a battery operated vehicle. For the primary collection, for 800 houses, these are all the norms for per LCV. This is our MCC at the Panamarattur in the west zone. The issues and challenging in operating the MCCs. Most of the MCC lack adequate machineries and infrastructure, because the machineries, most of the machineries are out of dated, because daily technology is coming, so most of the machineries gets outdated. The latest machinery will be placed at the earliest, mainly the residents from the local residents, because usually what are the challenges means, mainly the residents from the local residents, because they don't want to operate in the same ward where they are residing. They want to take over out of the outskirts of the city or somewhere, but not to their locality. Then lack of effective segregation of waste at the source, because this mainly deals with behavioral attitude and of the residents. We usually provide, and we have provided more often IECA activities and everything, but we have to still incorporate the ideas and we have to get it into done. Then high labor intensity led to low productivity. This is one of the major issues, because we don't get manpower for collecting wastes, because particularly it's very pain to say that some vulnerable community, they are the only people you used to go and collect the garbage. Then compost process in adaptive MCC is more cumbersome, and that is time. Then the main issue is fly maintenance and the bad odor. But this is also, it has been masked by the spraying of EM solutions, which does not affect the biomanure quality also. So we are utilizing EM solution, emulsified manure solutions. Then poor market sale of the end process. So we are repeatedly marketing the importance of the biomanure and the nutrition quality, maybe the nitrogen fixation, all this. Then we have a major issue at the Vellaloor dump yard. We have around 6 biomining of legacy waste, because more than 20 years of waste are being dumped at the Vellaloor site, and now it has been slowly cleared. That's the issue. Nearly 40 to 44% of the old legacy waste has been processed through biomining process, and now it has been slowly doing. This is the biomining of the low legacy waste dumped at the Vellaloor yard. Before it was dumped, it was like that, and after the biomining process, the whole area has been remediated, and now it has been for green belt area development has been taken. The implementation of integrated MSW project through PPP mode under the Genurum scheme. These are all the upcoming projects. This is our Vellaloor dump yard, what we do on daily basis. These are the facilities we have. We have a abandoned dump site closure made at Ondipudur, which has been, the land has been remediated, and this is the final implementation of animal waste disposal. This is the most challenging one, mainly the carcasses of the dead bodies of the stray dogs, then cows, cattle. The slaughterhouse waste is a huge menace and is used, usually we are doing deep burial at the Vellore dump yard. In this way, we cannot use the reused for several ways. That is the reason, mainly when the global warming, that CHG gases emissions. These are the major threats we are daily facing. It's really challenging issues. These are all the slaughter waste. The proposal of new schemes. This we have bought this year, compactor vehicles, then galvanized iron bins, everything. These are the proposals we have made to further improve our solid waste management collection. Then construction and demolition waste disposal. The typical waste, as I earlier said, this is the comparatively. Because nearly 100 tons per day we are collecting CNT, and we have, at present we have no mechanism, but we have joined hands together with the Ramki Innovative Solutions Hyderabad, and we have specified landmark for that, and now the process in rope line. The construction buildings for the past 6 years. Temporarily, we are using the abandoned quarries for the utilization of dumping of CNT waste, and on the outskirts of the village, like Madurai and Pattanam. Yeah, this is the CNT waste. Yeah, our major issues and challenges, as first I said, the poor source segregation of the waste by the households, which leads to the dumping of the mixed waste. Dumping of which has an adverse effect on the environment and public health. This is the first primost issue. Then the second, the lack of manpower and logistic to handle the waste at all levels. Being our urban local body, we have more than 40 to 45% vacancies. So usually the manpower and logistic resources like vehicles plays a major role in the challenges. Then the waste collected in the bins and all the could not be removed of the same bin, because it's one of the next highlight to be highlighted, because some bins, so in the major commercial areas used to remove, and in some inskirts of the interior of the city nagars and some residential areas we couldn't get through. Usually our frequency is 2 to 3 days we used to lift the bins. Further, under GFC, garbage free cities, we have planned to remove all the bins, and our methodology is to further intensify the door-to-door collection, that to segregated source collection. Then the segregated source, the bit waste, directly we collect and we go for the micro compost centers. And the segregated dry waste, it goes to the material recovery centers or the dry recovery centers. Then the fourth one is the lack of social attitude of the general public in source segregation, because all we know how to handle, how to segregate, how to store everything, but we don't have time to do all the things. This is the main thing. Then the last is incomplete strategic planning of the commercial and bulk waste generators. They play a very crucial role, because more than 200 tons to 300 tons comes from the bulk waste generators from the city daily. So some of the specific solutions include improving urban sanitation system and services. That is, we are going to barcoding of the street bins. Then GPS installation in all the vehicles to track the movement of the vehicles, whether it has lifted the bins or where it is, the fleet is in running. These are all we have made through a ICCC, that is an integrated control command center, which is now at RS Puram, Kalayarangam. through a whole screen, we have the look of the daily picture. Then strict enforcement of the laws for littering in the open littering, for open burning waste in the public. Then decentralized management practices. Already I have said, like micro compost centers at the household levels, we can make use of house composting, home composting techniques, like pipe method or barrel method. These are the things. Then this is one WTE, waste to energy technology. These are all advanced technology. Now we have also roped in all these technologies, which are really streamlined in our CCMC. Then the second one is long-term waste management planning, because any planning is to be a long waste management, that to be a sustainable one by the involvement of private sectors and NGOs involvement. Then mainly the involvement of the informal sectors, mainly the rag pickers. We have to encourage, we have to regularize and streamline the workforce of the informal rag pickers. And now we have made a program to identify all the rag pickers in the city, and we are providing ID cards to them, and we make a workforce which will turn a positive approach to this, because we can make all this scrap materials collected by the rag pickers, then we handle over to the scrap dealers. Then implementation of ODF free. This is the main important thing that which is directly linked to this one. I will be talking about that. Then improving the sensitive menstrual hygiene and health at the schools and college levels. This is the most important aspect in adolescent health among the girls. Then improve self-esteem and seed higher confidence among the community. These all the things we have to do. Then to the felt needs of the community, because they know what the best need is. Everything need should be demand driven, should be made on the felt needs of the community, and it should be not a centric approach, it should be a decentralized approach. That too, the planning is to become from the bottom to top approach. Then the IEC, as well as the training and capacity building at every level. These are some of the innovations. These are the things what we are all carrying on for the past 7 months after I came. The People Mourn for Clean Cities. This is a campaign which is launched by Honorable CM and our Honorable Prime Minister of India in the month of June 2022. From 3rd June 22, we have started this People Movements for Clean Cities. PMFCC they call. The motto is my waste, my responsibility. This is the main theme. This is the main theme, my waste, my responsibility. In municipal solid waste management rules in 2000, what they said, municipal and urban local bodies, corporations, village panchayats, they have to handle the waste and they have to take the waste. But what latest solid waste management rules 2016 says, waste generation is the responsible of the generator. So my waste, my responsibility. So it is the responsibility of every user. Whoever generates, it's their responsibility. So my waste, my responsibility. These are all the campaigns we have done across the cities. The facilitating the voluntary agency for restoring the nature. This person in the new Sudhapada school, he made an innovative biogas plant for the school. Now the biogas plant is in process. So he got a felicitative from the Honorable Mayor, and she is the Central Zone Chairman, the Public Health Chairman, our Commissioner, respected Commissioner. Then felicitating the schools doing experience work in the solid waste. These are the 2 schools we have given the first and second prize. Then for doing the experience work in solid waste management, these are our cleanliness workers, தூய்மை பணியாளர்கள். We have encouraged them. Usually this campaign is for second Saturday and fourth Saturday of every month we are doing. This was the health campaign and the de-addiction campaign for the sanitary workers. We have made a screening camp for the workers who work at the Dry Resource Center and the MCC at the Ondiputur area. Yeah, firstly there is solid. This is the health campaign and de-addiction for the sanitary workers. We have frequently organized camps for our workers. Then Swachhata app application download. This is one of the key elements in the Swachh Bharat mission. Then Manjapai, our plastic, mainly I used to stress on the plastic ban. For the last year, we have seized around 6 tons of metric tons of plastic, the one-time use plastics, and we have imposed around 16 lakh of fine. And we are encouraging this Manjapai concept and the people to use these sort of things, and mainly at the parcel at the hotels we used to have the Tukuvali. We have to carry a tiffin carrier. This is a beautification of the city. It also comes under the Swachh Bharat scheme. The source segregation awareness wall painting is all painted all over the flyovers. எனது குப்பை எனது பொறுப்பு, my waste my responsibility. These are public the pamphlets distribution. This is the e-waste segregation. We have e-waste like electronic waste. E-waste. When corporation higher secondary schools are encouraged with the awareness of the 2-bin system, green for wet and blue for the dry. This has been given to all, distributed to nearly all community people. The exposure visit of the school students at the Micro Compost Center Undipudur, and the process has been explained to them. This is a rally. Home composting, as I said, in the school premises they have done. The Swachh ambassadors, mainly தூய்மை தூதர்கள், what we'll call in Tamil. Then removal of structures like plexing, hoardings, and these are the part of the Swachhata campaign. Inaugural for the Manamagal Mandram. It is called the recreation center for sanitary workers. Recreation center. We have opened a recreation center for the benefit of the sanitary workers. These are the press release. Okay. Thank you. Now the future depends on what do you do today. This is the slide I prepared yesterday within a short notice, but now I come to the main element, the innovative sanitation solutions. This is all what about we are speaking today. In a short span of time I have prepared. Okay. As I already said, complex sanitation challenges. It's complicated too. Complex sanitation challenges cannot be solved through government efforts alone. Are we right? Yes. We have to come together. That is the first. Today we'll. Regarding toilets, what we are doing in Coimbatore Corporation. It will be long for 2024-25. Now we are in the second phase of the SBM 2.0. Our major objectives, mission objectives of SBM is healthy practices, sanitation practices. The sixth one is capacity augmentation for urban local bodies, what all we are doing. And the seventh one is to create private partnership private sector partnership in the innovative technology of the SPM. The fifth is IEC, Information, Education and Communication and Public Awareness. And the last one is the capacity building. These are all the key elements in the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. As I earlier said, that's to create the private sector partnership in the capex as well as in the opex, in the capital expenditure as well as in the operational and maintenance. These are all the intersectoral coordination and intersectoral approach what we have to do. Right now in Coimbatore we have community toilets and PT toilets. We have around 354 CT and PT both. In both categories we have around 354. In some of the toilets comes under SBM. What we do in SBM now, for example, a toilet which is located to Gandhipuram bus stand. Recently we have made into a model toilet. We have QR coding in such type of toilets. We pasted QR stickers. If we go out and we scan, we'll get all the information about the toilets, where it is located, in which ward, who is the in charge of the toilets, and whom to complain, where to complain. And we have a set of questionnaires we used to click in the app, whether the toilet is neat or clean, whether it has a regular water supply or interrupted, or whether the doors, latches, everything is in condition, or whether it is vandalized or vandalized. Then we have whether the bulbs are in burning condition. Such set of questions we have. You usually log in and used to submit our response. Then we have this response team directly linked to our integrated, I already said, ICCC. From that we get the feedbacks to the supervisors of the PTCT, and immediately we have a group of people to attend all these queries. Mainly they used to say neat and clean, whether it is untidy, such things we have. Then the second one, as I said, IHHL, individual household toilets. This is particularly meant for the households who doesn't own a toilet. This is a safe access to hygienic toilet. Such access, we have made a survey. Those who are not having such access, we have identified 2,560 applications have been received. Applicants have been approved for this financial year. On the first base, we have approved around 360. Out of 2,560, we have approved 360 applications. For that, we have a government funding. GOI funding is about rupees 4,000 per unit. Our state share is 2667. And our urban local body share is also the same part, 2667. Roughly it comes around 9334, I suppose. This comes under the subsidy, Maniam. It comes under subsidy. The rest of the amount either the individual household owner he has to bear. If is very tough to bear, then we'll arrange through CSR mode or through sponsor or donor mode. Likewise, we have mobilized around 50 lakh rupees from the good old people of the Coimbatorians. These 50 lakh people is going to 50 lakh amount is going to be utilized in the construction of the individual household toilets. That is the one thing we are doing. For this, government has allocated also 23 crores. Government has allocated subsidy for this 2560 IHHL units. Now the cost of the unit, previous or 5 years back, it was around 12,000 to 18,000 to construct a low cost IHHL, individual household toilet. That through a very minimal dimension, like 4 into 3 feet. Now the cost has been raised to 30,000 per unit, depending upon the hike in every sector. This is the one thing. Recently, 2 months back, we had got an observance of World Toilet Day. Usually, World Toilet Day, November 19th, we used to observe, used to make the observance. In such day, November 19th, World Toilet Day, we used to stress, we made a campaign and we made the children of the schools to write up the painting, everything regarding the concept, toilet and hygiene. Such thing we have taken. Then another one thing is Toilets 2.0 campaign. This is another scheme which is in Ropin, Toilets 2.0 campaign. The theme for this is Partners for Toilet. Adopt a public toilet or a community toilet in your city. This is the baseline. The theme is Partners for Toilets. The motto is adopt a PT or CT in your city. This exercise is also launched in our MyGov GOV portal. What we will do in this, mobilizing institutional support is the focus area. Mobilizing institutional support is the focus area in which individuals and organizations can express their interest, providing whether O&M or they can adopt a CT or PT, or they may give a financial support also. This is one of the innovative schemes government has taken. This also we have launching in Coimbatore city. Then as madam said, abolishing the manual scavengers. In city we have frequently we used to have a self-declaration mela. Whoever doing the manual scavengers may write forward, come forward, and they can register their names. But for the past 5 years, we don't have no manual scavengers. That is the real picture. We don't have manual scavengers people. This we have on the record. But on the practical, because nowadays we have a septic tank, desludging operators, private operators, every category we have. But most often these people, they don't register with the urban local body. First they have to register in the urban local body. They have to get the license, running license, which is valid for 2 years on a non-refundable deposit of 2,000 rupees. Further, they have to make an insurance for 10 lakhs for each of the workers, right from the driver, handling of that machinery parts, everything. Every worker has to be insured with a sum of 10 lakhs. Then we used to do medical screening frequently, periodical, at least 6 months once we have to do periodical medical screening for such people. These are all the conditions which comes in the guidelines. But no people, they don't stick on. Further, urban local body has so many wide range of we have wide range of areas to focus. Urban local body not only deals with solid and liquid waste management. We have road laying, street light, then water supply, health, revenue generation, everything. Because we don't have a separate monitoring or supervising body to monitor such desludging private tanker operators. And also we have fixed a tipping fee per load. Now the tipping fee per load is 50 rupees per day, that is 1500 per month. We used to collect in a quarterly basis 4500 per, we are collecting. Now government has made a revised guidelines that depending upon the capacity of the tanker, if it is less than less than 6000 liters, they may pay a tipping fee of 200 per trip. If it is more than 6000 liters, 300 per trip on daily basis. These are all the revised guidelines government of India's. Yeah, right, I come there. This is the thing. Last week we had a meeting, we had a orientation meeting with the operators of the desludging private. Nearly we have 84. We have 84 private desludging operators around the city. Last week we had a brainstorming session also and reorientation. Most of the people, they feel this tipping fee, hike in tipping fee is very much affecting their livelihood. Because per trip 200 means if it takes 2 or 3 tips a day, it comes to 600 rupees per day. They have made a representation. Pardon, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This they are paying toward the ULB, but which in turn they used to take if they attend a household or a commercial establishment or a hotel, they charge according to their convenience. Maybe around 3000, around 4000, 5000, depending upon the size of the tank. That's the issue. And frequently we are stressing them to use proper gears like PPE, helmets, gloves, gumboots, then that masks. It's a breathing apparatus masks. Such things we used to do. Then first foremost, when you open a sewer hole or opening of a septic tank, you should open and leave for at least 15 to 20 minutes. Or to say half an hour is the best time. So that all the methane gas or H2S, hydrogen sulfide, everything comes out. Then after that, you have to light it and you have to see whether it is burning or not. First and foremost, the person should not be intoxicated, because most person they used to booze and they work for because it's a tough job, because that's the issue. We have, for such reasons, we have ensured our ground level staffs like junior engineers, sanitary superior inspectors, sanitary supervisors to go and visit the spot when they are desludging. Also, we have instructed them to priorly inform them before a day or 6 hours before, so that we can monitor them. These private sludge operators, they used to collect all the sludge and they decant at our facility in Ukkadam. Right now we have 70 MLD treatment plant STP at Ukkadam, which is in functional. But corporation, we have proposed 4 plants, one at Ondipudur, one at Nanjitapuram, and one at Ukkadam. This is the plan, but only one Ukkadam is in functional. Rest the 2, it has been dropped due to residents, among the public residents. Then at Nanjundapuram, it's nearing completion. Yes, sir. But it happens in outskirts, not in the cities. But it is offense. If we find fault such vehicles, we used to immediately seize them, and we inform the traffic police as well as the local body, and we'll seize them vehicles, and we used to penalize them. But in city limits, it is very not a usual case and a common happening, sir. In villages, it happens because usually they used to let out in the night. In the night hours, they used to go, and in some abandoned fields or inquiries, they used to let it down and they leave it off. These are the things. These UGD workers and the private desludging operators, we have a mission called Safai Mitras. Safai Mitras. For the Safai Mitras Suraksha, this we have doing a program. In Safai Mitras Suraksha, we are arranging loan mela for the septic tank and sewer cleaning workers to become an entrepreneur. We are encouraging the entrepreneur, like a micro entrepreneur. We are providing loans to them, and we encourage their sons or daughters to do some other livelihood, which would be a good cause for the society. And we have made a helpline also, 14420. It is a common helpline where we can register the complaints, 14420. Then for cleaning sewer lines, we have jet rodding machines, as I said. These are all 100% mechanized and vacuumized. Then we have motorized sullage lorries also in some areas. Then we have a bandicoot robot to deslit the sewer lines, and we have auto slitting machines in narrow lines of some streets where the jet rodding machines cannot move in. We use the auto deslitting machines. Then frequently in 3 or 4 months while, we used to conduct a refresher training for the UGD workers. We have nearly 40 wards out of 100 wards is covered with the UGD, underground drainage system. These are linked, and the 70 MLD is been linked in the 40 wards. These are the core wards of the Coimbatore Corporation. These are linked with the Ukkadam STP plant. Right now we have 50 UGD workers working in corporation alone. These are all underground drainage workers. They used to clear the blocks and clear the sewer lines. And further, we have a skill development training also. We have provided skill development training for such peoples through NSKFDC, National Safai Karamcharis Finance Development Corporation. In Tamil Nadu, we have a TADCO, Tamil Nadu Adi Dravida Corporation, Society Corporation. We are also providing loans for the people. That NKSFDC, it comes under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. All this. Then what are the things we are doing in the city? We are already we have got ODF plus, and we have got ODF plus plus, Open Defecation Free Plus. We have got in 2020-21, and ODF plus plus now we have certified. Then usually yearly once we have to submit a city sanitation action plan. Yeah, we'll close, ma'am. These are all the things we are doing. Okay. Then some of the impressions on the innovative sanitation solutions. First, as I said, complex sanitation challenges cannot be solved only by government. That's the main point. For that we need to embrace cross-sector coordination, collaboration in designing solutions, whether it may be through NGO or philanthropic organizations or any other developmental agencies. This is my second point. Then third, to use the diverse perspectives and resources, to use their diverse perspectives and resources to accelerate the process. This is the third point of my inference. Then, so overall what it needs, it needs a revolution at this time. It needs a revolution. We need a change. In what way we think or we talk about sanitation, we need a change, we need a focus change. It should not be focused only on development or building of infra, but to develop a sustainable mode of delivery services. That's my inference. Maybe it a right business model kuda irkalam. It may be a right business model, maybe reformative policies irkalam, maybe in strengthening the financing. We should create a strong social capital in the sanitation economy. We should create a strong social capital in the sanitation economy. As earlier I said, we have to provide skill development and provide more entrepreneurial opportunities and to encourage micro entrepreneurs also. These are all the things we have to achieve only by collaborating all these things. When political leadership commitment first plays a role. Second, public financing. Third, coalition with various organizations, what we are all now. Then to encourage PPP mode. Then all solutions should be innovative. It should be an innovative solution. We may use the digital application in our sanitation economy, like e-toilets. Already we have e-toilets, but we have to get a sustainable. Moreover, the key aspects which plays an important role in success of all the implementation is, earlier said, it should be affordable, cost effective, demand driven, based upon the local felt needs, bottom to top approach, and community participation. This is all the key elements. We have to put it together in achieving a success in the implementation of any policy or planning. Then, as Madam said, we have to reinvent technologies and designs. That is a major. So we have to focus on the developmental areas also. And overall, as water, toilet, environment, sanitation, waste, everything are interlinked, it plays a direct role or it creates an impact on health and well-being of the people and life. So with this all what we are going to say now about sustainable developmental goals. We have around 169 targets and 232 indicators. The foremost third target is good health and well-being, and our sixth target is clean water and sanitation. And ninth is innovative technologies, and 11th sustainable issues, cities, and the 17th point partnership for the goals. So with this, I like to conclude my speech. I thank you for your patient hearing. Once again, thank you. Yes.
defluoridization, nutrient recovery from urine, metal reduction and recovery. She has served as assistant professor at MG University, women scientist sponsored by Department of Science and Technology, IIT Madras, associate professor at APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. She has won many awards including several Best Poster Awards, Early Career Research Award, Best Paper Award, Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award and many more. It is a pleasure to have you here with us, ma'am. Over to you.
So I can keep it here. This is on, right? This is switch on, right? Okay. Okay, so very good morning to all. And being an academician, I'm going to talk about resource recovery from wastewater and how it's going to improve sanitation and hygiene. So my topic is today I'm going to talk about resource recovery from source separated urine and sustainable sanitation practices to improve hygiene. So let us get started with the currently world is facing the challenges. So by So by 2050, the world population will be 9 billion, and in order to feed these people, we need to increase the production of food. Okay, so when we increase the production of food, we have to, in proportion to that, we have to increase the production of water as well as energy. So these are some of the facts and figures given by United Nations. So to produce 1 kilogram of rice, we require 3000 to 5000 liters, whereas in the case of soya it is 2000 liters, and in the case of wheat and potatoes it would be 900 and 500 liters respectively. Okay, and we know that food, energy and water all are interconnected. So when we increase agriculture productions, what is going to happen? We need to consume lot of energy, right? So the food production approximately consumes 30% of global energy consumption, and 90% of global production, global power production is water intensive. So now what will happen then? So it's going to create a huge pressure on water, food and energy nexus, and that's going to threaten our sustainable development goals. Okay, so now on the other hand, we can see that when we increase the food production, then we need to utilize more amount of fertilizer, right? So we need to increase the fertilizer by 3 to 4% every year. And when we talk about fertilizer, the major ingredients for the fertilizer is nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. So nitrogen is in the form of ammonia. So we have to produce ammonia in the form of Haber-Bosch process, which is highly energy intensive. That means it consumes around 1% of world's total energy and contributes global emission. And if you talk about phosphorus, phosphorus is a non-renewable geological resource. Okay, so if you look into this data, which is given by Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, there is a large discrepancy between fertilizer demand and its availability in the environment. Okay, so you can see that the fertilizer demand is huge, however its availability in the environment is very less. So that is the scenario currently that we are going through. So if you look into on the other side of wastewater streams, there is a large quantity of nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, simply letting into the environment and cause pollution. Pollution means eutrophication, because it will induce the excessive growth of algae and it will create a poor quality of water in the streams or rivers, etc. Okay, so now if we can come up with a strategy to recover these resources, then we can reconnect the dots and we can ensure water, energy and food security. in this context, we can say that urine is a promising candidate for recovering resources. So when we talk about urine, the question here is why urine? So let us look into that. So this is a combination, this is the composition of urine, okay, and urine has 93 to 96% water and remaining 4 to 7% macro as well as micro elements. The macro elements includes carbon, phosphorus, nitrogen, potassium, etc. And as we all know, that is a fluid generated by body, and the color of this urine is yellow, and the composition of the urine will depending upon a person's diet as well as the drinking habits. So the composition will vary, okay. So this is the but even though composition vary, this proportion will be like that, the water percentage and also the macro and micronutrients elements, okay. So now if you see that, okay, now a person can produce around 1.5 liters of urine every day, and if you look into the composition, it contains 11 gram of nitrogen, 1 gram of potassium and 2.6 gram of 1 gram of phosphorus and 2.6 gram of potassium. So then what is happening to this? It's just simply letting it into through the toilet, it will come into a septic tank, and then once it is filled, it will be either manually or mechanically taken and then scientifically or unscientifically disposed into the environment. If it is unscientifically, definitely it will pollute our environment, okay. So that is one strategy, that is a method adopting to manage this kind of waste. The second is it's simply discharged through a wastewater treatment plant. Now when we discharge urine through a wastewater treatment plant, there is a challenge. The challenge is its recovery is complicated when we discharge it through the wastewater treatment plant, because wastewater treatment plant receives waste from various resources, like it consists of grey water, it consists of black water, it consists of brown water as well, okay. Now what would happen is urine accounts only 1% of total volume of domestic wastewater, but urine has major nutrient load. So when it is discharged into a domestic wastewater treatment plant, it will be getting diluted. So because of this dilution, we cannot recover these resources effectively. So now this is the challenge that we currently facing. So what is the solution for this? Now what is the solution? Okay. Now also we are giving proper treatment system. Even though we are giving proper treatment system, there is a standard for ammonia and phosphorus. Ammonia is 50 milligram per liter and phosphorus is 5 milligram per liter. So we are not removing it 100%. So we are letting it to some small concentration into the river that will induces the algae growth in the river streams and cause eutrophication, okay. So this is the challenge. So what is the solution for this? So we need to look for that solution. We have to tap urine at the source itself. So we have to separate urine at the source. How it can be done? So it can do by using innovative sanitation practices. We call it as urine diverting toilets. So urine diverting toilets has two components. One, it has a front compartment which will collect the urine, and there is a back compartment also which will collect the solid part of the excreta, that is feces. So there is we are dividing liquid and solid separately. Now this kind of systems are currently available in the world, and this is a photograph of commercially available systems from Sweden. Now I am talking about the water energy food nexus, right. So how urine can play a pivotal role in water energy food nexus, let us look into that. So first one is water, okay. So the global production of urine is estimated to be in the range of 1.16 to 1.54 into 10 raised to 10 liters per day for a world population of 7.7 billion people. So this is a huge quantity of water. So if we can recover this water back to it can definitely discharge into, or it can definitely supply into deprived communities. Now we are talking about the fertilizer part. So fertilizer part means urine can play a fertilizer. That means it can act as either liquid fertilizer or it can go with a solid fertilizer. So solid fertilizer is nothing but struvite, which is a white crystalline compound with equal molar concentration of ammonia, magnesium and orthophosphate. Now, it can also act as, or it can also contribute electricity, because urine is highly conductive in nature, and because of the oxidation of urea, it can act as an excellent fuel, and we can also produce electricity with the help of urine. So, there are many technologies currently available. All these technologies are very promising, but these are the technologies available, but they have inherent limitations, like consumption of electricity is very high and scaling and fouling issues. So, we may have to look for an alternative treatment system. So, recently forward osmosis is a new technique. Forward osmosis is a reverse of reverse osmosis. So, it is a natural process. Okay. So, in forward osmosis, water will be flowing from high water potential, which we call it as feed solution, to low water potential, we call it as draw solution. So, now you can see that feed solution will be getting lowered and draw solution is getting diluted. So, and we have to use a forward osmosis membrane for that. So, the merits are it's high quality water we can recover through this process, and because of the dilution some brine solution is we can treat it. There are limitations also for this technology, because this technology is incompetent in degrading the contaminants, and we cannot tap electricity by using this technique. Now, this is also one of the technologies, recently upcoming technology, we call it as microbial fuel cell. The advantage of microbial fuel cell is we can produce electricity directly from wastewater. So, this is a microbial fuel cell, and we can feed urine in the anode chamber. There are two chambers here, anode and cathode chamber, which is separated by a proton exchange membrane. We will place urine in the anode chamber, where there is an oxidation of urea will be taking place, that will produce electrons and protons, and these electrons will move externally, whereas protons will go internally through the proton exchange membrane. It will be getting accepted by oxygen and converted into hydroxide. So, this reaction is purely chemical, and with the help of the catalyst is microorganisms. So, and this is happening because of the potential difference between the two solutions. So, urine is an excellent fuel, and urine can be used in microbial fuel cell to produce electricity. Now, there are researchers, they worked on utilizing urine as a fuel and produce electricity. The pilot scale was first installed in the campus of University of the West of England, UK in March 2015. This was conducted by Bristol University. So, their aim was to light urinals in refugee camps, and they used MFC stack to light the toilet cubicles. After successful installation of this technology, they have tried a field study, which is in a Glastonbury Music Festival, and this was also successful because the system was expanded to include 10 people at a time, and total capacity was 30 liters and was able to light 6 LED modules. So, after successful field trial, they have installed it in the remote areas of developing countries such as Crisolo, Uganda and Kenya, etc. So, this work has actually motivated us to do a research in this direction using urine as a fuel, but the limitation of this work is they have only focused on electricity production. They haven't looked into water recovery as well as nutrient recovery. So, we thought of taking the same work here in India in IIT Palakkad, and we focused more on water recovery, electricity production and also fertilizer production. Let us look into that. So, we call it as osmotic microbial fuel cell. This technology here we have joined two different technologies. As I already shown you, one is forward osmosis process and another one is microbial fuel cells. So, when these technologies independently working, they have inherent limitations, but when they integrate these two technologies, because of their synergistic interactions, complement each other and have lot of applications. So, we replace this proton exchange membrane with the forward osmosis process, and we successfully started working on an osmotic urine fuel cell, and this is the osmotic urine fuel cell. Here the anode chamber has urine and cathode chamber has brine solution, as you can see here. The yellow color is urine and the other color is brine solution. And yeah, so you can see that urine has urea, so oxidation of urea will be taking place with the help of microorganisms. Electrons will be generated. So because of that, we can generate electricity, and we achieved around 0.12 watt per meter cube of electricity. And also these two solutions have two different concentrations. So there is an osmotic pressure develops, and because of the osmotic pressure, we achieved a water flux of 14.27 LMH. And after some times, you can see that urine is getting concentrated. That means the water from urine is moving to this direction in the cathode chamber. As a result, what would happen is most of the nutrients present in the urine is getting concentrated in the anode chamber, and we can take this nutrients and then we can make fertilizer out of it. Okay? And if you look into this side, cathode chamber, because there is a dilution is happening, because the water that is coming from urine to here, and there is a dilution is happening, and because of that dilution we can get salinity reduction in the cathode chamber. So this work we have published in Chemosphere as well as in Journal of Applied Electrochemistry. So if anyone of having an interest, please write to me, I will share this article with you. So, and we also found some studies here, we have done various studies here, and we found that fresh urine yield more water when compared to hydrolyzed urine. And also we found that if we have more concentrated brine solution, we will get more water recovery, and if we have more, sure, yes, thank you sir. Yes. Okay, so if we have more salt concentration, we can also produce electricity. So this is our experimental setup that you can see here. And another one is we are also developing electrochemical phosphate recovery reactor for biofertilizer and energy production from urine. So let us look into that as well. So why biofertilizer? As already explained to you that urine is rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, and we can produce struvite from urine, because struvite is nothing but the equal molar concentration of ammonia, magnesium and orthophosphate, and this is a slow fertilizer. Okay. But in urine, ammonia and orthophosphate, they are rich quantity. The quantity of concentration of these two compounds are abundant in urine, whereas in the case of magnesium 2+, which is very less in urine. So what we have to do is we need to supply a source for magnesium, so that these three compounds, these three ions can combine together to form struvite. So we develop, so this is the electrochemical phosphate recovery reactor, and this project is funded by DST Seed, and this under Global Sanitation of Center of Excellence, and this work is going currently. Excuse me. Yeah. So anode is magnesium. Here we used magnesium. Source is predominantly anode. Thanks. And cathode is gas diffusion electrode, and purely electrochemical reactions happening, and because of the electrochemical reactions we can get struvite. So initially there are limited studies conducted on in this field, so we have to start somewhere else. So we started with a design like this. Now, yes, so when we start something new, we will be starting only with a very small quantity, and we will see that whether the concept will work or not, and once it is worked, we will elaborate the size. So now this is the small size, reactor size. We purchased a magnesium electrode, and the challenge is we have to make the gas diffusion electrode, and we have fabricated the gas diffusion electrode by combining PTFE and carbon powder. And then once we made this electrode, we have to check whether the electrode comes out very well. So we have to use some method like this. This is a contact angle as well as SEM analysis we performed, and we found that the electrode came out well, and then we installed it in the reactor, and this is the reactor setup. We have made 8 electrodes, and then we started seeing the fertilizer production as well as electricity production. So now this is the fertilizer that we got by using this small reactor which I had shown to you, and then again once it is formed, we have to check the characteristics of this struvite precipitate, the quality of the struvite, okay, whether it has ammonia, phosphate and also magnesium. So we did it with the FTIR analysis as well as M analysis, and we found that everything is proper, the quality is good. Now we also seen that when the cell will start producing electricity when we connect it to a clock. It is one single cell can produce around 1.5 voltage, and then when we connect it in series, and then we found that this can produce around 3.48 voltage, and this is small cell. So what we have to do is we have to make it a big one. Okay, so now the batch steady is over, we are going with a continuous steady, and then once it is completed we will switch to our scale up studies. Okay, so that is under process, and also we are writing papers, patents, everything are in the pipeline. Okay. So now what I am talking about is urine and the importance of urine. So urine is actually a waste with unique characteristics, and separating urine at the source provides innumerous opportunities to recover water, energy and nutrients from the urine, to minimize the treatment cost by reducing the nutrient load to sewage treatment plant. It can also utilize a direct fertilizer, you can utilize it as a direct fertilizer and replace the commercial fertilizer by 20%. And we also found that osmotic urine fuel cell, in lab scale the system is working well, but lot of research is required to materialize this technology. And we also seen that electrochemical phosphate recovery, that is also in the laboratory stage, it is working. We have to do many studies to find what are the challenges and viability of this technology. Now we have a technology solutions, but where we can implement it or where we can integrate it. So we can use this kind of a toilet system. So sir, Dr. Prabhaav has already mentioned about different toilet system, but this kind of toilet system I would like to know that what would be the feedback in India as well as abroad. So this is the toilet system which we call it as ecological sanitation system, where it has two compartments as I already mentioned. Urine will be getting collected at the front side and feces will be getting collected at the back side. This feces will go to composting and urine has to be treated and then recycled back. So this kind of a study was successfully demonstrated in this technology. The toilet system was installed in South Africa. Around 80,000 urine diversion toilets were installed. In India also, in Coimbatore, this kind of a toilet was installed, but I do not know what would be the feedback of this system, but I hope that it is successfully working on. And there are many designs, you know, these are the commercial products of the urine diverted toilets. So commercially there are a lot of innovations happening in this area, and there are new products are coming up with, but the real challenge is we are separating urine and we are separating feces, but how to manage these two are the challenge here. We need to have a technological interventions to recover these resources efficiently and connect the water, food, energy and food nexus. Okay, but the real challenge is not that. The other challenge would be the community. Okay, we have to educate the people, we have to empower the people regarding the importance of recovering the resources, because nowadays these are diminishing every day, that I had already shown to you. There is a huge gap is there. So real challenge is we need to educate the community, make them aware the importance of recovery, and also we have to let them readily accept these technologies. Then I think we can achieve sustainability. So I am not only working on this area, I am working on other areas as well. Quickly I will show it and I will wind up my presentation. So I am working on groundwater treatment, using groundwater treatment like defluoridation, then softening, as well as power production using osmotic microbial fuel cell technology. I am also working on a microbial desalination cell where I can treat or desalinate saline water, and at the same time we can produce electricity as well as wastewater treatment. I'm also working on, this is a very exciting work actually. This is, here we are working on e-waste based electrode material. So e-waste is actually very huge in nowadays. People do not know what we have to do with. So predominantly we will recycle it. So what we are doing here is the disposed LCD monitor, and we found that this monitor has an excellent electrochemical characteristics because it has lot of functional groups. So we are using this kind of electrode material and implement it in a microbial fuel cell and produce electricity. So that work is also going on, and so these are my areas and these are my research group. Yeah. Okay, I hope that through this Global Sanitation Center of Excellence I can disseminate my technology and it can make it to market level. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are planning to patent these technologies. Sorry? Sure. If anybody wanted to see this technology or wanted to work with it, they can come and approach me and I'll make that opportunity. Yes. So any other questions? Yes. See, there is a lot of practical issues. I agree with you completely. The first practical issues, there are many practical issues. I can list it out. And there we need lot of research. Okay, this is an upcoming technology, upcoming area that people started working on it, and still people are doing various research. One of the challenges is urine is collected through a separate tank, right? So there is a chance of precipitate. The urine is to white will precipitate readily. So that can block the entire pipe systems. So we need to look into that area. That the real challenge is we have to see that what are the piping systems can be provided to accommodate or to collect the urine efficiently. The second one is the community perspectives. So community, they have to readily accept this kind of technologies. So now we are using, earlier we started using Indian closets and now we switched into European closets, but initially it was very difficult to start using European closet. So once we started using it, we familiarize it. But now the real challenge is this kind of technology is also coming and we need to accept it. So that is another challenge, community challenge. The third one is we need to provide proper training to safe disposal of this urine as well as feces. So that is also very, very important. Nowadays that area is also not looking properly. So we have to go to that area and see what all the trainings need to be implemented to collect the urine efficiently, feces efficiently, and manage it properly. So that is also one of the challenges that I can see by using this technologies. But this technology is very efficient in flood prone areas, as Anuradha madam said, as well as in Rajasthan where water scarcity is very, very high. So, yeah.
One other point is retrofitting this to the existing household is going to be a huge challenge. Like for new houses, yeah, you can plan it, but again, retrofitting them into an existing house with the tank, collection, disposal, all that is going to be
Yeah.
great one.
Yes.
You showed a slide, very interesting presentation. You showed a slide where already companies are making these products.
Yes.
Separations. But currently, if urine is being separated, how are they being used? Are they starting to do this kind of experimentation that you are talking about?
Yes.
What are they doing with that separation?
Yes, that is what I am saying. Collection is not the problem because innovation has already done and that is in market. But where we are looking is the management part of the urine, I mean the treatment of the urine as well as feces. So now various researchers are working on this kind of various issues and they are coming up with a different technology. So some of the technologies I have addressed it. Similarly, there are many other technologies coming. Like some people are using reverse osmosis but that is not very cost effective. there are absorption will be there. There are multiple treatment systems are adopting. So various people are working on different. Even IIT Madras, they have their own treatment system. They have started they developed their own treatment system for treating urine. The work was done by Professor Indumati Nampi. So people have started working on different technologies. So once it is reaches to the market level, the technology for managing urine as well as feces, that will also come. So research now in the track. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like some people are working on converting into fertilizer and using it to crops, but there is also community perception will come. They will not use this kind of a fertilizer because it's coming from human excreta. So that challenge is there. Technology is there. Technology is developing. Some technologies are already there, but community perception is also very important. Yes.
Your lab setup, you had shown on the slide where you told how much electricity was produced, so 3 point.
Correct. Yes.
You may have said it and pardon me if I missed during the presentation, but how much is that from how much liters of?
That was in one cell contains 250 ml. We have 8 cells. Okay, so 250 into 8, yeah. So that much volume of the urine produced 3.48 of voltage, 3.48 voltage. No, this is not dilute urine. This is a concentrated urine. This is we have done real urine, not human, actually cow urine, because we have some limitation using human urine in the lab. So we started using with the cow urine, and once it is materialized, we will use the real urine and we will connect it to urinals and see how it's going to work. Composition, it's not very variations. Yeah, variation will be there, but to start somewhere we have to do with some urine, and we have to get large quantity of urine. So cow urine means we will get large quantity of urine and we can do it in the lab itself. But human urine we will not get that much quantity. So that is also another issue. We choose in cow urine and it's readily available in our area. So that is another reason. Yes. No. We also looked into the various operating conditions like nitrogen phosphorus ratio, then operating time, then pH. pH is one of the important factors, because if pH goes above 9, then only precipitation will happen. So all these things we are working on it. We come up with some optimized values, and we are yet to publish that. Yes, we are working on. We are trying to reduce the time also, because now we have seen around 6 to 12 hours we are getting this to white, but we are trying to reduce into 30 to 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour. So that process is going on currently. Thank you. Yes. 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 No, the point is, when we compared this kind of system with our flush urine, toilet system that currently available, this system requires only less amount of water. Only thing is the water that is using for our cleaning purpose. So that much amount of water is required, and that will definitely come to the urine. We have to account that factor also, like not only the concentrated, as I said, 1.5 liters of urine is coming from human body, but when you design something, we have to account some factor of safety, and we have to design it accordingly. But in the lab scale, we are seeing different dilutions also, like not only concentrated urine, we will look into the different dilutions and see how the performance in terms of power production, fertilizer and everything. Then only we can come up with a appropriate value. Yes.
Also, you have waterless urinals for men, which can be
Yes.
straight away
Connected. Yes.
Very early stage of proof of concept and research. I think we are at the beginning of the curve.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Also, it might give circular economy, so it will be beneficial for developing rather than.
You were asking something. Thank you.
You combine the benefits of two technologies.
Yes.
Into one.
Yes.
So how's the power production compared to as compared to
Yeah. Yes. So when we compared with the existing microbial fuel cell, the power production part is slightly less. Why? Because membrane is getting clogged, or because of there is urine is coming, right? Urine is highly concentrated. So there is a membrane fouling that we have experienced in the lab. So that is the one reason that we found less power production when compared to the existing technology. But we are working on anti-foulant materials like FO membranes, and in that we can sort out that issue. So that work is going on. Yes. Yeah. Power production is slightly less because water recovery and fouling and all these things hamper the power production.
And you have the same machine.
Yes. Yes.
So, have you done the analysis of
Yes, membrane we have done the analysis. We saw various organic pollutants in that membrane. So definitely that is predominantly the organic as well as inorganic particles. I mean, inorganic means there is the ammonia will be the oxides of ammonia, you can say oxides of phosphate you can find, because membrane will allow only water flow and rest of the ions it will block. So it can have a tendency to start growing over this nucleations of this material over the membrane, and also we found some microbial growth. So because urine may have indigenous microorganisms, so we have seen microbial growth, and then urine has some hormones, so organic compounds. So that also we found here in the membrane. Yeah. Yes. Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Praveena, for the very informative session and giving prospective entrepreneurs in this field an insight into the sanitation domain. I would like to invite Ms. Chandashila to hand over the memento to Dr. Praveena. தற்பொழுது தன் முன்னுரையாற்றை திருமதி சாந்தசீலா அவர்களை அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறேன். திருமதி சாந்தசீலா அவர்கள் கோவை மண்டலத்தின் தொழில் மற்றும் வாணிகத்துறையின் கூட்டுறவு தொழில் அதிகாரியாக செயல்பட்டு வருகிறார். இதற்கு முன் அவர் இந்தியா தேயிலை கூட்டுறவு கட்டமைப்புடன் பணியாற்றியுள்ளார். உயிர்வேதியியல் துறையில் எம்ஃபில் பட்டம் பெற்ற இவர் கோவை அரசு தொழில்நுட்பக் கல்லூரியில் உதவி பேராசிரியராகவும் பாரதியார் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் உரையாளராகவும் பணியாற்றியுள்ளார். தாங்கள் இன்று இந்நிகழ்ச்சியில் எங்களுடன் இருப்பது மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. உங்கள் எண்ணங்களை எங்களுடன் பகிர்ந்து கொள்மாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கிறேன். It's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. Over to you.
and respected dignitaries, and then my dear participants. Good morning all. I am Shanta Sheila. I am from FAMTN. FAMTN is a facilitating MSMEs of Tamil Nadu. So before health and sanitation, I would like to say few points about our organization, because it's a new wing under the Department of Industries and Commerce. FAMTN வந்து இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து MTIP அப்படின்ற நேம்ல இருந்தது. It's MSME's Trade and Investment Promotion Bureau. So it was started in the year 2019. It's our team. Our managing director is Madam Siju Thomas Vaidyan, IAS, and our executive director Madam Grace Pachav, IAS, and our GM Mr. Shaktivel sir. And we have the governing body of the council. So in the governing body la vandu members yarella irukanga, the executive director and our Madam MD, and idhula vandu guidance of Tamil Nadu அந்த மேடம் இருக்காங்க. தென் அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எங்களுடைய MSME செக்ரட்டரி மிஸ்டர் அருண் ராய் IAS அவர்கள் இருக்காங்க. தென் வி ஹாவ் த பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் ஆஃப் தி மெம்பர்ஸ். இங்கே வந்து நிறைய ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸும் இருக்காங்க. யார் யார் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா FIO, Federation of Indian Export Organization, and CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, and then EEPC, Engineering Export Promotion Council, and TANSTIA. So in every quarter வந்து இந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த பாடி வந்து டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, என்ன மாதிரியான ஸ்கீம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து MSMEக்கு கொண்டுட்டு வரலாம். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ் வந்து இதில் போகும். ஸோ இதன் மூலமாக வந்து ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டது தான் இந்த FAMTN. FAMTN அப்படின்றது தோள் கொடுப்போம் தொழில்களுக்கு. இது வந்து ஆகஸ்ட் 26 அன்னைக்கு வந்து நம்மளுடைய ஹானரபிள் CM அவர்கள் வந்து திருப்பூரில் நடந்த மாநாட்டில் வந்து அறிவித்த ஒரு நியூஸ் விங்கு. ஸோ இதன் மூலமாக வந்து இன்றைக்கு வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய MSMEக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் நிறைய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் அண்ட் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன்ஸ் வந்து பண்ணிட்டு வரோம். ஸோ இதில் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் ட்ரேட் ப்ரமோஷன் அண்ட் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன்ஸ். ஸோ வி கிவ் த லிங்கேஜஸ் டு தி அப்ராட். இப்போ வந்து எப்படி வந்து ஃபாரினில் போயிட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ரமோஷன்ஸ் வந்து பண்ணலாம். தென் பையர் செல்லர் மீட்ஸ் வந்து கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுறது, தென் ஸ்டால்ஸ் வந்து ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப்பில் வந்து MSMEக்கு கொடுக்கறது. ஸோ இது மாதிரியான நிறைய ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன் ஒர்க்ஸ் வந்து போயிட்டுருக்கு. தென் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன்ஸ் ஃபார் MSME ஃபினான்சிங். ஸோ இந்த ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன் ஃபார் MSME ஃபினான்சிங் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் 2 நியூ ஸ்கீம்ஸ் வந்து இந்தியாவிலேயே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைமாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். த ஒன் ஆஃப் த ஸ்கீம் இஸ் தமிழ்நாடு கிரெடிட் கேரண்டி ஸ்கீம், அண்ட் அனதர் ஒன் ஸ்கீம் இஸ் தமிழ்நாடு ட்ரேட் ரிசீவபிள் அண்ட் டிஸ்கவுண்டிங் சிஸ்டம், TN TREDS. Then the next one is investment promotion and facilitations. ஸோ இதை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் கான்க்ளேவ் வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜனவரி 2023 நடக்க போகுது. ஸோ இதுக்கான ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் எல்லாமே இப்போ FAMTNல பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ நிறைய இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் கான்க்ளேவும் நம்ம வந்து கண்டக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் நாலேஜ் டிசமினேஷன். ஸோ இதை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நிறைய நாலேஜ் டிசமினேஷனுக்காக வெபினார்ஸ் அண்ட் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் நிறைய செமினார்ஸ் இது எல்லாமே வந்து MSMEக்காக இன்றைக்கு வந்து அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். Then services provided by us for you. அதாவது MSMEக்கு என்ன மாதிரியான சர்வீசஸ் எல்லாம் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, லிங்க்யூ பிராண்டிங் கன்சல்டன்ட்ஸ். இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்களுடைய ப்ராடக்டை வந்து பிராண்ட் பண்ணுறது அப்படின்றது ரொம்ப சேலஞ்சிங்காக இருக்குது. ஸோ அவங்களுக்காக வந்து பிராண்டிங் வந்து அவங்க ப்ராடக்டை வந்து எப்படி பண்ணுறது, அதற்காக வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்கீம்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப் பாலிசி வந்து FAMTNல இருக்குது. ஸோ இதன் மூலமாக ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 100 ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் வரைக்குமே வந்து ஃப்ரீயாக வந்து பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். தென் நிறைய வந்து நம்ம வந்து இப்போ மார்க்கெட்டிங் டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து MSMEக்கு கொடுக்குறோம். ஸோ அதில் த பெஸ்ட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஜெம் போர்ட்டல், தென் ஃப்ளிப்கார்ட், தென் அமேசான். ஸோ எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் மார்க்கெட்டிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸ் வந்து இன்றைக்கு வந்து MSMEக்கு தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் மூலமாக ஃப்ரீயாகவே ஆன்போர்டிங் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஃபினான்சிங் சர்வீஸ். ஸோ நான் முன்னாடி சொன்ன மாதிரி 2 இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ புதுசாக இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது போக இன் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி சென்டர். ஸோ எல்லா டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேயுமே தமிழ்நாடு முழுக்க இருக்கக்கூடிய டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி சென்டரில் வந்து மோர் தென் 15 கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் வந்து ஃபார் MSMEக்காக வந்து ரன் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். So single window clearance, it's a very important one for MSMEs. பிகாஸ் அவங்க வந்து ஒரு புது நியூ ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் வந்து நிறைய இருப்பீங்க. ஸோ புதுசாக ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா கிளியரன்சஸ் வாங்குறது வந்து இட்ஸ் வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட். ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து இந்த டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் யூஸ் பண்ணி யூ கேன் கெட் தி கிளியரன்சஸ் ஃப்ரம் வேரியஸ் கவர்மெண்ட் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் வெரி ஈஸியர் அண்ட் தென் ஃபாஸ்டர். ஸோ அதற்கான ஒரு டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் தான் சிங்கிள் விண்டோ போர்ட்டல். இட்ஸ் அ கம்பைன்ட் டிஜிட்டல் அப்ளிகேஷன். இதில் கொடுத்தா போதும், யூ கேன் கெட் த கிளியரன்ஸ் வெரி ஈஸி. தென் உதயம் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ இந்த பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்கள் அவாய்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா எம்எஸ்எம்இஸ் என்ன பண்ணணும்? உதயம் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணணும். தட்ஸ் ஆல். அவங்களுடைய டேர்ன் ஓவர் பெர் இயருக்கு வந்து 250 crore கீழே இருக்குது அப்படின்னா யூ ஆர் த எம்எஸ்எம்இஸ். ஸோ இந்த உதயம் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் வந்து நீங்கள் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா யூ கேன் கெட் த பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் தி தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட். த வேரியஸ் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் அதில் வந்து நீங்கள் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறதாகட்டும், இல்லை நீங்கள் வந்து பையர் செல்லர் மீட்டில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னாலும், பிராண்டிங் சர்வீஸ் வேணும், மார்க்கெட்டிங் லிங்கேஜ் வேணும். ஸோ இது மாதிரி எல்லா பெனிஃபிட்ஸுமே உதயம் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் மூலமாக ஈஸியாக வந்து உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். தென் எம்எஸ்எம்இ அவார்ட்ஸ். ஸோ இந்த எம்எஸ்எம்இ அவார்ட்ஸ் அப்படின்றது வந்து ஆண்டர்பிரனருடைய அந்த ஆக்டிவிட்டியை வந்து நம்ம என்கரேஜ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற நோக்கத்தில் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து எம்எஸ்எம்இ அவார்ட்ஸ் வந்து நம்மளுடைய ஸ்டேட்டில் வந்து கொடுத்துட்டு வரோம். ஸோ இந்த வேரியஸ் கேட்டகரிஸில் வந்து இன்றைக்கு அவார்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். தென் நான் முன்ன சொன்ன மாதிரி சிங்கிள் விண்டோ போர்ட்டல். ஸோ இந்த டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை யூஸ் பண்ணி நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய கிளியரன்சஸ் எல்லாம் ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக வந்து இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு வாங்கிக்கலாம். இதனுடைய போர்ட்டல் வெப்சைட் வந்து www.tnswp.com. இதுக்கு வந்து FAMTN என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா 10 ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் வந்து அப்பாயிண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஈச் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் வில் ஃபாலோ தி ஈச் லைன் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ அது மூலமாக வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபாஸ்டராக வந்து இந்த சிங்கிள் விண்டோ போர்ட்டலில் கிளியரன்சஸ் கிடைக்கும். தென் எம்எஸ்எம்இ சமாதான். இப்போ வந்து பையர்ஸ்ட்ட வந்து எம்எஸ்எம்இ செல்லர் வந்து திங்ஸ் எல்லாம் கொடுத்துட்டு பணம் கிடைக்காம ரொம்ப டிலேவாக வந்து அவங்க வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுடைய நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒர்க்கிங் கேபிட்டல் வந்து இதனால அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுது. ஸோ அந்த ப்ராப்ளத்தை வந்து ரெக்கவர் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக கவர்மெண்டால் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டது தான் எம்எஸ்எம்இ சமாதான். இது வந்து ரெக்கவரி ஆஃப் டிலேடு பேமெண்ட் அதுக்கான ஒரு போர்ட்டல். ஸோ இதை வந்து எம்எஸ்எம்இஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணி அவங்களுடைய பணம் வந்து பெறுறதை வந்து எளிமைப்படுத்திக்கலாம். இதற்கான எம்எஸ்எஃப்சி கவுன்சில் அப்படின்றது வந்து திருச்சி, சென்னை, மதுரை, கோவை 4 பிளேசஸில் வந்து இருக்குது. ஸோ பிஃபோர் த 15 days ஆஃப் எம்எஸ்எஃப்சி கவுன்சில் அவங்க வந்து அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா இந்த கவுன்சில் மூலமாக நடவடிக்கை எடுத்து அவங்களுக்கான அந்த பணத்தை வந்து பையர்ட்ட இருந்து வாங்கி தருவாங்க. தென் நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி தமிழ்நாடு கிரெடிட் கேரண்டி ஸ்கீம். இது வந்து கிரெடிட் கேரண்டி ஸ்கீம் அப்படின்றது வந்து இந்தியாவில் இருக்குது. பட் தமிழ்நாட்டில் முதல் முறையாக இந்த ஸ்கீமை வந்து இப்போ இந்தியாவிலேயே எங்கேயும் இல்லாதது இந்த நம்ம ஸ்டேட்டில் வந்து இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த ஸ்கீம் இப்போ ரொம்ப நல்லா வந்து செயல்பட்டுட்டு வருது. இதில் வந்து எல்லா மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் யூனிட்ஸுமே வந்து 2 crore வரைக்குமே வந்து வித்தவுட் எந்த ஒரு கொலாட்ரலுமே இல்லாமல் லோன் அவைல் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ பேஸ்டு ஆன் தேயர் கிரெடிட் ஸ்கோரிங் சிஸ்டம். ஸோ அது மூலமாக அவங்களுடைய கம்பெனிக்குன்னு ஒரு கிரெடிட் ஸ்கோரிங் வந்து இருக்கும். ஸோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி லோன் வந்து அவைல் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ லிமிட்டட் டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் ஒன்லி இது கொடுத்தாலே போதும். The next one is TREDS. இதுதான் இன்னைக்கு வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய டாக்காக இருக்குது. என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, இந்தியாவில் வந்து இப்போ TREDS அப்படின்றத வந்து இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாலும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைமாக வந்து தமிழ்நாடு ட்ரேட் ரிசீவபிள் அண்ட் டிஸ்கவுண்டிங் சிஸ்டம் அப்படின்ற இந்த டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இதில் வந்து பையர் என்டிட்டியை வந்து நம்ம ஆன்போர்ட் பண்ணிடுறோம். தென் செல்லராக எம்எஸ்எம்இயை வந்து ஆன்போர்ட் பண்ணுறோம். பேங்கர்ஸ் ஆல்சோ அதில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஸோ வித்தின் 48 ஹவர்ஸுக்குள்ளே நீங்கள் எவ்வளோ பொருளுக்கான டிரான்சாக்ஷன்ஸ் வந்து பண்ணியிருந்தாலும் அந்த பையர்கிட்ட இருந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து பணம் வந்து கிடைச்சிரும். ஸோ இதற்கான ஒரு டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் தான் இந்த TN TREDS அப்படின்றது. இதில் இப்போ தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லா முனிசிபல் கார்பரேஷன்ஸுமே ஆன்போர்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இப்போ எம்எஸ்எம்இ செல்லர் ஆன்போர்டிங் வந்து போயிட்டுருக்கு. தென் சம் ஆஃப் த இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ் வந்து அவங்களுடைய இன்வாய்ஸ் அப்லோட் பண்ணி இதில் வந்து டிரான்சாக்ஷனும் வந்து நடந்துட்டுருக்கு. இதுவும் வந்து நம்மளுடைய ஹனரபிள் சிஎம் வந்து திருப்பூரில் நடந்த ஒரு ஈவெண்ட்டில் வந்து இந்த புது ஸ்கீமை வந்து அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க. TN TREDS ஃபார் MSMEs. பிகாஸ் இந்த எம்எஸ்எம்இஸுக்கு வந்து பேமெண்ட் கிடைக்கிறதுல ரொம்ப பெண்டிங் ஆகுது. ஸோ ஃபார் எம்எஸ்எம்இ ஆக்ட் படி வந்து 45 டேஸ்க்குள்ளே பணம் கொடுக்கணும் பையர். பட் சம் பையர் ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் ஆர் பையர்ஸ் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா டேக் த மோர் டைம்ஸ். நிறைய நாள் எடுத்துடுறாங்க. ஸோ அதனால் வந்து அவங்களுடைய நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒர்க்கிங் கேபிட்டல் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகுது, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஆர்டர் எடுத்து அவங்களால பண்ண முடியறதில்ல. ஸோ இதற்கான ஒரு சொல்யூஷன் தான் இந்த டிஎன் த்ரெட்ஸ். விதின் 48 ஹவர்ஸுக்குள்ளே அந்த எம்எஸ்எம்இக்கு வந்து பணம் கிடைக்க வைக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ இது உண்மையிலேயே வந்து ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம். நிறைய வந்து இப்போ வந்து இதை எப்படி ஆன்போர்ட் பண்ணீங்க, இது ஒரு பெரிய சவால் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஆர்பிஐ கூட நம்மகிட்ட வந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் வந்து இன்றைக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப சிறப்பாக வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. தென் இட்ஸ் அ வெரி குட் ப்ரோக்ராம் எம்சிடிபி. இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மைக்ரோ கிளஸ்டர் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம். இந்த சேம் ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு 20 SPVs, ஸ்பெஷல் பர்பஸ் வெஹிக்கிள்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ அந்த மெம்பர்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒன்றா சேர்ந்து அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான காமன் ஃபெசிலிட்டி சென்டர், காமன் வேர்ஹவுஸ், காமன் கோடவுன்ஸ், ஸோ காமன் மெஷினரிஸ், இது மாதிரி எது வேணால் வந்து இந்த ஸ்கீமில் வந்து அங்கே அவைல் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 7.5 crore வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் கொடுக்குறாங்க. இது வந்து சென்ட்ரல் அண்ட் ஸ்டேட் ரெண்டு பேரும் சேர்ந்து பண்ணக்கூடிய ஸ்கீம். 90% வந்து கிராண்ட், 10% ஒன்லி அந்த எஸ்பிவியோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன். இட்ஸ் அ வெரி குட் ஸ்கீம். ஸோ இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம கோயம்புத்தூரில் இன்டகிரேட்டட் காயர் கிளஸ்டர் அப்படின்றது வந்து ரீசெண்டாக அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ண ஒரு கிளஸ்டர். தென் இப்போ நவ் வந்து த எக்ஸ்போர்ட் குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் அரைக்கா பிளேட் கிளஸ்டர் அது உருவாயிட்டு இருக்கு. தென் மில்லட் கிளஸ்டர். ஸோ இந்த ரெண்டுமே வந்து இப்போ ப்ராசஸில் இருக்கு. தென் செக்டர் டெஸ்க். இந்த FAMTN ஃபெசிலிட்டேட்டிங் எம்எஸ்எம்இஸ் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு அப்படின்றது எப்படி வந்து லார்ஜர் என்டர்பிரைசஸ்க்கு வந்து கைடன்ஸ் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணி ப்ரமோட் பண்ணி அவங்கள வந்து ஒரு வேர்ல்டு லெவலில் கொண்டுட்டு போகிறாங்களோ, ஸோ அதே மாதிரி FAMTN அப்படின்றது வந்து நம்மளுடைய எம்எஸ்எம்இயும் வந்து வேர்ல்டு லெவலில் வந்து ரீச் பண்ணணும், எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ரமோஷன் கொடுக்கணும், ட்ரேட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கொடுக்கணும். ஸோ இதற்கான ஒரு செக்டர் டெஸ்க்கை தான் உருவாக்கியிருக்காங்க. இதில் வந்து ஈச் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் வில் ஃபாலோ தி ஈச் செக்டர். ஃபுட் ப்ராசஸிங் அப்படின்னா வந்து இப்போ நான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன். இன் ஆல் ஓவர் தமிழ்நாடு வந்து ஃபுட் ப்ராசஸிங் யூனிட்ஸ் வந்து ஃபாலோ பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன், நியூ ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பாக இருந்தால் அவங்களுக்கு ஃபண்டிங் ஸ்கீம் ஆகட்டும், இல்லை அவங்களுக்கு வந்து டிஜிட்டல் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில் ஆன்போர்ட் ஆகி மார்க்கெட்டிங் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வேணும்னாலும் அதற்கான சர்வீசஸ். ஸோ இது மாதிரி வந்து அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான ரெக்யர்மெண்ட்ஸை வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து இன்றைக்கு பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். தென் கண்ட்ரி டெஸ்க். இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அசோசாம் சிங்கப்பூரோட வந்து நம்ம டைப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். தென் அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இந்தோ ஃப்ரெஞ்ச் சேம்பர் ஆஃப் காமர்ஸ், இந்தோ அமெரிக்கன் சேம்பர் ஆஃப் காமர்ஸ், ஸோ இது மாதிரி எல்லாரோடையுமே டைப் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து இப்போ நிறைய ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் வந்து FAMTNல கொடுத்து எம்எஸ்எம்இக்காக வந்து இன்றைக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். தென் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்பான்சர். இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக வந்து ஜனவரி மந்தில் வந்து இண்டஸ் ஃபுட் எக்ஸ்போ அப்படின்றது வந்து நடந்தது ஹைதராபாத்தில். ஸோ அதற்காக இன் ஆல் ஓவர் தமிழ்நாடு வந்து மோர் தென் 20 என்டர்பிரைசஸ் ஃபுட் செக்டார்லேருந்து நான் கூட்டிகிட்டு போயிருந்தேன். ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தென் வேரியஸ் கண்ட்ரீஸில் சிங்கப்பூர், கனடா, அமெரிக்கா, ஸோ இது மாதிரி நிறைய பையர்ஸ் வந்து கிடைச்சிருக்காங்க. இப்போ அவங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு கான்வர்சேஷன்ஸ் வந்து போயிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸோ இது மாதிரியான டைப்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம கொடுக்குறோம். ஸோ இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வேரியஸ் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் நம்ம என்ன பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க அப்படின்றது இது பிஃபோர் நடந்தது. பட் இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக வந்து கமிங் பிப்ரவரியில் வந்து எல்சினா எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் கான்க்ளேவ் வந்து சென்னையில் நடக்குது. அதுக்கும் வந்து FAMTN மூலமாக வந்து ஸ்டால்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப்பில் கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். இது எல்லாமே வந்து எம்எஸ்எம்இ அவங்களா போய் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா நிறைய அமௌண்ட் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கும். பட் கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து அவங்களுக்காக வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்காக இந்த ஸ்கீம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வச்சுருக்காங்க. தென் டிஐசியில் வந்து நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி நிறைய ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்குது. நியூ ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் கம் என்டர்பிரைஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீம் அண்ட் தென் UIEGP அண்ட் PMEGP, இது மாதிரியான ஸ்கீம்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து செல்ஃப் எம்ப்ளாய்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸ். இது வந்து ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் யார் வேணால் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 5 crore வரைக்குமே உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஃபண்டிங் சப்போர்ட் வந்து கிடைக்கும். தென் இது நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த மாதிரியான ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இப்போ எம்எஸ்எம்இஸ்க்கு வந்து கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். இண்டஸ்ட்ரி 4.0 பண்ணுறோம், எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ஒர்க் ஷாப்ஸ் வந்து நடத்திட்டு இருக்கோம். இன் டிஐசியில் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி சென்டரில் இன் எவ்ரி மந்த் வந்து எம்எஸ்எம்இக்காக வந்து வேரியஸ் டாபிக்ஸில் வந்து செமினார்ஸ், தென் அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான கைடன்ஸ் எல்லாமே கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ இதுதான் FAMTNோட லோகோ. இது மெயின் டார்கெட் வந்து growth ஆஃப் MSMEs. அதுவும் மெயினாக வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லா மாவட்டங்களையுமே உள்ளடக்கிய ஒரு வளர்ச்சியை கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்றதுக்கான லோகோ தான் இது. ஸோ இப்போ கம்மிங் 2023 ஒரு இன்வெஸ்டர் கான்க்ளேவ் பிளான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ இவங்க வந்து என்னோட GM யாராவது இதில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்ததுன்னா சாரோட நம்பர் எடுத்துகிட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து இதில் MOU பண்ணி இன்வெஸ்டிங் இதில் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ இது வரைக்கும் வந்து நான் வந்து உங்களுக்காக வந்து என்னோட ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் பற்றி சொன்னேன். ஸோ இப்போ வந்து நம்மளுடைய டாப்பிக்கு வந்து வரலாம், ஹெல்த் அண்ட் சானிடேஷன். ஸோ நான் ஒரு தமிழ் பேச்சாளர் பேசிக்கலி. ஸோ அதனால் வந்து உங்களுக்கு இப்போ ஒரு இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நீங்கள் கேட்ட டாப்பிக்கில் வந்து நிறைய நாலேஜ் கேதர் பண்ணியிருப்பீங்க. ஸோ இது வந்து ஓவராலாக ஒரு மிக்ஸ்டாக தமிழ் இலக்கியமாக உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கலான் இருக்கேன். தமிழ் பிடிக்கும்ல எல்லாருக்கும்? ஓகே. இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா என்னோட டாபிக் இப்போ ஹெல்த் அண்ட் சானிடேஷன். எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா? சத்தம் ரொம்ப கம்மியாக தான் வருது. நல்லா இருக்கீங்க. ஆமாம், ஏன்னா வந்து எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்குறது வந்து தமிழர்களுடைய மரபு. அப்படி நம்ம கேட்குற பட்சத்தில் வந்து நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லும்போது மனசுக்குள்ளே இருந்து ஏதோ சில நெருடலோட தான் சொல்லுவோம். ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு உள்ளபூர்வமான ஒரு வார்த்தை வந்து வராது. ஏன் தெரியுமா? நம்மளுடைய மனநலம், நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலம், இது எல்லாமே வந்து ஏதோ ஒரு விதத்தில் வந்து அஃபெக்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கும். நம்மளால வந்து சந்தோஷமா நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு வந்து சொல்ல முடியாது. ஸோ இதுக்கெல்லாம் காரணம் என்ன? எதனால வந்து நம்ம வந்து இதை சொல்றதுல வந்து சில தயக்கங்களை வந்து வச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம்? எப்படி வந்து நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலத்தையும் மன நலத்தையும் வந்து நம்ம நல்லா வந்து இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி கொண்டு வர்றது? அந்த காலத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டிப்புல் விளையாடுவாங்க, கோலி குண்டு விளையாடுவாங்க, கண்ணாமூச்சி விளையாடுவாங்க. இப்படி குழந்தைகள் வந்து கிராமங்களில் வந்து எல்லா விதமான விளையாட்டுகளுமே விளையாடுவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு உடற்பயிற்சியே தேவையில்லை. ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நிலைமை எப்படி இருக்கு? வீட்டுக்குள்ளேயே ஒரு புறா கூண்டு போல அவங்கள அடைச்சி வச்சிருக்கோம். அவங்க வந்து டிவி பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்காங்க. தென் செல்ஃபோனில் எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் வந்து கிரிக்கெட் விளையாடுறாங்க, இல்லை வேற கேம்ஸ் விளையாடுறாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுக்கான உடற்பயிற்சி எதுவுமே வந்து இல்லை. இதனால தான் குழந்தையில ஆரம்பித்து இன்றைக்கு பெரியவங்க வரைக்குமே வந்து நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலம் அப்படின்றது வந்து ரொம்பவே வந்து அஃபெக்ட் ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு. ஸோ இந்த ஆரோக்கியத்தை வந்து நம்ம மேம்படுத்துறதுக்கு வந்து என்னவெல்லாம் நம்ம செய்யலாம் கொஞ்சம் சிந்திச்சு பார்க்கலாம். அன்றைக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏதோ ஒரு காற்றில் நடந்து போயிட்டு இருந்தா கூட தண்ணிதாக எடுத்தா ஓடுற ஆற்றுல போய் அப்படியே அள்ளி குடிப்போம். எதனால? ஏன்னா மழை தண்ணியாகட்டும் ஆற்று தண்ணியாகட்டும் அந்த மலைகளில் இருந்து அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த மருத்துவ தாவரத்தோட கலந்து அது அந்த நீர் வந்து குளத்துக்கு வரும் பொழுது அத்துணை மருத்துவ குணங்களுமே நிறைஞ்சிருந்தது. அதை நம்ம குடிச்சோன்னா அது உடம்புக்கும் நல்லது. ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நிலைமை அப்படியா இருக்கு? தொழிற்சாலைகள் எல்லாருமே வந்து கவனமாக செயல்படுறாங்களா அப்படின்றது இல்லை. சில பிரச்சனைகளும் இருக்கத்தான் செய்யுது. அந்த கழிவுகள் எல்லாமே நீர்ல, குளங்கள்ல, ஆறுகள்ல கலந்துருது. ஸோ இதை வந்து நம்ம சரிப்படுத்தி இன்றைக்கு வந்து நம்ம சரியான முறையில் அந்த கழிவுகளை வெளியேற்றோமா, இதை வந்து நம்ம சிந்திக்கணும். மனிதவள குறியீட்டில் வந்து இந்தியா இன்றைக்கு எப்படி இருக்கு? 191 நாடுகளில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கு 129வது இடத்தை வந்து நம்ம வகிச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். காரணம் என்ன? நம்மளுடைய ஆரோக்கியம், கல்வி அனைத்திலையுமே வந்து இன்றைக்கு நம்ம என்ன ஒரு நிலைமையில வந்து வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கோம் அப்படின்றத பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் இந்த மனிதவள குறியீடு கிடைச்சிட்டு இருக்கு. இது எல்லாமே வந்து இன்றைக்கு குறைவா போயிட்டு இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொன்னா இதை சரிப்படுத்துறதுக்கு நம்ம என்ன செய்யணும்? நீங்க டாக்டர்கிட்ட எல்லாம் போக வேணாம். எங்கேயும் சரிப்படுத்த நம்மளுடைய ஹெல்த், நம்மளுடைய சுற்றுப்புறம் இதெல்லாம் சரிப்படுத்தணுமேனு எங்கேயும் போக வேண்டாம். நம்மளுடைய பழைய இலக்கியங்களை எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கனாலே தெரியும், பழைய நிலைமைக்கு நீங்க திரும்பி வந்துருவீங்க. திருமூலர் திருமந்திரத்துல ரொம்ப அருமையா சொல்லி இருப்பாரு, உடம்பை வளர்த்தேனே உயிர் வளர்த்தேனே அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாரு. எதற்காக? சாதாரணமா இருக்கிற நம்ம உடம்பை வந்து ஹெல்த்தியா வளர்க்கறது மட்டும் கிடையாது, இந்த உடம்புக்குள்ள குடியிருக்கிற கடவுள், அதாவது நம்மளுடைய மனது, அது சரியா இருக்கணும். அப்படி நம்ம சரிப்படுத்தி வளர்க்கக்கூடிய இந்த உடல் நலம் தான் நமக்கு வந்து சிறந்த ஒரு உடல் நலம். ஸோ இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த காலத்தில் மெஞ்ஞானிகள் எல்லாருமே வந்து நிறைய அறிவுரைகள் சொல்லி இருக்காங்க. அந்த மெஞ்ஞானிக்கெல்லாம் ஞானியா ஒருத்தர் இருந்தாரு. யாருன்னு தெரியுமா? வள்ளுவர். ஒன்றும் கிடையாது, அவருடைய 69வது அதிகாரத்துல மருந்துன்னு சொல்லி ஒரு 10 குறள் இருக்கு. அதை எடுத்து படிச்சு பாருங்க. கண்டிப்பா நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலத்தை நம்ம எப்படி வச்சுக்கணும், ஆரோக்கியம் எப்படி மேம்படும், இது எல்லாமே வந்து சிறப்பா அதுல இருக்கும். அதுல வள்ளுவர் என்னவெல்லாம் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு தெரியுமா? ஹெல்த் அண்ட் சானிடேஷன், சரியான அந்த 10 குறள்களுமே இதற்கு அப்படியே மேட்ச் ஆகும். எப்படி நம்ம ஒரு உணவை வந்து உண்ணணும், பசிக்குதே அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அளவுக்கு அதிகமா உண்ணறனால என்ன நடக்கும், எந்த நேரத்துல உணவை உண்ணணும், தண்ணீர் எப்படி குடிக்கணும், இப்படி ஒவ்வொன்றுக்குமே வந்து ஒரு அளவு இருக்கு. அளவுக்கு மீறினால் அமிர்தமும் நஞ்சுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்கல்ல, அதை ஃபாலோ பண்ற மாதிரி வள்ளுவர் சொன்ன குறள்கள் அத்துணையுமே நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலத்தை பாதுகாப்பதற்கான ஒரு கவசமா இருக்கும். மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உணின் அப்படின்ற குரல்ல ரொம்ப அருமையா வந்து அவர் அத்துணை வரிகளையுமே வந்து சொல்லியிருப்பாரு. இன்றைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலையில நம்மளுக்கு நமது உடலுக்கு ஓய்வில்லை, உறக்கம் இல்லை, தண்ணி குடிக்க நேரம் இல்லை, உட்கார நேரம் இல்லை, இப்படி ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். ஸோ இந்த ஒரு சூழ்நிலையில நம்ம உடல் நலத்தை பாதுகாப்பாகவும் சிறப்பாகவும் வச்சுக்கணும்னா நம்ம வந்து நமக்காக சிறிது நேரத்தை ஒதுக்கவும் தான் வேணும். இதையெல்லாம் பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் நம்ம சிறப்பாக வந்து இருக்க முடியும். இதற்காக வந்து விவேகானந்தர் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு, அதாவது ஒன்றுமே இல்லை, கீதை பற்றி உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் நம்மளால படிக்க முடியாது, கீதையெல்லாம் நிறைய இருக்கும். ஆனால் நீ கால்பந்து விளையாடி பாரு, உனக்கு கீதை எளிமையாக புரியும். இது விவேகானந்தர் சொன்ன வரிகள். அப்போ அந்த அளவுக்கு வந்து அந்த உடற்பயிற்சியில் அவ்வளோ வலிமை இருக்கு. அதனால நமக்குன்னு நம்ம ஹெல்த்தை பாதுகாக்கிறதுக்கு சிறிது நேரம் ஒதுக்கி உடற்பயிற்சியிலையும் உணவு உண்றதுலையும் எல்லாத்துலேயுமே வந்து கொஞ்சம் கான்சன்ட்ரேஷன் கொடுத்து நம்ம உடம்ப நம்ம பார்த்துக்கணும். இதில் இந்த வேலைக்கு போகிற பெண்கள் இது கண்டிப்பாக நம்ம பேச வேண்டிய ஒரு விஷயம். ஏன் அப்படின்னா, காலையில் எந்திரிச்சு கண்ணை கசக்கி கிச்சனுக்கு போய் காப்பியை கலக்கி தூங்கிட்டு இருக்க பிள்ளைய தட்டி எழுப்பி அப்படியே தூக்கி வச்சு தண்ணியை ஊற்றி இன்னொரு குழந்தை அங்கேருந்து கத்தும், ஐயோ என்னோட கண்ணாடியை காணோம், என்னோட பேனாவை காணோம். அந்த குழந்தைக்கு அதை ஹஸ்பண்டு வேணுங்கிறதெல்லாம் எடுத்து கொடுத்து அதுக்கப்புறம் பேருந்துல ஏறி முட்டி மோதி இடிபட்டு நசுங்கி அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆஃபீஸுக்கு வந்து அங்கே கொஞ்சம் ஃபைலை தூக்கி இங்கிட்டு போட்டு அங்கிட்டு போட்டு எங்கே அவங்களுக்கு டைம் இருக்கும்? அவங்க ஹெல்த்தையும் பார்த்துக்க முடியாது, தண்ணி குடிக்கவும் நேரம் இருக்காது, அதில் மேடம் சொன்ன மாதிரி பாத்ரூம் போக கூட டைம் இருக்காது. ஸோ இதில் என்ன யோசிப்பாங்க அப்படின்னா ஹைஜீன். ஏன்னா அங்கே ஆஃபீஸ் ஆகட்டும் இல்லை பொது இடமாகட்டும் பெண்களுக்கு வந்து தகுந்த ஒரு ஹைஜீனோட அந்த கழிப்பறைகள் எதுவுமே இருக்கிறதில்ல. ஸோ இதற்கு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? பொது கழிப்பறைகள் வந்து இன்னும் அதிக அளவில் மக்களுக்கு வந்து கட்டி கொடுக்கணும். அதை வந்து நம்ம வந்து எல்லாருமே யூஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு தூய்மையான ஒரு இதாக வந்து மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறதுக்கான நடவடிக்கைகள் எடுக்கணும். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம பண்ணினா மட்டும்தான் நம்மளுடைய ஆரோக்கியத்தை கொஞ்சமாவது நம்ம பாதுகாக்க முடியும். இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பழங்கள், கீரைகள், காய்கறிகள், உணவுகள் இதையெல்லாம் சேர்த்து நம்ம ஹெல்த்தை மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறது அப்படிங்கிறது நமக்கு தெரியும். காந்தி கூட ரொம்ப அருமையாக சொல்லுவார், அதாவது நீ ஒரு கொய்யா பழத்தை எடுத்து சாப்பிடணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அந்த கொய்யா பழத்தை அப்படியே சாப்பிடு, அந்த கொட்டையை முழுங்கிடுவ, அது உன் டைஜஷனுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை கடிச்சு சாப்பிடு, அது உன்னுடைய இதயத்திற்கு நல்ல ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். இப்படி அனைவருமே இலக்கியங்கள்லையும் நிறைய விஷயங்களை சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. கிராமங்கள்லையும் நிறைய தூய்மை, நல்ல காற்று, நல்ல இது எல்லாமே இருந்தது. ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நகரத்தில் நம்ம ரொம்ப கடினமான ஒரு வாழ்க்கை முறையை வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கனால நம்மளுடைய உடல் நலத்தை பாதுகாக்க முடியல. இப்போ இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் நம்ம எப்படி வந்து உடல் நலத்தை பாதுகாக்கலாம்? இதுக்கு ஏதாவது வழி இருக்கா அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக இருக்கு. இன்றைக்கு வந்து மில்லட் இயர் 2022 வந்து ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ வரைக்குமே வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மில்லட் இயர் வந்து ரொம்ப சிறப்பாக வந்து போயிட்டுருக்கு. நிறைய ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ இந்த மூலமாக வந்து சிறு தானியங்கள் எல்லாமே, அதாவது நம்மளுடைய பழைய வாழ்க்கை முறைக்கு திரும்புறது தான். இயற்கையோடு இயைந்த உணவு முறை, வாழ்க்கை முறை அத்துணையும் நம்ம மாற்றிக்கிட்டோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் நிச்சயமாக நம்மளுடைய ஹெல்த்தை வந்து நம்ம இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் நல்லா இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ண முடியும். இப்போ இதற்காக வந்து கவர்மெண்ட்டில் ஏதாவது ஹெல்த் திட்டங்கள் வந்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்களா அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்லேயும் நிறைய ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்குது. சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸும் இருக்குது. முத்துலட்சுமி ரெட்டியாருடைய மகப்பேறு நலத்திட்டம், ஸோ இதில் எல்லாம் நியூட்ரிஷன் கிட்டு வந்து இப்போ கொடுத்துட்ருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான சில திட்டங்கள் மூலமாகவும் பொது மக்களை வந்து எப்படி நம்ம வந்து கொஞ்சம் முன்னேற்றலாம் அப்படின்ற மாதிரியான ஆஸ்பெக்டில் வந்து நிறைய விஷயங்கள் வந்து நடந்துட்டுருக்கு. ஸோ முக்கியமாக வந்து இறுதியாக நான் சொல்லிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து என்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, நம்மளுடைய தொழிற்சாலைகளில் வந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணக்கூடிய லேபர்ஸ் அண்ட் அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லாருமே நம்ம வந்து நல்லா பார்த்துக்கணும். ஏன்னா வந்து ஆண்டர்பிரனர்ஸ், ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ், ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கக்கூடிய இண்டஸ்ட்ரி பீப்புள்ஸ் வந்து இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அவங்க வந்து இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கொஷிமாவில் வந்து லேபருக்கு வந்து ஹாஸ்டல் வந்து கட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ அங்கே அவங்களுக்கு நல்ல குடி தண்ணீர் கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து நிறைய வசதிகள் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஸோ இதே மாதிரி வந்து நீங்களும் அவங்களுக்கு தேவையான எல்லா வசதிகளையும் ஏற்படுத்தி தொழிற்சாலையை வந்து நல்லா தூய்மையாக வச்சுக்கணும். எப்படி நம்மளுடைய வீட்டில் வந்து நம்ம சுத்தமாக இருக்கணும் நம்ம வீடு அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறோமோ அதே மாதிரி நம்மளுடைய தெரு சுத்தமாக இருந்தால் மட்டும் போதும், நம்மளுடைய தேசமும் கண்டிப்பாக வந்து தூய்மையாக தான் இருக்கும். ஸோ அதனால வந்து என்ன வளம் இல்லை இந்த திருநாட்டில், ஏன் கையை ஏந்த வேண்டும் வெளிநாட்டில்னு சொல்லி ஆங்கிலேயர் வந்து அன்னைக்கு நம்மளை அடிமைப்படுத்தி வச்சிருந்தாங்க. இன்றைக்கும் நம்ம சில விஷயங்கள்ல அடிமையாக தான் இருக்கோம். என்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அன்னைக்கு பாசமாக பழைய சோறு சாப்பிட்டா கூட ஆரோக்கியமாக இருந்தோம். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு பசிக்கு பீஸா பர்கர் இந்த மாதிரி சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ இதையெல்லாம் மீட்டு நம்ம வந்து இயற்கையோடு இயைந்த ஒரு வாழ்க்கை முறையை வந்து கடைபிடித்து நம்ம ஆரோக்கியத்தை வந்து மேம்படுத்திக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்தமைக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகின்றேன். நன்றி.
Thank you, Ms. Chandashila, for the talk on MSME viewpoint. I invite Ms. Anuradha Shankar to hand over the memento to Ms. Chandashila. We would like to start with our first panel discussion of the day. Our panel will be discussing the challenges and solutions in domestic hygiene, toilets and household systems. Our panelists are Mr. Pratim Roy, Dr. B. Krishnamurthy and Professor G.L. Satyamurthy. Mr. Pratim Roy is the founder director of Keystone Foundation. He is an experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in non-profit organization management industry. He is a professional skilled in environmental awareness, climate change, teaching and environmental impact assessment. Negotiation, advocacy and environmental diplomacy are his key areas. He works with multidisciplinary teams in the areas of conservation, livelihoods, enterprise and governance, especially in mountain ecosystems. Economics, ecology, connection and tensions excite him. It's a pleasure to welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. B. Krishnamurthy. He has a professional experience of 41 years covering government, public and private sectors. He was Global Vice President and Center Head at Wipro Technologies in Hyderabad. He is a certified change management professional. Dr. Krishnamurthy has designed and delivered engagements involving strategy formulation, change management and organization development. He has been a mentor for several startups. He designed and delivered e-governance programs across 18 states. He was chief consultant for designing 3 organizations in the new state of Andhra Pradesh. He was the recipient of Hindu Hitachi Scholarship and he has won IT Professional of the Year 2008 award from Hyderabad Management Association. It's a delight to welcome you, sir. And we have Professor G.L. Satyamurthy. Professor Satyamurthy is presently working as Professor in Civil Engineering Department at Kumaraguru College of Engineering, Coimbatore, and he has an industrial exposure of 12 years. He holds a bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering from Madras University, master's degree in Environmental Engineering from Bardiyar University. He has his doctorate in Philosophy in Civil Engineering from Anna University. His interest areas are advanced industrial wastewater treatment, municipal solid waste management, environmental impact assessment and low-cost energy production. In his professional career, he has completed an Indo-French collaborative research project on optimization of fixed bed reactors and played a major role in executing a sequential batch reactors technology-based wastewater treatment plant in KCT campus. A very warm welcome to you, sir. The panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Praveen Govind of Tekin of IIT Palakkad. He has a doctorate in bioengineering and experience in managing incubation and innovation ecosystem. Requesting the panelist and Dr. Praveen to come up on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, all. So we are moving ahead with our panel discussion. First panel discussion. Cleanliness and hygiene are absolute necessities for the well-being of a healthy society. Negligence in our personal and domestic hygiene can result in community outspread and infectious diseases. In many civic societies, poor hygiene is deemed as an objectionable offense. Contrary to the common belief, hygiene is not just restricted to the personal cleanliness, but it also extends to the domestic, professional, and civic health of the society. With the increased risk of humans undergoing the current pandemic age, so it has become an utmost importance to stay hygienic and also to adapt new sanitation concepts and practices in our daily lives. Thanks to COVID-19, so as it is easier nowadays to advocate about the importance of hygiene and for the well-being of our present and future generations. But while considering the toilet systems and the sanitation systems that we are installing in our homes and the households, we are considering more on the aesthetics and the front-end aspects rather than paving less interest or less considerations for the back-end treatment and the other modalities. So with these aspects, can we initiate our panel discussions in today's morning? So I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists to open up the discussions with their opening thoughts of about 1 to 2 minutes, then followed our deliberations, please. Can we start with Sri Pratim Roy to initiate the opening thoughts, please?
Thank you, Praveen, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. I think the whole topic of health and sanitation, after listening to so many very experienced speakers, very inspiring speakers today, I'd like to take you back to the work that we do in the Nilgiris for the last 30 years, Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, with marginalized communities. So what we see as an urban issue, mainly sanitation and health, because we are so focused on the urban, we often miss out what's happening in the rural areas. So open defecation traditionally has been the norm in the rural areas. And gradually over time, we are looking at something called the hill sanitation. Because in the hills, as you know, somebody's place of passing urine or feces is the next person's drinking water source just down below, unlike the plains. So we have to be able to very creatively look at systems by which this contamination doesn't happen, which is very, very rampant. So in all our tests, we have seen the coliform that we see from the waterborne diseases is extremely high. And people have serious illnesses and sometimes deaths also in the tribal villages till today. You would also notice that a lot of stunting, a lot of unhealthy kind of body is there in rural areas, primarily for these kind of reasons. What we are trying, and we are trying to do this work with Tekin team, Dr. Anuradha's team, and we have been doing some work before where we are looking at community toilets, we are looking at individual toilets, we are looking at how safely these things can be managed and what kind of awareness is there. See, the other issue that we have today in the Nilgiris is something which I have not heard till today, till now in the morning, is the people there have to also manage a lot of wildlife issues. And that goes very closely with sanitation and health and hygiene. So most of the open defecation that people do attracts a lot of wild animals. There's a lot of human wildlife conflict because of that. A lot of areas where waste is found, you find a lot of animals hanging around there. So the incidences of human wildlife conflict in and around rural, urban, peri-urban areas has increased dramatically, a lot. Earlier, maybe the concentration of population were less or the animal population was less, you didn't see that. You see this as a huge problem. The concept of health and sanitation with rural people, with tribal people, is definitely very different than what perception we have. We need to understand that very clearly. What we consider as clean, what we consider as neat, their consideration and their perception is very different. And we have to be able to appreciate that. We should not look at them as the lens that this is not clean or this is the way it should be. No. Because they live in a completely a different ecosystem totally. But that doesn't mean that the way they are living, it can't be changed. So we have tried over 30 years several interventions and awareness. Areas where we looked at housing, we looked at water systems, we looked at toilets, we looked at overall well-being, as we would say. So this is a long road. It's not something which happens very short. It takes time. And you have, strangely, in tribal people, a tendency even today, we have seen it even sometimes last week, when somebody is ill and somebody has a serious disease and apparently the person is going to die, but that apparent, it can be from 6 months to 1 year or what, the community is not very often will do anything to that person. It's almost like an animal. They will let the person fade away. So then we start to kind of try and kick in, bring in the person to the hospital and try and do something. Because we feel this is not the way to live. So these are all the challenges of the communities, of the perceptions, of the traditions, which we need to understand for our health and sanitation strategies in mountain and tribal areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opening thoughts, Pratim. So, as we move ahead, can Professor Satyamurthy initiate the opening thoughts?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, thanks to all the organizing team for nicely organizing the session. I believe, sir, because I worked in the wastewater treatment as well as maybe in the hygiene maintenance of an institution. What we really face the challenges, sir, the post the maintenance, the O&M part, we have to give serious thought while preparing the project plan itself, because there we are facing plenty of challenges, because sometimes the recurring cost, even it is when it is not properly planned, it is becoming unimaginable. That is the area where we have to give some focus in order to avoid this the issues as what are all it is popping up today. That is one thing. That is why I strongly advocate even the customized or tailor-made hygiene audit proposal should be put into place, so that we can able to avoid this type of challenges, maybe in the not only in household, some of the community and institutional areas where many people gather together and there they use the common facilities. That is what I personally believe. Anyhow, further some more discussion we will discuss how it can be brought into the grassroots level. Please, sir.
Requesting Dr. BKN to initiate the opening thoughts.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thanks a lot for getting me here. And it has been a very enriching session for me personally in this area. And thanks to Tekin and Dr. Anuradha specifically. Yeah, on this front, a lot has been talked already. But what I feel is sometimes, this has been a topic which we were avoiding in public dialogues. We were not at all talking about this in public. But now last 5-7 years, I think this has opened up. And I've been part of several discussions where I'd been a jury to evaluate startups. And I saw a lot of people around the globe have been coming up with ideas like this. But what is happening is they are all in bits and pieces all over the place. We have to bring them together. Even in India, when she was talking, the doctor was talking about the research, she said, we are doing this in Palkad, somebody else is doing in IIT Chennai. And then, I know there are at least half a dozen places where they are working on this kind of ideas. I think GSCOE should bring them all together and bind them together in such a way that first thing is duplication is avoided. Second, get the most optimized solution which can be kind of propagated in mass. That is the first thought I have. The second thought is involve the target community. As he was talking about tribal areas and rural areas, people, whatever we are doing, sitting in a room like this, in a conference room like this, just doesn't reach the common man. Unless otherwise they are part of this and they know why they want it, why this is required. That is not going to happen. So I feel these two are very key things in our effort to doing all this. Otherwise, this will end up as a conference and nicely talked and all of us have come together. That's it.
Thank you, sir. To talk a bit more about your activities relating to Keystone and outreaching to the community, especially the tribal community, with this innovation and hygiene practices. So can you please say what are the key challenges that you have faced in NGO perspective when you are outreaching about this particular causes?
One thing I feel what we have seen over the last 3 decades of our work that's still continuing is, and this is like a problem which the implementers have not been able to solve. So the communities are looking for a certain way of doing things, be it a toilet, be it a house, be it a drying yard, be it a space that they live and they grow. That particular thought is not being converted or understood or appreciated by the decision maker. So the government comes with very, very fixed designs, fixed allocations. The contractors who are involved in making sure that project is implemented, they don't care about the tribal people, they don't care about the poor people there. They are ready to make their money. So the work of 3 houses, they can make it in 1.5, it can be all right. So, and that is more and more, I feel that needs to stop. With the digital technology, with transparency, with accountability, with last mile connectivity, one should be able to stop this thing totally. So even latrines that are being made, none of them are ever used. There's no water supply to those latrines. First of all, they don't have drinking water in their houses. Where will they get water for their latrines? So we have to think very creatively, innovatively, how do they live? What kind of practices do they do? In that context, bring innovations in. And that is what needs to be done, and that is still missing. I think Tekin with the Anuradha on the lead, this is something with Keystone we can definitely try, and we are already trying to do with Nirgand and other organizations. I think there lies a big potential, not only in the mountains, I would say even in the plains. We have a project going on in Coimbatore in Perinayakan which is a fecal sludge treatment plant. We work on the value chain of sanitation there with slum people. There also we have a lot of challenges, but some successes we have seen. That the truck operators, they are coming with their sludge. The thing is working. They have expanded the capacity. Anybody can go and have a look at that place. It's in Perinayakan. So some progresses are there, but I think primarily we have to be getting back to the drawing board as to why things have not worked. I think the business as usual, and we know all the tricks of how not to make things work. That we have got PhDs in that. You give a problem, how not to do it. They know everything under the sky, and those are really innovative solutions. How this will not work, how that will fit, how this will break after 50 days. Immediately one more money will come. It will not work. And mind you, the community people and the villager, they understand this thing exactly. So they know some things will come, it will not work. They'll adapt that. So we have seen latrines and houses being used as storage spaces or as animal shelters. Donkeys and mules are kept in that, or some other adaptation. So we have to be able to look into that very, very honestly and strictly. Thank you.
As you rightly pointed out, we have visited some of those unused sanitation areas then during our field visit with Kotagiri also. So, Professor Satyamurthy, so as you commented about the hygiene audit that you have mentioned, so some of the new innovations in that regard, if we are reaching in on-site and relating to community sanitation, can you please share how this can be effectively done, that hygiene audit or sanitation audit?
Yes. So thank you very much, because why I strongly advocate this hygiene and sanitation audit is an important one. Sometimes we give a serious thought for our regular business, but we are rightly told by elders, we forgot the hidden things that are available. So for that, even there were days, people very reluctant to talk about that, even hesitant to talk about that, but the days are gone away. People are talking about that nowadays. For that, plenty of work done by the seniors to bring it to the limelight. My idea is, how we can bring it in the sense at every quarter, maybe in the wards we have to implement this hygiene audit. Even though it is, I'm not telling it is not happening, sir, but bits and parcel it is happening, but it has to brought under one chain of loop. Then only, like how we said, our the doctor said, the one QR code is there that will we can give. So that may be one sort of the solution, but my interest is, we have to, in every wards of the Coimbatore or every institutions in Coimbatore, at least, we have to bring this hygiene audit, whether what is the challenge they face, because at ground level, all those things we have to bring it. Then somewhere we have to do the data analytics, and then the paramount challenges to be addressed, and we have to give these challenges to the institutions where innovations are going on. Like that, the everywhere we have to connect the loop. Thereby, we can able to solve the issues. So that is one thing. For the institutions, I strongly believe every 3 months with the due protocols and with due respect, the hygiene audit must be conducted, and it should be seriously viewed by the management authorities. Wherever the lapse is there, it must be taken seriously. That is my maybe opinion with respect to the institution. I am talking about institution, it doesn't mean only the college, but the organization where more than 100 people are working. There we have to give serious thought, and then because if health and hygiene is compromised, then the business, everything will goes down. That is what the understanding. Again, one more area where we can avoid this type of challenges, I personally believe, is consistently giving the awareness, because the things are keep changing according to the new changes. So whatever it is happening, how this, because the COVID protocols made us to learn many things, and it has made the part of our regular activities also. Like that, whenever the new things or maybe the challenges are coming up, based on that, how we somewhere else good practices, maybe the best practices, it could be adopted from that to here. Like that, somewhere the awareness to be consistently given. For that, nowadays, even companies, everybody, they appoint one environmental engineer to take care of all those things. But we have to ensure that whether these things are regularly happening. That is what, my interest. Coming on to the, especially the girl gender and women gender, Again, still using of sanitary napkins and disposing it, it is becoming a problem. That is why what we do is, as soon as the first year students get in, especially girls, so we will tell them what is the importance and where the machines are kept, where you can take it, and then how you can safely dispose it, how we do the safe collection and disposal, everything to them, because we instill hope in their mind that we are taking care of their maybe health and hygiene. This type of activity should be conducted regularly to avoid the challenges. That is what I personally believe. But anyhow, customizing to the need, it will become somewhat difficult. But somehow we start means definitely we can able to see the changes. Please.
Great. So Dr. BKM, so you are also dealing with business consultancy, business related innovation promotion and such kind of activities. So can you please share your experience, how you have enabled the MSME promotion and the startup innovation ecosystem through your business ecosystem? So with your connects and peers.
Okay. See, for any startup, one of the basic enabler is the potential business. Okay. So if you look at this health and sanitation as the startup here and then looking at the potential business opportunity, as per some statistics, I think the coverage, national coverage is only 40%. So there is a 60% unattended sanitation and health and sanitation coverage in the national level, at the country level. And if you look at some statistics from the World Health Organization, as per the as per the records last month, 1.7 billion households do not have health and sanitation facilities. So this is actually going to be a huge opportunity. From the pure business perspective, this makes business sense. What we call it as, whenever you do any analysis, is there a business opportunity? So there is a huge opportunity. So when you look at this opportunity and you break it down into multiple elements, which I think Dr. Anuradha's slide was talking about, he talks about water, it talks about waste disposal, solid waste management, it has a whole lot of things. There were about 5-7 elements there. And each of them, somebody can do innovation, each of them, somebody can come up with a product or a solution, which will again become a business. It doesn't have to be only toilet, it doesn't have to be only this or that. It can be in multiple different fashions. So from the point of view of enablers, this is a huge opportunity. This is the solid, tangible benefit, I can call it. Looking at the intangible benefits, we are talking about our livelihood. In fact, in the livelihood, sustainability and our survival in the planet, we are actually spoiling the planet. We are seeing the effect of it already. During this month, we are not supposed to have rains. Okay, but we are having rains. Last night it rained. Okay. And there are floods in places where there was no rain, and there are snowfalls in places. So we have created enough damage to that. So this will arrest the damage, at least if not now, maybe 50, 100 years later it will arrest this. The third one is our own safeguarding the planet and passing it on to the posterity, right? That is also our responsibility. We can't spoil it. This planet is not only for man. So we have to look at it a little more wider than that. So these would be, I would say, they are the enablers for looking at this as an opportunity to do something which we can do right away. Thank you.
So when we are working with social impact sectors, can you propose an ideal business model to address with that?
Yeah. See, when you look at it, when you look at the business model, we can have multiple options actually. We can look at it as a product model. Whatever we do, we can sell it as a product. There is a buyer, there is a seller, and you give away the product. So when you do this product model, there is going to be only one exchange of money, and then there is going to be operation and maintenance, as Professor Satyamurthy was telling. So we need to take care of that. So that model has been working all along, but that is also going down. In fact, that's not the interest today. Today people are using this higher model, pay as you use model. Right? So that model also can be there. So whatever product or service we develop as part of this exercise, that can be given to people as a pay per use model. And in case of technical solutions, like what Dr. Praveena was talking about, there can be a technology transfer. It doesn't have to be made by IIT Palkad. IIT Palkad or IIT Chennai, any one of them can actually sell the technology, making it available for anybody to use it by paying a royalty or something like that. So there will be multiple models in this field. One will be product model, the second will be service model, third will be pay per use model, and then the fourth will be your patenting and then giving away the technology to the users, to the manufacturers. But in all this, I would say that we need to involve the target group as a major stakeholder who has something to say in it. Actually, that is where it will help.
Pratim can comment about your experience with Last Forest Enterprise in such kind of business model that you have developed with Keystone.
I was going to, during lunchtime, talk to our facilitation and MSME madam, Shanta Sheila. Because you see, Last Forest Enterprises is registered under the MSME also. And we basically, what we do is what products the tribal people produce, or what products NGOs across the countries and community-based organizations produce, we find a market and we sell it. And it's available now also on the net. It's called lastforest.in. The challenges that we have a lot is definitely the COVID was a big challenge, and things have not kind of picked up. After that, gradually it's picking up. Even for the export, the kind of rules and regulations that we face, it's not easy for a business to kind of, get things going, practically speaking. So it will be good to have a separate conversation with you, and we can discuss how we surmount these problems. But I would say the enterprise path is definitely a very promising path, because not-for-profits depend completely on donors, depend on CSR, depend on government money, and not every time things are working out the way we would like to be. So the market enterprise in terms of Last Forest, it's doing well. It's actually going to be from a loss stage, it's going to kind of break even now. It was making a profit earlier, but with COVID we made losses, and now again by March end we should be able to come into a no profit, no loss kind of thing. But we feel that there's a lot of support that is possible, and there are some very good officers like Arun Roy and all these people are very good officers who can do it. But we as entrepreneurs on the ground, we have not been able to tap completely the structure and the business what the government intends. They have good intentions, but at the field level, at the market level, at the ground level, we have not been able to leverage these two. We are not speaking the same language. I think that's where a big challenge lies.
So Professor Satyamurthy,
Yes,
being from a technical background also, so what would be the future of the on-site sanitation solutions? Something has demonstrated as reinvented technologies.
Yes, sir.
So rather than going for the big STP plants and community-based treatment solutions, what will be the future of the on-site sanitation solutions or technologies related to that?
Thank you, sir. First one, as rightly told by, our the corporation, Dr. Sari said, decentralization is one of the almost the good opportunity. So definitely, nowadays people working on, instead of talking about centralized plan, people are talking about decentralized approach. That could be the, definitely, we can see many decentralized the plans with respect to the wastewater treatment even. Again, some things, the O&M challenges, it can be nullified by making stakeholders as the partner. So many of the village toilets, what generally when we visit for camps and all, we see that the village people, they themselves maintain by paying a nominal maybe monthly salary for keeping it clean for a person who belongs to that area. Like that, we can, that is why I told you, whenever we go for the project plan, the integrated project plan must be prepared, and then it has to be put in place before we get the approval. That is what the stakeholders approach. Again, the triple P model, of course, somewhere, somehow it is implemented, but nevertheless, it has to take its own highest achievement. But triple P model, definitely, it is supposed to be one of the viable model where people-driven model. Why smart city is famous? Because of the people-driven model. That is what I personally believe. Again, we too involved in the funding and taking care of some of the village development activities. The CSR, the funding, it must be audited, and then it must be utilized for the benefit of even the maintenance part. So that is very important, because where we face major challenges, to meet out the recurring costs. So for that, we need to have the CSR funding. For that, even I profusely request our the FEME madam also to add one of the topmost CSR done, maybe in awards, everything, or the NGO, whoever. Anyhow, you have your own policy in place, but nevertheless, you can give it as an idea to the authorities. That is what my interest, ma'am. And then adaptation, nowadays many institutions and even the leaders like even cricketer Sachin, everybody they adopt village and do the wonderful business. Like that, the adaptation, it has not come out that much a bigger way, even though it has happened somewhere, but it has to be taken. So that is what maybe that is also one of the changeover we can able to see, because many individuals now they are ready to adopt and then do some good work for the benefit of then as everyone talks about in all these aspects we need to bring the IoT applications, because then only what we talk about hygiene audit, everything will maybe in good, or else every time going and checking, and it will be somewhat very difficult. Once you go there, then you integrate everything by sitting in one office. We have to see that the things are in place. In a way, we have to take over. Definitely, in the recent past, the way we are moving in the communication sector, definitely IoT will be in place in many of the on-site sanitation programs. Again, to close the loop of the hygiene audit, we have to have some questionnaires. First, the top-level management, the will should be created in their minds. Second, we have to have a designated team. That is what, one environmental engineer, even I request authorities, government officials to make an ordinance that every institution or every working group having more than 100 people, they should have one environmental person to bring all the land, air and water related activities. That is one thing, sir. Then we have to go for last time, even good institutions, they are falling short in creating the infrastructure facilities. We made a audit how many urinals and how many toilets are available. We find that we need to do more for the benefit of because the very less interval times or maybe the gaps are given. That time to use, we have to put at least 10 to 20% extra. That is what the survey we did, maybe to improve our own the institutional things. That is why there are many organizations. There is no, according to the national building code, there is no the urinals and toilets are in place, that we have to enhance. That also may be clearly visible when we do the hygiene audit regularly. And many one of our while talking, sir told about vandalism. That is also where we have to give awareness. Even breaking toilets, even replacing once in 5 years the existing toilet must be done, sir, because that is also, it will improve our hygiene practice. Again, these things are, we have to put it in a flow chart like diagram, and it should be visible in all places of our campuses. So that is what, any best practices, how we are telling, these are all best practices. Like that, the hygiene audit practices must be put in and flow chart loop, and whatever we do in order to improve the hygiene, it has to be brought in that, and then it should be made as visible in many of the places where more people are laundering. So this is the way, we can take steps and then avoid some of the key challenges that we regularly face in the cleanliness programs. But anyhow, these are all some of the thoughts. The plenty of things to go. By starting one by one, we can able to improve, sir. That is what my perception.
Yes, sir. As you rightly pointed out, the sanitation coverage of the country is still very much black and gray area is still the 60% of still the sector is unmet. So as an academic point of view, do you have any advices for the young budding students to take up that sanitation is not at all a kind of bad area to invest with or bad area to innovate with? So is there a kind of advice that you can give to the especially environmental engineering graduates to take up their innovation thoughts to a startup or MSME idea? So can you share a few thoughts of that aspect?
Yes, sir. Nowadays, especially the young researchers, they they're very reluctant to touch upon the gray areas, especially like how Madam Prabhaav said, human urine, people are very hesitant to talk about, even open defecation, again using of night soil matter, like this, these are all, the regular part of our regular, maybe the activities. People are very reluctant to do some activities in that. Even when we did our project, going to slaughterhouse, we felt, it was the grave offense. That is what we told, not to go inside. But nowadays it has become the usual habit, sir, because that is why, I told you the strong awareness, because there are plenty of areas, still it is not even open for research, but we have to open for that. That is what number one. Again, good startups, the vending machines, not only napkins, sir, again even low-cost incinerators. It is one of the even why people are hesitant to throw or maybe dispose it. There is no incinerators available maybe in the toilet. If it is available, they can proudly incinerate it. There is no problem. So that is why because the tendency is when you come out of from toilet, your inner thing should not visible to others. That is what the tendency of human being. To avoid that, when the things are in place, people they will use it and then they will proudly do the things. That is what second thing. Again, third thing, maybe some of the regular, for example, NPK matters and all, people are not touching, and even biogas, even septic tank gas, they are not doing. Some sort of new innovations the youngsters should think about, where very very less amount of research and the focus is given. That should be the research area, because somebody have to do the research. Even though if you end up in wrong also, no need to worry, because wrong messages will give right message to the person not to involve in further thing. That is what very important. And the final thing, they should have the clear maybe understanding about what is hygiene, and there's a thin line of margin that is available. When it is not properly taken care, it will go to the negative system. That is what they have to understand, and they have to sensitize these type of things to the juniors. So definitely the startups are there, sir, but anyhow it has to be customized to the requirement. But at present, the whole student community, they can support in the sense by doing some good work, as well as creating some good product. In a way, of course, they can support to bring it to the level of patenting and then bring it to the reality, sir. That is what my understanding. And definitely when we are working on the alignment, it could be better one. So my request is, immediately when you go to the institution, please think of creating one good loop for the benefit of hygiene audit.
So Dr. BKM, in this ecosystem at least, how receptive are these MSMEs at least, or entrepreneurs as broader sense, to receive this kind of technologies that are transferring from academic institution to go away with their business loop? So how big is the ecosystem, or how receptive they are?
Okay. See, MSME will be receptive to any technology as long as it is giving a good business sense for them. As long as they are able to make money, they should be ready to do that. And I'm saying this from my experience of working in CDOT, where CDOT was the first company to transfer telecom technology to multiple licensees. At one point in time, we had 56 licensees across the country. And I was heading the technology transfer division when I left from CDOT. So the loop has to be closed. So let me explain what that means. So when the telecom technology was developed as a product and it was going to be given to multiple people, 2-3 things happened. One is the vendor development for all components has to be done. So the MSME who is going to take the technology should not be going from pillar to post for getting the components. So the component development has to be done. Number 2, documentation has to be done and training has to be done. Because I am developing the product, I know the product upside down. But if somebody else is going to make that product and then sell it to somebody else, they should know the product as well as I know, if not at least better than that. So there has to be a good documentation for production as well as for maintenance. And there should be training program which will help them to understand how the product works and why the product is designed that way. So the second one will be the documentation and training. Third one will be hand-holding. This hand-holding has been done by ISRO. ISRO has been doing a lot of this development of ancillaries, and they were doing one-on-one. I mean, he is there, I am there. Once he calls me, I will go there to him. Or when I call him, he will be there. But when you do technology transfer to multiple MSMEs, they are going to be spread all over the place. And they need to be able to do it by themselves. So we should give them the hand-holding initial period and allow them to do subsequently. So to me, it looks like the key enablers for MSMEs to be receptive for technology transfer are, one is creating the marketplace, which means where is the marketplace? In our case, in telecom, we were able to tie up with BSNL. At that time, it was BSNL. They were buying the telecom equipment, so we worked with the government to place the order on those licensees. Who are the providers of that here? So when you look at the buyers for this, broadly it goes to NGOs. The second one will be the CSR funding from corporates. And the third one is self-help groups in developed communities. And then the fourth one will be the HNIs, the high net worth individuals who are ready to fund some villages, adopting some village and things like that. So we have to line up these kind of target buyers. So in this case, there is a technology unit, there is a technology buyer, there is going to be a user, and there is going to be a funder. The investor, it's not an investor from the point of view of entrepreneurship. These are the funding agencies, the CSRs and CSR funds from companies as well as the NGOs who are funding them. So tie them up and then create that loop. So that, and this will be different in different regions of the country. What works in Rajasthan will not work in Kerala. What works in Kerala will not work in Pondicherry. So we have to create an ecosystem of people who will work on this and then try to spread it across. And what model works in Kerala will not work in Rajasthan or maybe Chhattisgarh. Okay, so we need to evolve different models of engagement at different places. And this requires an overall correlation of all these points and then being involved in that. So then it will work. And again, madam is not there. If they are able to pull the strings together, okay, at least create some working model in Tamil Nadu. This will be adopted in Andhra or Telangana. Okay, so some state has to start the ball rolling, then it will work.
Great. So before we conclude, can we take up a couple of questions from the audience? If you have anything pertaining to ask with the panelists. Yes, so as the esteemed panelists have said rightly that we must create the demand and the dignity at the most for improving the sanitation services among the users and workers altogether. So as a civic society, we believe that the commitment is up to us for promoting and preaching also, promoting and preaching the good sanitation services and behaviors among the peoples around us. So we must work on the aspects creating all the possibilities for accessing more usage to the latrines, that is functional latrines per se, and sanitation services in the real working modality, and institutionalizing such good governance and management and maintenance of this systems that is erected in especially remote areas. That is also the focus of the innovation thinkers and the MSMEs and startups who are working for, not only erecting but also service and maintenance of that thing. So with this critical points, I think that we can conclude this first panel discussion here, and would like to thank all the panelists and the audience to join over here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, madam. Madam, yes, madam. Right now, with respect to our institution, I'm giving you the example, ma'am. We went on to the Assessment Accreditation Council. That there one loop, they say they have to submit the environmental audit as well as the green audit and this type of the waste audit. Whatever we do with the external agency, not with internal agency. Even though our sister concerns, sister groups are there, they have a system of the questionnaires we have to fill, and then we have to submit the questionnaires to them. Then the authorities will come and see whatever you told is real or not. They give the clear writings, so that based on that we may get the marks which will be supporting us to move forward in the rankings, madam. That is what it has happened. There, likewise, models are available in the form of questionnaires, madam. But where the dilution comes into picture in the sense, when we are doing it by our own people, it has to be, third party should come and do it. If for my home, if I do it, I'll compromise. That is what, these things are happening. That is why it is told in the loop, it has to be done by third party. Likewise, what I am insisting, even though we have our own academic regulation or institutional regulations will be there, once in quarter it should be done by third party, so that the message, concrete message goes to the management who runs the company or something, so that because we are inculcating the will in the minds of the management people, so that they will maybe they comment or comment vehemently whatever the ill doings we are doing in the bottom level. In such a way only it has to be brought into the limelight, or else if everything is when a chairman comes, that time toilet everything will be clean, and then we showcase the thing. That is not the reality. That is what I wanted to tell, madam.
As part of the Punya Puja, as part of the Punya Puja, as part of the Punya Puja, as part of the Punya Puja,
Panel discussion. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists, Mr. Ashwin Kumar, Dr. Jolsna Krishna Kumar, and Dr. Sudha Ramlingam. Our panelists will be discussing on-site and community sanitation. Mr. Ashwin Kumar is currently associated as Chief Consultant at KP Consultancy, Plumping.
as part of the Punya Puja,
Perspectives, architecture, and discussion. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists, Mr. Ashwin Kumar, Dr. Jolsna Krishna Kumar, and Dr. Sudha Ramlingam. Our panelists will plans. He was previously associated with Urban Development India Limited as Business Development Executive Technical. He has also served as Assistant Manager Civil Department at Vedanta Aluminium Limited. Mr. Ashwin completed his Masters in Construction Technology and Management from NIT Karnataka. Welcome, sir. Next we have Dr. Jolsna. Dr. Jolsna Krishna Kumar is Director CWB Wash at Keystone Foundation. As a practitioner, she works with indigenous communities in Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve with a focus on agriculture and forest-based livelihoods and environmental governance primarily through facilitating land rights. Her research areas are in natural resources and environmental management, human dimension, community well-being assessments, nature-based solutions, and developing integrated monitoring and assessment tools for composite planning, natural resource markets, and certification. She completed her MS and PhD in natural resources and environmental management from University of Hawaii. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Next we have Dr. Sudha Ramlingam. Dr. Sudha, who is the Director Research and Innovation, Professor Community Medicine at PSG CMMT. She is a professor of community medicine, qualified in bioethics and health planning, natural resource markets. She completed her education from the UK with MS and PhD in natural resources and environmental management from University of Hawaii. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. At Harvard. Next we have Dr. Sudha Ramlingam. Dr. Sudha, who is the Director Research and Innovation, Professor Community Medicine at PSG CMMT. She is a professor of community medicine, qualified in bioethics and health planning, natural resource markets. She completed her education from the UK with MS and PhD in natural resources and environmental management from University of Hawaii. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. At Harvard. Next we have Dr. Sudha Ramlingam. Dr. Sudha, who is the Director Research and Innovation, Professor Community Medicine at PSG CMMT. She is a professor of community medicine, qualified in bioethics and
we are touching upon a very important topic, which will be community and on-site sanitation. We have heard all our speakers' views on many of the connected aspects. When we say community hygiene, it has multifaceted impacts on the society, out of which the most important would be health impact. Community hygiene is very much important, especially when we observe that UNICEF has reported over 1,000 deaths in children under the age of 5 every day, and this is mostly due to diarrhea. And diarrhea, as we all know, is a waterborne disease, and the major cause being lack of proper water and sanitation facilities, or sanitation. Science aspect. We could find that the spread of diseases is mostly controlled through proper sanitation, and when it becomes a habit all over the community, we will be able to arrest or rather control to a good degree the spread of these infectious diseases. On the other hand, when we talk about the infrastructure provision in communities, we see a sorry part that whether it is urban or rural, we see the most vulnerable communities are the ones who are deprived of these basic sanitation facilities, and they don't have a provision to either pay for it or in some other way lobby for getting the better infrastructure facilities. So in these aspects, we heard our chief guest speak that in a city which is as developed as Coimbatore, we have 40% coverage of sewerage system. Tamil Nadu is doing well in sewerage, still this is the condition. So if you take Kerala or some other state, it would be relatively very less. Which means where is this 60+ percentage going? How are they being catered? So our on-site and community sanitation systems are the way for this. It is done in some way or the other in all these cities, but we need to make it in a regularized and systematic mode and in a scientific fashion, because urban sprawl is increasing, population is increasing everywhere. We don't have the luxury of bigger plots happening in many of these places. So these on-site sanitation systems let out the effluent all over the place. And we have been observing in many communities that communities, especially in hill areas, when we went to the Keystone, Kotagiri, Nilgiris areas, we found that the effluent coming out of some households are going into the water sources which is serving the other communities. So all these are aspects which we need to look into in a very detailed and holistic fashion. So there comes the importance of these systems, and we see in innovation angle, a lot of innovations are coming in the toilet and community infrastructure space along with the treatment space. The improvements in on-site sanitation will help us in bringing about the decentralization concept, which will not only complement the urban infrastructure facilities as well as cater to those communities that are either vulnerable or remote. So with such a note, I'll request all the panel members to bring in their initial ideas. Professor Sudha, if I may request you to give your initial views.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, or should I say good night? More like a good night, I guess. Right. I thank the organizers for having me here first. And today is also World Cancer Day, right? It has even more, significance in that sense, because a lot of environmental changes can lead to cancer. So it's all interrelated. That's what the concept of One Health says. And as Mahatma Gandhi said, it seems in 1923, he said, sanitation is more important than independence, right? So with that, we can understand how significant it is. So it's not a lighter, we cannot take it in a lighter sense. It's a basic right, and it's more important than independence, is what Mahatma Gandhi said. So asking for, as a moderator wanted me to express my views. My workspace is basically public health, and I do health-related projects. And I'm coordinating with the team here, Vishwa and Pratika here. So they do all the field work, and we proto-test, a lot of prototype we field test. One of the important challenges that we face in on-site sanitation models that we have been testing is that the user, challenges pertaining to the user. So as I would like to express one thing here, it is not a straightforward A to B, A will lead to B. No, there are so many reasons and factors which influence a particular healthy sanitation or a proper sanitation model. You can't say one model is good, one model is bad. It's very difficult because it depends on the groundwater, it depends on the environment, it depends on the access, and more importantly, from the community perspective, the health literacy and awareness about using it properly and knowing that it is significant is a very, very important variable. I'm sure Dr. Jyotsna also will touch upon it, so I won't go into the detail about that. But my personal experience had been as a public health physician, when we advocate in the community, I wouldn't say Tamil Nadu is bad, like it's one of the best well-developed cities, well-developed states like Kerala. We all know that. But when we go to the community and ask, like there are public toilets, but they never use. Even in the center of the Coimbatore where we practice our public health, like in the urban areas, we have urban slums and just very next to our own hospital, right? So when we ask them, they don't use their toilets built by the government. Mostly it will be used as a cattle, they store things or they tie the cattle there. So when we ask them, one answer, Tanniye varla. There's no water. That is one. And number two, there is no community ownership. Who's going to clean it? Pakat veetla, they're not cleaning it. Why should I clean it all the time? They should send from government somebody to clean it. They think it is the government's responsibility to clean it also. So it is not a straightforward, path to it. One, as the basic concept of primary health is intersectoral coordination. That's how we are all here, health, engineers, plumbing, sanitation, so many specialities are here. So it is intersectoral coordination is a very important foundation for such things. So if there is toilet, there should be access to water also. And not only that, the community should be aware the pros and cons, like mostly the benefits of using a toilet, and they also should take ownership. So it's one of the basic tenet is to not only to build the health literacy, but also to build a toilet where there is a sense of camaraderie, or people are either relatives, like they are all of them are related to each other, or they know each other. You can't build a toilet between two households who are constantly fighting, right? Ask them to share, it won't happen. So these are the things which we need to take into account when we talk about anything to improve the sanitation in the community. This had been my experience. So thank you.
Now I would request Mr. Ashwin to give his views.
Hello everyone present here. Since I am coming from an architectural as well as a plumbing background, I am able to interrelate where the primary problem lies. Before enriching myself with respect to plumbing and other aspects of it, we tend to zone what kind of design or what kind of importance is given to a place of a particular building. Say, let's take an luxury residential house into consideration. Most of our focus is all around the aesthetics of it, rather than the functionality and utility purpose. So when we came to know about the lack that is being emphasized, a toilet has to be equally emphasized, just like in master bedroom, how you are going to, what kind of importance you give them. So that is when we started working more on the functionality and the utility aspect of a building, irrespective of how luxurious or not it might be. Then we knew what were the drawbacks. See, everybody, when we ask about plumbing or a toilet, everybody goes to a negative zone because they have heard certain bad experiences while using it. Nobody wants to leave a place dirty. Let us take, just like Madam said, if there is lack of water, obviously one doesn't tend to use it in the later stage, and he looks for other alternatives. So the basics have to be addressed in the first place. What kind of initiatives that we have taken is, any water source that we have is of finite nature. Water cannot be created nor destroyed. It can be transformed from one form to other, just like the law of conservation of energy. So in most of the cases, what happens is, we say we use water effective products and all efficient products, but still we lose most of the water in the treatment system that we implement. So what we highly recommend is that you make use of rainwater, which is readily available on your lab right at your roof. So you can implement those waters for conservation. In most of the places, if I want to give you examples, consider a house, a general house, which has 1,000 square feet of terrace area. 1 mm of water that falls in the terrace area, you collect 100 liters of water if there is 1 mm of water. Coimbatore has an average rainfall density of 785 mm of rainfall. You literally get around 78 to 77 lakhs of thousands of liters of water right at your path. So we tend to marginalize and allocate the budget where you use most of the product that is readily available for you, which doesn't have to go through many treatment process where there are more waste coming out of it due to backwash and stuff. So these kind of integrations we start right from the beginning, and we emphasize on more standard practices that have to be implemented during the installation of the PHE and other stuffs. And to our wonder, one can easily say that the architecture has an architectural consultancy. Electrical consultants have electrical consultants. Only in the sector, public and in the plumbing sector, it's named as public health engineering. So this is the only place where the emphasis is given on the holistic nature of the service rather than it just serves an individual person. So that itself is the primary. The thing is, there is least amount of awareness that is being spread among people. The ones who design the building or who design the infrastructure have to be given the sufficient knowledge how to handle things, so that they are the directors. From then on, they spread things into the community. So unless and people who are on that cadre are being educated regarding this, things won't happen as we say. We say that urban development is happening, everything is happening in a firefighting mode only. Nobody has a planned way of approaching things. Coimbatore is getting expanded. I am happy to a certain extent that it is getting expanded, but it is getting expanded in a you don't have any arteries to connect or diversify the population who are getting accumulated. So when the master plan is being made, the master plan has to be emphasized in such a way that they are being infiltrated to all levels of on all level departments. Previously, before a decade or so, there were lack of internet, lack of awareness. Now, in an instant, you know what is happening in Singapore, what they are doing. People say that people are not accepting certain things if they use the urine for the fertilizer and stuff. But those people who go to Singapore, they drink the water happily. That is their sewage water only. They are also aware of it. But still, how they are confident is, they are confident that the system works. When the system works, people will adapt. People are good followers. It is only the leaders who have to make use of them. And I would like to suggest that each and every aspect of a building has to be given equal importance as plumbing or the PHE, which is the artery and vein of a building. Like you supply good water, obviously what goes in must come out. The going in only is given importance, because the one that comes out goes beyond its territory, then it is left to everybody else. So those things have to be emphasized right from the design phase, just like we do, so that everybody is being benefited and there is no trouble causing based on that. Yeah.
Dr. Josna, looking forward to your views on this.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you, GSUAE, TechIn, and Anuradha for inviting us for this discussion. It was a fascinating morning listening to everyone talk about their experiences and some of the cutting-edge research that is happening. On the topic of on-site sanitation and community sanitation, I come from the hills. I've been living there now for about 5 years. Otherwise, I'm a plains girl. And when you think about challenges from a, when you think about the challenges that, or rather when you think about sanitation in a hilly terrain, I think you have to there are two ways of sort of addressing it. One is obviously the geography of the region, the physical geography, the hydrogeology of the region, the sort of the topography of the landscape, the kind of water resources that are available, where is the, what is the sort of the status of these resources and all of that. So that's sort of the physical part of it. Then there is obviously the community part of it. In the morning, Pratim sort of briefly touched on the indigenous communities that we work with closely in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, and sort of understand their perceptions and practices around sanitation. But Kotagiri is also home. There is also an urban space in Kotagiri where you have urban settlements which are not necessarily indigenous community. So there again, when you look at the way these settlements are sort of organized, the way the houses are built, the space that is there, how crowded these settlements are, the community composition. So all these sort of factors have also to be sort of considered when you're thinking about sanitation and or the effectiveness of certain sanitation interventions that you have in mind. And in the urban spaces, it's very different from I would say, from the tribal concept, because their idea of space is different, their perception of health is very different, hygiene is very different. So I think these are some of the complexities also that needs to be factored in. When you talked about design, which is very sort of closely linked to the landscape as well, right? So when you think about from an infrastructure point of view, the sanitation structure, whether it's the front end or it's the containment structures, the plumbing systems in place, how much are we sort of paying attention to some of these physical, characteristics of the landscape and the community and the way the community is organized before we install some of these infrastructures. And that's where the community angle also comes in, So it's not enough that you just have a toilet or you build a toilet. Everyone knows that everyone would be sort of happy to have an individual toilet attached to their house because it just makes access easier. But then how effective is the design? How functional is that toilet to make it, to enable communities or households to actually use it, make it more functional and make it more effective. So these are some of the, I guess, issues that we need to also look at. When we have big government programs that talk about 100% sanitation, I feel the intent is there. It is very good intent, but then there's not enough time or effort invested in really sort of understanding what are the complexities of that particular landscape or settlement that we are trying to sort of address. So these are some things that comes to my mind as initial thoughts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The panel had put in important points such as integration, holistic views, and then needs assessment of the communities. So, Mr. Ashwin, let me ask you, from your experience on domestic, that is toilets and possibly treatment systems, what problems did you perceive?
The problems in the sense, we follow a design where there are traps that are being allocated wherever necessary to avoid the odor and other insects that pass through it. Those traps are all being installed. But the problem arises in the O&M stage, where the client calls us saying that there is a problem in this area. They consider everything as fix and forget only. You buy a bike, you give it for service every 6 months, 12 months. There is no denying it. But when it comes to such integrated part of the building, nobody thinks about the maintenance part as an equivalent zone of an maintenance part, because everything is being, the intangible benefits, monetary aspect of it is still a vague chart around everybody. You give a product, you show them a product, you name a price, they're easily able to understand it and they're able to follow what is necessary, immediately necessary. When it comes to intangible benefits, there is a lack of awareness within ourselves in the first place. If the client simply asks us, sir, இதுக்கு நாங்க வந்துட்டு மாசத்துக்கு இன்னும் 2000 ரூபாய் செலவு பண்ணணுமா அப்படின்னா, we must be in a position to say them, yes, you're saving a lot of money by paying 2000 now. So அந்த சொல்கிறதுக்கான அந்த மானிட்டரி இன்டான்ஜிபிள் பெனிஃபிட்ஸ்க்கான மானிட்டரி ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸை வந்துட்டு பீயிங் எக்கனாமிஸ்ட் இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு யாராவது கொஞ்சம் எஜுகேட் பண்ணாதான், இப்போ நம்ம பேசுகிற அந்த சானிடேஷனே இருக்கு இல்லையா, எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் அண்டர் இன்டான்ஜிபிள் பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் ஒன்லி. Unless and until you are affected by it, you do not think about it. So that is where the whole problem lies. This is not with respect to they're not involved or not getting, you must make sure that they're involved by giving them the right data. You give them a data, you say them this is the possibility and these are all the things that could be achieved out of it. People necessarily join. I still wonder, even the government employees who have spoken this first forenoon, being the second populated country in the world, still they say they have lack of labor and lack of people. That is the whole. See, this is because people are unaware, and the people who are making the policy decisions are also unaware of it, or they are negligent enough so that this doesn't cause any turmoil for them. So this is how things have been. Unless and until there are certain things that are addressed in the root cause level, speaking about it or repenting about it is not going to make any difference. So that is where the primary aspect of whatever the agenda that we are going to bring up, people in this room might know about what is happening now, but the larger part who is going to be benefited of it are unaware of it. In spite of all the technological innovations that everybody are having, mobiles, everybody, there must be certain pacts that have to be bought in by the government, where, say, if you are going to use your mobile, we are forced to look at the advertisements. Instead of that, the government can make initiatives that such and such an innovation have happened. You tend to see it once or twice, and the third time you get reminded, okay, there is something that the government has done for us. You go ask for it and you get things done. So those things have to be capitalized by us so that there is good spread, and the implementation also doesn't take a long time to happen to reality. These things have to be addressed in the first place.
Thanks, Ashwin. Let me ask you something upon what you said. I mean, we all know that plumbing is a mix of a product and a service. It's a combination.
Yes.
So, I mean, O&M stage, we have problems.
Yeah.
But when we look at maybe other geographies, we get a feeling that we are better placed. Is it just monetary, or maybe there are some other factors? What do you feel?
See, first, let us come to the monetary factor in the second phase. First, how a product works. Let us say I have installed an trap at the kitchen sink. Okay, you do not tend to clean it regularly. It gets choked all of a sudden, which doesn't happen all of a sudden. It has happened. It has taken its own time to clog itself. You call somebody, he comes, he simply removes it and disposes of the waste, and instead of placing the trap again, he simply says that, sir, nalla thanni thirandu vidunga, I have fixed an elbow. The water will go off and the whole kitchen starts to stink. So this is where the primary education doesn't help us. In IPA, where we are a part of the Indian Plumbing Association, we tend to educate each and every plumber who is handling a project, so that he is aware of what he is doing, why he is placing a product there, what purpose it is serving. So we do such things, and as a part of IPA, we have come up with an basic initiative, and the book AGGB book. Thank you. this is a book called A Good Guide to Good Plumbing Practices. This book gives a brief idea about how a basic plumbing system works. It can be read by anybody. It is not that he has to be educated or not. We are coming up with various languages as well, so that it reaches all topography. And this book is readily available in the website also. You can download them. Every basic aspect of a plumbing is being given here in general words. Even a school student can understand it in a better sense, and he starts questioning, and then you start implementing. That is where the transformation might happen. So we have made sure that this has been spread to our community through all means. The physical format might cost you because of the transit and stuff, but you have the PDF format readily available at your fingertips. You can make use of it. Yeah.
Thanks, Ashwin. I mean, talking about O&M, let me come to you, Professor Sudha. I mean, as far as we see, it's mostly manual happening in our part of the world. So these workers or the O&M workers, what all health problems do you see as part of their occupation being in sewage maintenance?
That's a very good question, and thanks for asking. It's one of the important areas where we need to look into this workers' health, occupational health. It's not only because of the physical labor; they can have economic problems, which means they can have issues with their bone, neck, joints, anything. Or it could be even because of the toxic gas that they inhale, and also the toxins that they get exposed frequently when they try to clean. So just like having a good plumbing practices, we need to have some standards for them also. We need to train them, and first of all we need to ban this, and maybe we can automatize, or more innovation should come in this space, which is a welcome change. And if it is continuing, we need to provide them with adequate PPEs, personal protective equipments, and the necessary gadgets to protect themselves both ergonomically as well as from the environmental toxins. So that needs to be mandated, and probably some kind of certification for them if they are fit enough to do this work. Some kind of standards need to be established is what I feel personally. So that there is some training and some awareness about their own health and their own fitness levels, which can make them take the job, or make us employ them. And more gadgets and more innovations is a need of the hour. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sudha. I mean, talking about standards, how are we placed when it comes to health standards for these workers? Like what?
Yes, as I said earlier, we are all working in silo. So if I go to the basic foundation, I'm going to the school education now. Okay, we are not taught about plumbing. We are not taught about all these sanitations, or maybe one or two lines will come in civics or some other. I don't know what subject are there anymore, but maybe a small chapter will be there. So starting from there, we need to change. So the basic foundation needs to change, and in addition to that, even in MBBS curriculum, if I may say so, we don't have much about sanitation or hygiene. There is one part in community medicine that is my specialty. One book, probably 3 or 4 pages we have, right? Which is not enough. So we need to cross fertilize, we need to go to the engineering space. We need to look at public health, how engineering works. We need to also go to urban planning, how a city is planned. As Mr. Ashwin rightly said, building a toilet alone is not enough. Our house toilet will be very sophisticated, everything will be there. But ultimately, if it goes out of the house, the drainage, because it will be close to the sewage disposal, and then the drinking water also will be adjacent to that. So because of urbanization, so many other, crowding, overcrowding, poor urban planning, so many factors influence this. So first of all, my request is to start the curriculum change, so that each of us know about common factors which reflect on the community health, right? It cannot be only doctors should learn about health. No, plumbers, the plumbing association, they have to talk about health. We need to talk about plumbing. We have to talk about mental health. We have to talk about everything, because we are in a common space. So that kind of awareness should be there first. And second, establishing standards, I would say there should be a political will. So, which is ultimate, a requirement for anything to bring about a change. So, political will here does not mean a political party or anything. Wherever, whichever organization, like how the Plumbing Association has brought about this guide. So we have to, think of changes. We have to think of stakeholders who can make this change. So we have to bring them together, have a discussion, have a dialogue, and see how it can translate to standards. So we have to work together. That's what basically I would try to put across. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sudha. I mean, coming to you, Josna, like based on your work in the Nilgiris on the community aspects of sanitation, what all unique things and what all limitations did you observe in those communities?
I don't quite understand when you ask unique, I don't know, but unique as in, as I said, when you look at the composition of communities in the hills, it's a very mixed group. You have sort of migrant communities, you have local Tamil communities, you have Sri Lankan expatriate communities, and so on. And then you have the transitioning community who comes and goes, in transient communities. And Nilgiris being such a tourist place, it attracts a lot of tourists also. And on season, you have sort of a huge footprint than on other days. But anyway, coming back to the the sort of the community challenges that you see in the hills or in the Nilgiris, especially in the urban context, is one is obviously the sort of awareness that is there around sanitation and its sort of obvious linkages to health, obvious linkages to hygiene, obvious linkages to safe practices. All these things kind of make it a rather sort of a unique and complex landscape. When we did a survey, I think it was in 2018, where we found that 71% of the households, and this is for just Kotagiri Town Panchayat, have individual household toilets. But, and there are about 9% of community toilets communities that use community toilets, and the remaining is don't have access to toilets, and therefore we can sort of assume that they practice open defecation. Now, when we did a much more in-depth assessment, when we went into the villages or some of the settlements, what we found was that even households with individual toilets were not actually using the toilets. The sort of the ineffective design or incomplete infrastructure, lack of water access, or inappropriate sewage or drainage systems is one part of it. But then there's a cultural aspect to sanitation as well. So, and again, what we found very interesting anecdotes were, we would ask a household, okay, there's an individual toilet right here. It's not inside the house. It's built outside the house, which is also a cultural, sort of a, I guess, plan in a way. What they said was that this particular toilet is built very close to my kitchen, so I don't want to use that, Or there may be houses with individual toilets inside the house, but then they also have a puja inside the house. So they don't want to sort of use that and make that space unclean for, So a lot of these very nuanced cultural perceptions around use of toilets, access to toilets, are also challenging. So you might have the best of design in place that is very site specific, but then you really have to sort of go slightly more deeper to engage with the communities and try and sort of understand what are the kind of constraints that communities are facing in terms of accessing toilets. So that's one additional aspect that we need to sort of think about as well. In terms of sort of other forms of challenges, I would say is the the basic awareness part of it. So for example, and it's all very linked. It's not just the toilet infrastructure and accessing it, but it is also the sort of the waste management, the solid waste management. Let's just sort of call it that, the solid waste management, and how all of that is also linked. And again, there you see it's really linked to the behavioral aspects of communities and how behavior is also influenced by, one, there is a knowledge part where you're not sort of thinking about what your actions are contributing to and how it's impacting the environment, how it's impacting the water resources there. But there is also the urban planning part, the planning of the, how the settlements are built and what sort of facilities are given to communities to make it easy for them to actually dispose of waste. So no matter how much awareness you give, as long as these additional constraints are not removed, then there's no point in the awareness, right? So you can tell them that you have to segregate waste. We can tell them that let's not dump the waste, outside. But if you're not given that sort of infrastructural facilities or access to correct disposal of waste, that's not going to really sort of bring about the kind of change that we are all sort of envisioning. So these are some of the constraints or challenges that I've seen, especially interacting with the communities in the hills. Yeah.
Again to you, Josna, I mean, based on these community engagements, what would be the one or two important need factors, I mean, which rather they expressed or we assessed?
Well, need as in, definitely when we do a sort of an assessment of the settlements, the way the houses are built, I mean, again, going back to the first point where I talked about the geography of the landscape, the topography of the landscape, how these houses are perched on sort of narrow strips of land where you have just enough space for a house and, just enough space for someone to walk. How do you build a functional, efficient toilet? It's not that people have not said that, no, we're happy just going out in the field. Pratim also talked about wildlife interaction. Now, this is a landscape which is surrounded by forest and again, which is very much linked to the waste situation in the hills where it attracts a lot of wildlife. So even for people to go out to the toilet, go out when they go out for open defecation or whatever, it is at great sort of physical peril that they're going and, so in that sense, having individual toilets closer to their households is an important aspect. But again, what we have seen is, let's say there are functional individual toilets in these settlements, maintaining them, in terms of the containment structure, for sludge operators to go and access these containment structures, periodically maintain and clean these structures, are also very sort of difficult because of the terrain and because of the way these houses are built. So can we think about sort of smart technologies then that will enable communities to have really functional toilets, but also at the same time addresses a lot of these waste management or fecal sludge management constraints that we have seen in the community. So what eventually happens is, again, going back to the survey that we did, we found that I think some 76 or 80% of the households didn't have solid containment structures. Most of them have single pit and twin pit toilet as containment structures, which means that, and considering the hydrogeology of the region, the kind of, the sort of the soil conditions there, it causes leaching and contamination of water. And these are things that I don't think the community are thinking about at all on their daily, on a daily basis. These are not the thoughts that people are thinking about. And these are some of the things that perhaps can be brought to their attention as well. But there's only so much communities themselves can do. There has to be a lot more collaboration. There has to be different people with different expertise, resources, intellectual resources, funding resources, political will. All of that needs to come together to address a rather complex problem that we see in the hills. So, so there is a design part of it, there is a community behavior part of it, there is a cultural part of it, there is the awareness part of it, and awareness also, it's not enough that we just go in one time and tell them about it. Everyone will nod their head and say, yeah, that makes sense. But then tomorrow I'm going back to my, daily, you're just living life, and you're not really thinking about these long-term health implications and where is my toilet waste going, is it contaminating, and so on. So can we think about sort of more smarter ways to influence communities? What you talked about, about advertisements popping up on your, when you're looking through your, browsing through your smartphone, maybe a way of triggering these ideas again and again and again. So it's a way of social messaging that is influencing behavior constantly, reminding people constantly about what is a healthy lifestyle. So yeah, these are some of my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Josna, for that elaborate point of view. Coming to you, Professor Sudha, when we say community toilets, what all deficiencies in terms of sanitation did you observe, and what all would be the suggestions for a betterment of these aspects?
In terms of behavior or like the community?
Both behavior as well as physical actions
so
on an infrastructure
I
point
would, health related, yeah. Thank you. So I would echo what Jyosta said. One of the most important challenges we also face is the not just physical placement. Physical placement of the toilet is one aspect of it. As I said, we need to check the groundwater of that particular place, which is very important determinant, and it's becoming a scarce resource, both in urban as well as rural or tribal areas. It's becoming a very scarce resource. So we need to be very careful when we pick up a location where to build this toilet. And number two is to look at the, neighborhood. Where exactly you want to place it. As I said earlier, are you going to place it in between two families which are constantly fighting, or which kind of neighborhood you want to place it? That's very, it has to be strategically thought out and placed. That's a second determinant which you need to think. And third is the other intersectoral coordination. As I said, water, cleaning, somebody has to take the ownership, which is very important as far as I am concerned. Because if you don't leave the ownership to the community, then they expect the government to do everything. So that is not going to be a sustainable solution for us as well. So we need to think of strategies and ways in which we can make the community use it and also work towards cleaning and maintaining and all those things. And as far as the community behavior is concerned, one of the strategies which we have used for other aspects, health related aspects, are like using the self-help groups, forming community clubs in underserved areas and rural areas where the health literacy, even urban slums, we have used the community leaders and also self-help groups to facilitate immunization, especially in the context of COVID. We exploited the strength of the community leaders as well as the self-help groups who are there. So we can create awareness, make short movies, street plays, make them aware of the importance of toilet and preventing open air defecation, the health hazards, and also the hazard of physical exploitation or abuse of women, especially when they go for the open air defecation and such things. That needs to be emphasized. So these strategies, if it is led by the community, you transfer the ownership to the community. Don't say, I did it. It will not work. If I say I built the toilet or we are building the toilet, it will never work. Take them into your fold. Make them participate. Importantly, have the stakeholders in the community leaders in your fold. So, make them give the ideas. What is the need of the community? Let it come from them. You don't advise, like, you need a toilet here, you need this. No, that will not work. Let it come from them, the need. Accordingly, you build the toilet. Accordingly, you provide the resource and make them the owners of the idea. So that will work. In my experience, that has always worked. So these are some of the strategies which I would suggest. And we have practiced this for other diseases in the community, like vaccination and antenatal care, prevention of diarrhea, child health, everything. Many diseases it helps. So I would think toilet is also an important health determinant. And I'm very happy that we are talking about toilets now. Remove that social stigma. It's nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of. So we need to go and talk openly about toilets. We need to talk about sanitation. We need to talk about drainage. It's not a stigmatized topic anymore. So that kind of awareness you need to create, and I think that might, I'm sure it will work. Thank you.
I mean, community engagement focus, we heard from our speakers. Now, on the solution part, Ashwin, if you could, elaborate a little bit more on IPS interventions in the field. We heard about the standard. And
we are again promoting good plumbing practices, and we are educating the field engineers and architects who are in the region. And we have recently conducted an event called the IPPL, Indian Professional Plumbing League, to entertain people, get to know about what they're doing and how things have to be done. So we are giving off various taking off various initiatives through IPA, and more importantly, when we start designing a house or a building for that matter, there is one key note that I always emphasize on. Toilet is where an day starts. Everybody, whoever uses the toilet, they plan their day there only. That is the solo space or the meditation place, whatever you say, that half an hour that you use is going to make your day productive. So you give more importance to that. And once I say this dialogue, then they get to their senses. Yes, I do that every day. Everybody does that. There's no shame in that. That is where you question yourself, you answer yourself. Once you come out of it, then everybody starts barging you. Oh, how can you do this? How can you do that? And there's nothing such thing. So those are the places that have to be given more importance. So this is where I educate my clients as well. Say, when you're segregating certain things, there are there should be equal importance given to all the aspects of it, so that everybody gets benefited out of it. This is how things happen.
I mean, nice points. We heard that thoughts originate at toilets. So when let's moving a little bit into the commercial part of it. If I could ask you again, examples of best practices adopted in sanitation in households.
See, adoption of best practices with respect to plumbing and sanitary is the same example goes around. A decade ago, you were not aware of so many products. Now, at your fingertips, you knew what kind of products are available in the market. Even if they are not available locally, it's just 1 or 2 days away from you. Even if it's in Europe, you get it in 3 days. So the plumbing sector has increased to such a level that you ask for something, you get it. The problem is people are not aware of such products. Previously, before 10 to 15 years, you only had 2-3 items to be used. UPVC, that's it. You have only one variety of plumbing pipes that is available, and you have to use it. So people were forced to have and do certain Indian jugaads to make it work. Now you have specific products for specific purposes, and you have world reputed products. And only in the plumbing industry, it is seen to such an extent where everything is approached scientifically, right from the beginning. The bowl size, the the liters it's going to save, or the type of coating that is being used. Everything is of such a big grade that when it reaches us with the same quality. So that is one big thing one could say. So the lack of awareness with respect to products is one main thing. The publicity with respect to all the necessity where people's needs have to be first of all understood. Just like ma'am said, you giving something, you say boasting that you did that, it doesn't matter unless and until the end user is being benefited out of it. We just have to show them the right way. Once that is shown, then they themselves will come forward, and the word of mouth spreads, and there is no stopping it from then on. So unless and until they feel the solution is right, this struggle still will continue. That is how I find it.
Coming to you, Professor Sudha, a little bit on the gender aspect of it. What important factors do you feel in ladies' toilets would benefit the users in comparison to what is already provided? Some advances which could be done to improve the hygiene levels.
Yeah, one is the privacy. It should ensure adequate privacy. It's not very proximate to the men's toilet. That's one. And one is other thing is proper hygiene. As with any other, it's common to both men and women's toilet. Having a space to wash hands and also dispose the sanitary pads, and also like in incinerators. Now the government itself is providing incinerators, especially in schools. They have started this program. So one of the important important factors which determines the literacy of a woman is availability of toilet in schools. So because of unavailability of toilets, many girls are discontinuing studies in rural and villages. So toilet is a very important part of a school. And women's toilet or girls' toilet should have disposal for sanitary pads and also provision of sanitary pads as a vending machine or something like that. And as I said, it should be safe. It should be private. And more than that, they should not have a taboo of using a toilet, in front of everybody. Like in a sense, they feel inhibited to go to a toilet inside the bathroom or toilet when others are looking. So there should be adequate privacy and safety. So technology-wise, I think it evolves. It cannot be a static one. So basic needs should be met, and then automatically everything will fall in place. It's nothing specific for women in that sense.
Thank you, Professor Sudha, for generalizing it a bit. And now, Josna, coming to startups in the sanitation space, especially for the sort of communities where you have been working for quite a long time. How do you think that the startups can really benefit or enter into this engagement space?
But I just want to sort of comment on what both of them talked about, because it was quite interesting, and especially when you asked him about design. So there was this, I attended one workshop or something long back, and apparently, I forget where exactly, somewhere in India though, central India or eastern India somewhere, to promote this idea of using toilets among the women folks. What they did was, so just like you were saying, it's a place where you meditate and you ask big questions about existential questions about life. There was this design that they developed where oftentimes in rural settings, women go together. They go out together for whatever, toilet use and all that. So they designed a toilet which was sort of circle. And collectively, they'd give them the right amount of privacy, but they could all see their faces. And so it became sort of like a community space where they, went together, but they were using it in a much more efficient and effective way. So they sort of tied in the design part with the cultural aspect, and which I thought was brilliant. So I guess we should sort of start thinking a little outside the box when it comes to these things. And I also want to echo what Dr. Sudha just mentioned about women, girls, children, adolescent girls sort of dropping out of schools because, or rather not missing classes because of lack of proper toilet facilities in school. And also the sort of the whole menstrual hygiene related, when you don't have good toilet facilities at home and spaces to dispose of sanitary waste and so on, and how sort of it really affects their wellness and well-being as well, And there again, another experiment that we did here in Coimbatore as part of our urban sanitation program. It's a small thing, but I feel it made a difference. And this is for the design of the community toilet. So there was already an existing structure there, but people were not using that particular community toilet. And when they did some assessment, they found that the entrance was facing the temple right across the street. So for them, that was the first hindrance. The other was the privacy aspect. So what they then did was, they made the entrance in such a way that it was no more facing the temple, but opposite the temple. And they gave two separate access points for men and women, which, again, promoting that whatever constraint that the community was facing in terms of accessing the toilet was sort of removed step by step. Then within the women's space, they made sure that they were given a space where they can actually dispose of sanitary products and wastes, which also again promoted that whole behavior of going to the toilet. So these are, small structures and designs that we have in place to promote these kind of healthy practices around sanitation. So just wanted to bring those 2 points up. The other question about startups and possibilities, I mean, endless, I would say. But I think what is exciting about after being associated with GSUOE and TechIn, and the kind of innovations that are coming up in sanitation, we already have a collaboration now with Nirgandh, one of the they're not quite startup, but they are a startup. Okay, where it's a very brilliant technology which we think would be ideal for a geography and for a community that in Kotagiri, because this is like a self-sustained structure where all the processing, everything happens in its place. As I said earlier, the disposal of the fecal sludge is also a big issue in the hills, accessing these containment structures, disposing them off in a very safe way, all that is a challenge. So when you have innovations that helps to address a lot of these challenges without making a big investment, that's where the innovation is. And if startups can come with these kind of very context-specific solutions, then that will sort of help us address a lot of these challenges. I also think that how do I say this? Startups for me is also people who think outside the box. So in that sense, it needn't be a huge investment in terms of cost and design. It may be existing things, but that can be tweaked and improved as well. So those are some exciting prospects that I see when I listen to some of the innovations that people are talking about. Simple things like waste disposal and incinerator. Incinerators, there are n number of incinerators out in the market. But then can we think about incinerators that are that does not consume energy, that causes least harm to the environment? How can we, improve on these designs? So I think that's where the startups come in and, and collaborate with take in community needs as well, like what are the kind of constraints and challenges that the communities are facing, bring those, have those conversations as well and incorporate some of those ideas into their design. So this is where I feel startups can, is very promising at least, yeah.
Thank you, Josna.
Sure.
We heard a lot of live lessons from all our panelists. It was a pleasure noting that, though we had a diverse panel, we all zeroed up on few important things such as user level needs assessment, then the need for community engagement, as well as political will required for bringing up standards to improve the sanitation levels. So, it was a great discussion. A lot of points, takeaway points. And coming to the startup, there has been a discussion on Nirgandh. If time permits, I think we can have a video on some of our startups coming up soon. So thank you all the band. Yeah. Any questions, please?
So I just wanted to ask, like in India, there's like a lot of taboo and behind toilet sanitization. But other countries like America, Sweden, they take proper care. After 6 months, they take out their toilet seats and replace it. So why is there a cultural deviation between other countries, and what could be possibly done to reduce this deviation in India, and better ways to adopt healthy sanitization approaches in our day-to-day lives?
So, as you First thing is that we are not used to throwing anything right away. You buy something, you simply fix it in your mind saying that it's for life. So unless and until it is broken, we don't dispose it off, which is a very good thing to do actually. Just seeing others and trying to inculcate their practices is not going to work. And to be very frank, in most of the European countries, they have started using water instead of tissue papers. So that's a major impact, which is good actually. So there are many aspects. There are things that have to be taken. They have to be first of all analyzed whether it is appropriate for us, and then only we can implement it. Say, as Madam said, most of the ready-made structures that are being said as toilets, they're not of good standards in the first place. A toilet is a zone where whatever part of the toilet that you see must be spick and span, must be shiny, which means that in most of the cases that is not so. When you start looking at toilet, when you enter into toilet, if the toilet is dirty, not the pan, the surrounding, you use it in such sense only. You give them a good product, you will get a good product every time. There is no doubt about it. So the initiatives have to be of that level where how the utilitarian aspect of it is being controlled. Behavioral aspects are intermittent obstructions only. They can easily be changed. Unless and until you give them what they are looking for, these things will flip just like that. A person who has not used the proper toilet properly will tend to use it in the right sense once you give them the a basic basic example is, see, everybody used to complain about railway toilets, right? Nobody, even a person who is who's traveling without ticket, he uses the toilet. If there is proper water and proper sanitation, he will use it right. You say that the toilets in the AC coach are good? No. If the water is not there, obviously the second person will not be able to use it. You don't complain about that. The basics is, once the basics are fixed, all the solutions will fall in place by themselves. So our emphasis should be only on those aspects of it. Obviously budget will be a constraint, but that budget constraint, instead of giving an useless product 100 times, give them a better product 2 times, so that the emphasis is being inculcated by everybody. That is what I would suggest.
Just to add on what he said, just on a lighter sense, see, Indian toilets are supposed to be the better model for complete evacuation of the intestines, and it also prevents colon cancer. Studies have started coming on that, right? But what we did, we looked at the Western model. Everywhere we have an Indian model. Now it's a big, stigma to have an Indian toilet. You don't have Western toilet, like, we expect to have a Western toilet, right? Every household has a Western toilet, right? Without knowing the implications of it. There are health implications on that as well. Now slowly the West is also, coming to the Indian model, like, squatting is better than, sitting. So they have come up with studies, just like the cardiac coherence breathing. You know what is cardiac coherence breathing? You don't know, right? You don't know. None of you know. You know pranayama? Yeah, it's been renamed as cardiac coherence breathing. Do you know that? So during the COVID times, the Mayo Clinic published an article which said cardiac coherence breathing reduces or improves, lung capacity, blah, 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 and all that. Like, come on, it's pranayama. We know it. We've been practicing it, right? So similarly, we look at the West and we try to change, but they are coming back to our own, systems and time-tested systems. So to your question pointedly, my thoughts on that is, it's important. We were just talking just before coming here. One of the important determinants is the civic sense that we have. So when we are in India, we spit in the road, on the street. We throw all garbage to the neighbor's house, or like if we don't like them, we put it inside the house also, right? But can we do that in the West? Why are we not doing? It's the same Sudha. Can I do it if I go to US? Can I do that? Can I spit on the road? Or do I throw garbage on the street? No. Why? There are rules. Do we follow the rules? Do you follow traffic rules? Huh? I mean, you in the sense, not you. All of us in that sense. Huh.
Like, people, like, yeah, you said like civic sense is the major problem, and
One of the major problems. I'm not saying that is the problem.
so how to instill that, a greater civic sense in Indians? Like, is there a possible solution in the sanitization department that could be adopted?
That is the most important point I was trying to drive. Why sanitation department should address it? You address it. I will address it. Each of us will address it. It is our problem. It is my duty as an Indian citizen to instill that in my fellow citizen who are not, who is not aware of it. Right? You are perfectly capable of doing it. Do it. Being a doctor, like I can write a prescription. But that doesn't mean like you cannot write a prescription because you're not licensed to do it. I cannot do plumbing because I'm not licensed to do plumbing. Right? So, but I can educate a fellow human being. That bit you can do. That's what I tell my students also. You cannot prescribe. When you go to a community, don't use that opportunity as a, just going there, half an hour you spend with the family and come back. Make sure that you contribute something effectively. Because whatever work we do, that's the amount of life we exchange in return. Right? That much of our life we are giving it in exchange. So make sure that at least that they close the water that they store. You can do that. You not prescribe, but you can do that. Educate them to close the water. Right, what they collect. Small things will make a big difference. So you and I can collectively work towards that, educate and empower the community. So small drops will make a big change. That's what I feel.
So as collective, as Indians, if we work together, this sanitization problem might be solved in the future.
Any problem, not just sanitation. It's one of the problems. So we have to be together. Thank you. There are a lot of issues with the menstrual cup also, health-related issues, staphylococcal infections and many other health threats are there. And also the cost in manufacturing a low-cost menstrual cup. And the third is the creating an awareness or educating a woman in a rural community, for example, to use a menstrual cup. Is a very challenging task. Instead, she would go for a cotton cloth or a pad, which she's more comfortable with, and which is easy to use for her. So these are some of the challenges which we have faced. So hence, it is not a successful model as far as Indian women go.
Also, I guess they have to maintain it hygienically.
Yes.
Which again is a big problem.
It's a challenge for them.
Thank you, Professor Sudha. I mean, talking on colon cancer and the squatting position, I would be delighted to note that one of our startups is trying a unique design wherein the sitting position transforms to a squatting position, which would be used for differently abled and patients alike.
I was trying to tell that also. We have to keep in mind that toilets are more inclusive, especially for differently abled and elderly senior citizens, which is a very, currently there's a huge lacuna in that. And we have to be more inclusive, especially in the public space. When I'm talking about women, men, we also talk about transgenders. So often we have this dilemma, where will they go? Like, we had one of our guests recently at our institution. We don't have it, right? So that's when it occurred to us, oh, we have to be more inclusive, right? So yeah, we have to talk about that also. Thank you.
Thanks for those great points from all the panel members.
Thank you, panel members, for the very insightful session. We have enriched our knowledge on on-site and community problems, on-site solutions, and health issues. I would like to invite Dr. Praveen to hand over the memento to Dr. Jolsna. Please. I would like to invite Mr. Pratim Roy to hand over the to Mr. Kumar. I will give you. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Ram Shivaprasad to hand over the memento to Dr. Sudha Ramalingam. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Abhinav Sabapathy of Team Pragati Tech, who is incubated with TechIn, to give his presentation. Abhinav's team, Pragati Tech, is working on a disinfection robot. Welcome, Abhinav.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here, respected ma'am and respected sir. Uh, I'm uh, I'm the marketing representative of Pragati Tech, and I'm gonna talk about our startup and what we are working on. And so before touching up on our product, we have to first know what the key problem behind making a product such as this is. So in hospitals, it's prevalent to have hospital-acquired infections, such as there are if there's no proper sanitization in hospitals, you could get hospital-acquired infections. So the rate has increased around 12 to 15%, and it can go up to 60% during the peak time, like COVID waves. So as we know from 2020, March 13, 2020, the COVID had plagued us, and during that time, hospital-acquired infections shot up due to like improper sanitization and due to due to Section 144 being imposed, the amount of workforce and the workload had been different. And ma'am, there's an issue with some. Okay, so yeah, hospital-acquired infections have like they are very fatal, and non-washable and medical equipment is difficult to sanitize each and every time, because in hospitals there are a lot of surfaces and lot of crevices which cannot be reached easily. And now recently in November 2020, there was a medical journal by Lancet which had said that antimicrobial resistance has increased in India, and the main reason is due to improper sanitization and overuse of antibiotics for such infections. And why are antibiotics used so much? If there is improper sanitization in hospitals, sometimes, before a procedure or post procedure, someone might acquire the infection, and doctors might suggest them antibiotics, and overuse of such antibiotics might create antimicrobial resistance. And touching upon on more upon antimicrobial resistance, it occurs when bacteria, viruses, and fungi, parasites change over time and no longer respond to antibiotics, medicines, and harder to treat, and increasing the risk, leading to fatalities and mortalities. And the cost of AMR to the economy is significant, because in addition to death and disability, prolonged stays in hospital result to expensive medicine and financial challenges for impacted. As we know, India is a low middle income country. Okay, so multi-speciality hospitals might have the top of the creme, uh, uh, top of the creme technology, but hospitals which are over 50, 100 beds or 200 beds might not have the proper sanitization tools to tackle such diseases. And now that now day by day, there's like antibiotics which have stopped working towards such bacteria and viruses. So, so we have come to an effective method. It's in, ma'am, previous slide. Previous, because there's the video of the, yeah, so this is our sanitization machine. So basically it has 4 UV lights attached to it, and 4 UV lights and 1 light on each side. So there's approximately 6 misting modules over it. So it sends mist, which can, like, you can pour medical solutions which help in misting and sanitizing the whole hospital. And there's also and we had also done lab tests regarding this, which will come in forward slides. And it's in prototype 1 stage. This is the prototype 1, and we are currently working on prototype 2. After customer discovery and customer feedback, we got to know that people are actually little bit scared or intimidated by autonomous robots. So they want something that can be controlled by a human. Like, there should be a human interaction between the robot and the person controlling it. So we are planning on making it more portable and more compact and more robust, so that it can clean any area of the hospital with efficiency and effectiveness. And this is our initial initial model. Ma'am, forward. So due to the pricing of the prototype 1, we decided that it wouldn't be economical for for smaller hospitals. If a sanitization machine costs around 2 to 1 lakh, it won't be accessible to everyone. Like, it should be if we are bringing a product, it should be at least accessible to the places where the infections are actually more. So to come with an economical option, and to for understanding the market opportunity, people had come with feedback that you need to reduce the price. So in prototype 2, we are planning to reduce the price and make it economical for small scale and mid scale hospitals, so that they could cure such diseases. So this was our market opportunity, but after getting customer feedback, now we are also targeting public hospitals, private hospitals, all types, because making it economical makes it approachable for hospitals to actually buy the product. So yeah, we had gone to large-scale hospitals, mid-scale hospitals, and small. As you can see, there's a lot of HAI cases in like small-scale hospital and mid-scale hospitals. And if you see like adopting new equipment for them is less frequent because such medical equipments come at a very large cost, and so such investments can be very, it can be a toll for someone's, so it can be a toll for some hospitals that, and they won't make that decision quickly to help improve the hospital sanitization. So, and this is our value proposition canvas. So gain, so what are so in the value proposition canvas, the gain creators are UV disinfection with 254 nm wavelength, dry misting with hydrogen peroxide, but other forms of sanitization liquids can be used, and it is not, see, the prototype 1 is AI based, but prototype 2 won't be because of customers not wanting autonomous robots, and it relieves how is it a pain reliever? It does 360-degree, full roof, from the roof till the bed to the crevices of the hospital, everything will be clean, and the gain to the customer, like the rate is reduced. This can also can keep a less, as hospitals tend to have a lot of interaction, human interaction. You can see patients coming, you can see relatives coming. That makes, hospital prone to a lot of diseases. So with, lesser human intervention, this could be avoided, like in major OTs and major OTs, and burn wards, pediatric ward. It can significantly help the hospitals. And so this was our previous cost. Like it was, prototype cost was like around 1,30,000 plus 50,000 software, and now we are changing it. We are changing it after customer discovery and feedback to around, the production cost to be around 35,000 and the selling price to be around 50,000 per model. And our only goal is to make this AMR rate to because it's a global concern. Why it's a global concern? Because because it's gonna significantly affect the economy of the world. How? Because it is estimated by 2050 there will be 10 million fatalities only because of antimicrobial resistance, and there would be an economic loss of USD 100 trillion, and this is a significant damage to the economy by 2050. So and if sanitization is not done properly, the bacteria, it may grow and it may populate the whole area, and sometimes also creating complications pre-procedure. Like if a heart patient is going to the hospital and if he doesn't have proper room or a proper washroom, or like if there's no proper sanitization in the hospital, the patient may develop urinary tract infection, which might significantly increase the risk of the surgery being successful. So this sanitization machine significantly helps in helps in creating proper sanitization. Why? Because humans, they have a human factor to them. They can be fatigued, they could be careless, they could be irresponsible while cleaning. But a machine, it will be obvious, it will always be efficient and effective time and time again. So we are testing the reliability and robustness of the machine so that it actually helps in developing the hospital environment and also giving a cleaner hospitals. So this was the autonomous model, like it would automatically go to rooms and sanitize, and this is also the pictures of the robot. So the effective range is up to 2.5 meter, effective wide range of bacteria and virus, ultrasonic misting with hydrogen peroxide, effective sanitization up to 10 feet height, dry sanitization with particle size less than 10 microns. These are the, these are the functional features of the robot, and it has 3. So this is the software we are planning. It's not fully fledged. We are working on the software with the prototype 2, and we'll make it very snappy and user friendly so that even even the sanitization workers can use and help in a way that everyone can use it. So this was the field testing done at Ahalia Hospital and Rajiv Gandhi Cooperative, and this was the functioning of it. As you can see, it's misting the whole room and sanitizing and sterilizing the room. So there was a test done after this visit of the hospital. The test so the most common way to assess microbial growth is the measure of optical density at 600 nm, and the method is based on absorbance detection mode, and basically determines which portion of the light passes through a sample. If the culture grows more bacteria, so there will be more light scattering through the culture. So next slide, ma. So as we can see, the testing report, we did ground testing, we did 6 feet testing, 3 feet testing, and tabletop test. All concluded that our product works up to 97.09% efficiency, but we are working towards creating a more efficient, going to much higher percentages to, remove that uncertainty or that percentage. Key feedback. Actually, this is not the proper feedback we got. This is autonomous movement. Autonomous movement, they didn't want it. They are keen to see floor cleaning mechanism like vacuum and mopping, wet mopping features. And to tap into the market, we are planning to give trials to hospital to test out and to get feedback from the hospital on how our product is doing, and to also make amends and fix if there are any bugs or if there are any problems relating to our product. So this is what we are trying to this is what we're trying to do in prototype 2, making the robot more compact and reliable by changing its design, having a low cost affordable model, and field testing for validation. So we are also, with the prototype 2, we'll be doing more, we'll be visiting more hospitals, and we'll be trying to get more valuable feedback of the robot as it helps us in making it more reliable and robust. And so, next slide. So the future, yeah, this is fine, no. So this is our team, and yeah.
I just want to add, so last year they were incubated under the COVID hackathon, and the phase 1 of their incubation. This year we brought them into the Global Sanitation Center of Excellence. So they're also they're also going to be sanitization of toilet spaces. It won't be cleaning the toilet bowl or the floor, but it will be at least disinfecting the entire toilet space with the alcohol and the spray and misty.
So yeah. Yeah, yeah.
He's joined recently and started the marketing, so that's why he's probably a little nervous.
I'm sorry, but yeah. So one more thing, if there's any feedback or any critique that you would like to give us, that would be very valuable.
So the main co-founder Arjun is sick today. Maybe he went into a undisinfected space. Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So what happened? Like,
He is.
so I'll just explain. So what happened is that so some of us, look, there were like a group of people like who told us like, no one, like if it's like a 1 or 2 lakh product, no one would like invest in it. Like probably only multi-speciality hospitals would invest in it because they have that type of financial backing. But it won't work in a small scale or mid scale hospital because because it won't be economical for them, they won't afford it properly. So basically we wanted to make it economical for everyone, as the diseases and the HIA rate is more in small scale and mid scale hospital. So we changed the pricing and we changed the model depending on the pricing. So we wanted to so we are making it more practical for all types of market. Like it pleases the large scale institutes and the small scale institutes. So we wanted to make a pricing which would fill everyone's appetite basically. So
Government may have some subsidy or incentive system. We should probably explore that also. Government may
They have a lot to do on the go-to-market and the business part of it. Last year they were concentrating on the prototype and trying to get it autonomous, which I kept saying may not be necessary, but nevertheless. I mean,
So
enthusiastic engineers that will help.
Small point on a lighter note. Yeah, 24 bed hospital is more profitable.
huh 24
Bed hospital is more profitable than a 25-room hotel. 2 lakh is not a big cost for a hospital, I think. If you are able to make it in a right model, then definitely the cost will not be a factor, I think. So I don't think cost is a factor when it comes to 2 lakhs. This is not a very factor. If you model is right, I think that should be definitely possible.
so
We should work on more on the technical side than the cost. And reducing the cost.
The cost is going up when they have an autonomous robot because they are adding LiDAR and cameras to navigate the space, which may not be essential. It is nice to have, so they can cut that cost and make it a manually operated. Like, can an operator standing outside the room say, okay, go into the room, go 10 feet in, stop, sanitize this space, go 10 feet right, sanitize the next space, and toss it.
basic
Maneuvering in an existing environment would be not as simple as what we see here.
No. So they have the autonomous one can actually map the entire space, go map, navigate, map the space, and then go in again and sanitize it and come out. So that maybe the super specialty hospitals and the private hospitals might be willing to take, but I doubt if the government hospitals and the smaller hospitals may not be able to afford.
Sir, I also wanted to like your question about costing. So basically, I did a research on competitors, like competitors for this machine. So basically, they also there is a machine. It's like it's around $50,000, and it does the same thing. Basically, it does the same thing, but they don't have a market demand. So the pricing does affect it because like if you go like when people are giving feedback, they told us like pricing might be an issue because in small scale hospitals sometimes even workforce workforce is a big thought, is a big thought, big afterthought. Do we need to hire more human capital or less human capital? So it's sometimes it might be cut to cut. So that is why, to make it affordable at all ranges, we have made that pricing. So basically that's all. And in the market, basically, if you see sanitization models, they cost around 5 to 6 lakhs, and you won't see it in many hospitals. It will only be in multi-speciality hospitals. So pricing is actually a concern, and it will always be a concern, because as a customer, you will always see the price and the features, and you will always correlate that you're paying the right price for the product. Thank you, everyone.
I don't know enough of the medical biology. Yeah.
I'll answer your question. So basically what happens is that when there's a major surgery happening, or an OT or a room, so the swab test is done whenever, a patient leaves the room. They test it. They test if there's any other bacterial growth, or if there's any, if there's any growth, as in fungi or a virus. So they do it every time. After every patient leaves, they do it. After every surgery, they do it. They check it thorough and thorough. It may depend on the scale of operation they have. Multi-speciality hospitals do it very frequently. Small-scale hospitals don't do that as frequently.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was the question. I understood the question as how long does it take to get the result? No. Oh.
In Sitark, we have a testing facility for water, food, and like what you ask for the microbial testing actually. Basically what you do is you just swap it, and you have a growth medium. So you kind of put the swab into the growth medium and see about how long, I think the incubation time is about 12 hours. In 12 hours, they see what is the growth of the bacteria in that growth media. They kind of take it and do a counter check. Actually, they see in a microscope and start counting in a small square how many bacteria has grown actually. So based on that, they give the results. It's a culture test. Yes. Time, yes, exactly.
Globally, 4.2 billion use unsafe sanitation facilities, which is more than half of the world. Nearly 2 billion defecate in the open. Even in a country like the United States of America, there are more than 500,000 homeless people, and many defecate in the open. In countries where open defecation is prevalent, public health is at stake, because open defecation enables transmission of infectious diseases via the fecal-oral route. Without proper sanitation facilities, waste from infected individuals can contaminate a community's land and water, increasing the risk of infection for other individuals. The problem does not stop here. Open defecation places women and girls in danger. It also causes loss in productivity and valuable time that can be spent on productive tasks. When there is no toilet in school, children are often going home to use the toilet or defecating on the school grounds. Girls are often absent from school during menstrual periods. Even if toilets are built and there is no open defecation, fecal sludge management continues to be a challenge. Then the accumulated fecal sludge needs to be safely emptied, transported to a treatment plant, treated, and used for resource recovery or disposed of safely. However, most fecal sludge is not properly managed and is directly impacting the environment. Apathy of people towards safe sanitation and environment is also one of the main reasons. The sanitation economy is a growing economy, currently valued at 97 billion US dollars. It is estimated to grow to 148 US billion dollars by 2030. Nirgandh is a social impact business. As an enterprise, we want to get sustainable sanitation that helps contribute to the environment. The endeavor is to ensure that the bottom of the pyramid is taken care of. Over a period of time, we will have KPIs that are not only about revenue, but about the impact we create. For example, how much water saved, how much water recycled, how many lives impacted. The passion to act as a catalyst and make a difference. What drives the team is bringing a positive change in our consumers' life through our solutions, services, and passion for quality, being part of sustainable development for our future generations. Nirgandh customers appreciate the commitment with which the team at Nirgandh works. Level of flexibility displayed by the team, focus on wanting to deliver quality, simplicity and ease of the solution combined with our integrity and dependability. Our mission is to become the largest provider of technology-driven, decentralized fecal sludge management products and services in India in the next 5 years and create a significant presence in international markets. Nirgandh will provide water-saving affordable WASH, that's water, sanitation and hygiene systems for sustainable, resilient, healthy sanitation practices that save lives and increase economic activity potential. Nirgandh solutions can be implemented across geographies and demography. The Nirgandh user can be found in the rural, peri-urban and urban areas. The user can be an individual family, a cluster of families, or a community. The USP of Nirgandh is technology-driven, environmental friendly, sustainable, affordable sanitation solutions. Sanitation for all. Let's now look at how this technology works. Using these solutions, we have managed to create success stories. Nirkand also graduated as one of the 12 startups selected globally by Nasdaq Entrepreneurial Center for their Milestone Maker program. Ashish Mehrotra, the CEO, represented Nirkand in the program. Nirkand and Ashish appeared on the Nasdaq wall in Times Square, New York.
Welcome to Team in Classic. We participated in Semester 2.0 conducted by IIT Palakkad and Global Sanitization Center of Excellence, and we got a golden chance to get pre-incubated in Tekin. We would like to take this opportunity to thank CEO Anuradha ma'am and all other Tekin staff who are very helpful in making of our.
Welcome to Team in Classic. We are developing a product which can provide safe and comfortable toilet experience. We have developed 6 prototypes.
So this is hydraulic seat riser for Indian toilet, so that the old age people can very easily rise there by using this hydraulic setup. And this is a specially made design with an elevated foot position for Western toilet with a handle. And this is again an elevated foot position, giving the best Indian squatting position for Western toilets. And this is a setup which in the old age people can very easily wash without any external support, and it gives a very good balanced condition. And this is for the people who have got post surgery without wetting their leg, they can use the toilet. And this is for rise toilet, even for kids they can use this Indian squatting position.
I present to you Great Eagle Tech that develops autonomous drones for boosting construction site productivity and safety. With an intense secondary research and over 70 interviews with potential customers, we recognized various pain and gain points at construction site that can be solved via drones. To put the specifications of a drone in a shell, it's capable of flying approximately a kilometer in one charge with a duration of 20 to 25 minutes, carrying about a kg of payload and flying up to a safe height of 60 meters with level 2 autonomy. You can see helmet, excavator, fire and multiple object detections for site survey along with night testing of the drone in this video. The features that we've developed can be spread across industries to solve major safety and productivity management issues on site. That's a short piece about Great Eagle Tech with my deepest appreciations for your kind attention. I thank you. Have an amazing day.
Hello, I am Aditya Majumdar, founder of startup Pragati Tech, and we are currently developing a
remain focused on our strategies.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Sunita Dubey, CEO and co-founder of Happy 60 Plus, the holistic elder care platform which provides on-demand help buddies to empower elderly for an independent living and a happy and healthy aging experience from the comfort of their homes. Being part of Tekin has been a great experience for us, especially under the business mentoring of Mr. Murli, who has helped us remain focused on our strategy and fine-tuned our product offering and firmed up our activity plan, and as a result of which we have accelerated many times and our business has grown many times in the last few months. The technical mentoring, of course, has added great value to our technical platform. And apart from this, TechIn has also provided us with valuable connections with the corporates and hospitals, which has increased our client reach and helped us to bring in more visibility for Happy 60 Plus as an elder care platform. And we are extremely glad that we are part of this acceleration program by TechIn, and it is part of our journey in making Happy 60 Plus as the biggest elder care platform to help the elderly. Thank you so much.
Happy 60 Plus is a holistic healthcare platform which empowers elderly by assisting seniors in their day-to-day tasks for an independent living and an emotionally fulfilled aging experience. We make aging at home easy and comfortable for elderly. Happy 60 Plus AI-enabled tech platform provides on-demand help buddies who are helpers available on hourly basis to accompany, assist, and provide companionship to older population. These services are available at click of a button. The 5 categories of help buddy services are accompany and assist for any outside home visit, whether it's to hospital for regular checkups, doctor visit, bank, bill payments, or any outing. Deliveries and errands to run about for smooth running of any outside housework, whether getting medicines, grocery, getting essentials, repair work, post and courier, or anything else. Car assisted services. Here the driver buddy shall provide car transportation and be the side of the senior to assist him whenever he needs help. This includes pickup from home to safe drop back to their doorstep after the work is done. This is called our Health Car Sarthi service, where the driver is trained to be by the side of elderly, help whenever needed during the service period. Tech enablement. Happy 60 Plus provide training on use of smartphones, how to use various apps for online shopping, bookings, or digital payments, and basic internet knowledge. Companionship buddies are friendly helpers who give company to lonely seniors to talk to them, share conversations over board games or outdoor walks, and help keep loneliness at bay. Home healthcare assistants. We also provide home healthcare assistance buddies like medical caretakers, associate nurses, and nurses to those elderly who need hospital-like clinical support within the comforts of their homes. Happy 60 Plus Health Buddies are selected from a well-defined pool of college students, nursing students, homemakers, and social enthusiasts, and are onboarded after going through our automated 5-step verification and training process. Compassionate, caring, and empathetic, they are reliable and trustworthy. Happy 60 Plus brings together empathy and technology in healthcare. Thus, all these services can be availed through Happy 60 Plus AI-enabled tech platform integrated with WA. Happy 60 Plus fulfills the gap that exists in current elder care to assist in independent living and emotional wellness of elderly. Till now, the focus of elder care services in India has been medical care with focus on physical health care and home healthcare services. Happy 60 Plus is holistic elder care solution, the one-step solution for all elder care needs. Thank you.
I'm sure a cup of tea will wash away the sleepiness. Please join us for tea and return at 3:40 p.m. Thank you. Let's start with our next panel. I would like to wholeheartedly welcome our panelists, Mr. Satish Kumar, Mr. Arun Ranganathan, and Mr. Ram Shivaprakash. The panel would be discussing on strategy for wash enterprises. Mr. Satish Kumar is a former managing director, Henkel India Limited, and currently associated with Joy App Technologies as chairman, independent board member at Sheenlag Paints Limited, member executive committee at the Chennai Angels, IIM Pact trustee, Soil Private Limited as mentor, Rajalakshmi School of Business as board member, and is a corporate advisor and consultant. His areas of expertise are mentoring family boards, business strategy development, review and implementation, mergers and acquisition, brand building, value creation for brands, corporate governance advisory. He is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. A cordial welcome to you, sir. Our next panelist, Mr. Arun Ranganathan, is director at New Pumps and Motors, pursued a double MS in USA, and trained as a scientist at Harvard School. As a director of Sugna Group Industry, he heads R&D of product development and business expansion through exports. He is a managing partner of Sri Atnu Pumps, a startup firm focusing on industrial pumps and special projects in metallurgy. A warm welcome, sir. Mr. Ram Shivaprasad is the managing director, Purple Bay. He has worked as a layout consultant at Meltham Mills, Huddersfield, UK. His retail outlet of Purple Bay is the American Standard Best Dealer for India and rated Best Designer Bath Boutique in Coimbatore and a #1 dealer in Tamil Nadu for leading European brands. Mr. Ram Shivaprasad completed his BTech in Mechanical Engineering and MSc in Manufacturing Management from the University of Huddersfield, UK. A very warm welcome to you, sir. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Anuradha Shankar, CEO of TechIn. Panelists, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope the tea woke you up from after the heavy lunch. We have an eminent panel of people here with very varied experience, and that has really will, I hope, bring a lot of value to our discussion on strategy in the water sanitation and hygiene area. From the talks and panels in the morning and in the earlier this afternoon, we have seen what are the challenges in household as well as community level toilets, sanitation, plumbing solutions, sewer treatment plants, and the benefits of it as well as the problems that exist on the field. The implementation of many of these projects, the business success, the market adoption by manufacturers, vendors, traders, and the general public, including the communities and the government, depends on the strategies that we are able to evolve and support the ecosystem, including awareness building, training, etc. The devil is often in the details and the leaks, pun intended. Let us plug those leaks with putting forth some strategy through our panel members. So I'd request Mr. Satish Kumar to tell us a few opening comments that you have from the business, industry and NGO perspective, because I know you are also involved with some NGOs for providing education to girl child.
First of all, a very good evening to all of you. I'm audible, no?
Yes.
I want to thank Mrs. Anuradha Shankar for inviting me for this program, and I'm happy to be with the other panelists. In fact, since I came in the afternoon, I was listening to the discussions going on. Very happy to see that this initiative is done by IIT Palakkad, TechIn, and all success. I wish you all the success. As opening remarks, I think basic thing is this distinction between hygiene and sanitation. Hygiene is personal, sanitation is around personal as well as family as a unit, and community or society as a bigger unit, and nation as a whole. I think that distinction has to come, And according to me, when you talk about hygiene, it is normally referred to as personal hygiene in terms of, you know, keeping oneself clean, in terms of hand washing, taking bath, this, that, and all that. And then that extends to the family unit consisting of individuals where sanitation is required, because in terms of keeping the house clean, the toilets clean, and things like that. And then it comes into the society. According to me, the biggest challenge and why we are facing this is because this is not addressed to at the childhood stage itself. And I'm sure whatever initiatives which we are doing is not going to make big impact in the next 5 years or 10 years. At least it should make an impact for the next generation. That's the way I will put it. Just to give one example, is that look at Japan and look at India. First couple of years in what you call as kindergarten or nursery school or preschool or whatever you say is dedicated to teaching kids the importance of hygiene, sanitation, and of course in the case of Japan, taking care of oneself if there is an earthquake. And you have seen several of these videos thing. So this is ingrained in the thing. Whereas look at our children. The first day when the child goes to a preschool and comes back, the parent or the mother especially is asking, how many marks did you get there? How much of alphabet did you learn? How many arithmetic skills did you learn? How many numbers you learned? I mean, this is what, in the very first day itself, the child is ingrained to become the next. And I was shocked to see that parents want to put them for coding because they all want to become the next Bill Gates or Elon Musk or things like that. And not basic thing in terms of hygiene, in terms of sanitation, and how do you behave in a society. So first 2 years, I think the first thing what we have to do is change the entire academic curriculum, and first 2 years will be teaching hygiene, sanitation, and behavior. And when I say about behavior, because the use of cell phone, when you grow up, how do you use cell phone, where to use it, how to use it, why to use it, etc. What we are doing is, all these formative years have gone through, you have become youth, you have become adult, and then you are asked to change your behavior. How will you change? That's the main biggest challenge which we are facing. So there is a distinction between hygiene and sanitation. First, bring in the concept of hygiene and good behavior among individuals, and then extend to the family as a whole in terms of, and then the society. I think if all of us work together, actually we have a clean society. I will stop here. Thank you.
Mr. Arun Ranganathan, your opening comments, please.
Good evening to you all. I have like 3-4 points. I would like to share some of my experience in US. I did my master's in biotechnology, and I had a chance to work with a team of people in Harvard Medical College, which was developing a cure for a disease called sleeping sickness from Africa. This disease is basically propagated due to mosquitoes. It is a kind of parasite that kind of takes, if anybody is infected, once the mosquito goes and bites the infected person, the parasite kinds of transfers through the mosquito. And it is one of the most dangerous diseases in Africa. Like once you get that parasite, there is no treatment. You die in about 48 hours. There's a third world disease. I'm not sure most of you are aware of this disease. And this for finding a treatment, it was funded by WHO. The funds was given from WHO to find a chemical compound to kill that parasite. So I was fortunate to work with this project actually. So what I mean to say is mosquito is also one of the main reason we should also focus on we were just talking about hygiene and sanitation. So mosquito is one of the most deadliest for the killer of there are a lot of disease being spread through mosquitoes. So I think we should also talk about one of the sessions should be how to kill all the mosquitoes in the world actually. And being from an industry, so our main goal is pumping of water. We say we move water from one point to another. Pumping of water. Pump is basically moving water. Our business is moving water. So sanitation is also comes under water. What I was just thinking is there are three types. One is you have full water and the water through mist. And why can't you use a gas to clean actually? Is there a solution? Anybody thinking about just air or some kind of gas as a sanitizer or cleaner? That is just I was just thinking out of the box actually. We are always thinking about water. Why not another solution? Gas as one more solution. So today morning I was just checking. So what is the business in sanitation? So basically, if you make money out of waste, everybody are interested. So I just want to see what is the value of feces. So they say the value of feces is about $10 billion business. If you can convert the feces to make methane and generate power, it's a business of about close to 10 billion. And after using the methane gas and all the waste material can be used as a fertilizer. So think about this as a business perspective. People might get more interested. When something waste is converted to money, people would start thinking about investing and looking in a different way actually. I think a lot of companies in Vietnam, Thailand, they use the feces as a fertilizer actually. I think we are still early in that stage, I would say. And one more point, I think you should be familiar. I think they say about half the population do not have hand washing with soap, and 1/4 doesn't have a safe drinking water. So one solution would be, I think recently I saw that they were taking water from condensing the air, and they were taking water from that. So these are some of the new technologies that are coming in. So I think from an Indian perspective, unless you see money or something, I don't see people are more proactive. They are only, if something happens, then people go and do an action. They don't initially find a solution before something happens. So I would say things right now are pretty good since water is available. I think in another 10 to 15 years, water would be a scarcity, and everybody will be thinking about cleaning sewage water, cleaning dirty water to make drinkable water. So at that stage, I think everybody will jump into what they say hygiene and sanitation, and I think the world is going towards that because drinking water is already getting scarce in most of the countries actually right now. And with this, I think I'll pass it to you.
So, Mr. Ram Shiva Prakash, your opening comments?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I was surprised that Mr. Satish Kumar opened the same topic which I was about to speak actually, because I, being a father of 2 girl children, grown up with a sister, women around me all the time, I feel that the public toilets are a main concern to be addressed when it comes to hygiene and sanitation. I have seen my mother being reluctant to use a public toilet, my sister being reluctant, my wife being there and my daughter, everyone. The main issue is like we always don't educate our children right from the beginning days. Like I had a question when I asked my daughter yesterday evening. So she always used to complain that her school toilet is not good. She actually wanted to have a discussion about the topic which we are talking today. So when I was discussing with her, she told that I asked her, the main thing which I am going to talk is like we have to educate children on school levels to have a drill, like how industries do a fire drill. There should be a drill for the toilet also. The toilet is a very common place which everybody is using in day-to-day life. The most common place where the children use public toilet is the schools. So is there a education given to these children how to use their school toilet? Are they maintaining it clean? When I talked to her about that, she is studying in a different school where she told that, Papa, it is being done in our school. Every year in the beginning they do it on the first day of the school. They do a school drill for around 8 to 9 basic concepts, which is they say as a law of the school, they should practice it. And then I asked, how still your school is not having a clean toilet? For the first 2 months, you will see a clean toilet, definitely. So I thought, so this should be a periodical process. So every 2 months or 3 months, there should be a drill educated to the children that how you should maintain this toilet. Once it's done for almost 3 to 4 years, as he told rightly, like for the first 2 years, basically, the complete education should be on this hygiene, sanitation, the basic morals of a living practice. So if that is being, yes, that's the moral practices. I mean, like how to behave with your elders, how to live your life. See, today the children are much more knowledgeable. When we were traveling on a car, we heard a radio commentary, like saying that for children from 3rd standard to 10th standard, they are teaching to select a career. Okay, my daughter immediately jumped in and said, before completing the 10th standard, how will I know what are the areas where I can set my career? So she is so clear that she needs to learn not until 10th at least to identify what career she can go. How do they teach a child who is learning 3rd standard to select a career? We will assess your child in 3rd standard and give her an option to find a career. How can it be done? The way of education, what we are trying to give our children is very ridiculous, I mean. So hygiene and sanitation should start from the schools. The education system should be continuously insisting on these kind of things. Water saving, all these factors has to be educated. As he rightly said, only we can change the future. This generation is already corrupted. We have to change the future.
Just to add one more point. I mean, you would have seen this, it was widely there in YouTube and many things. Because of this early education to the Japanese children, there was this big football match and people threw all the bottles, this, that and all that. And then they stayed back, all Japanese stayed back, collected everything and then put it. Nobody told them that you should do it. But that's the way, and it is not in Japan, in some other country they have done it. The basic problem, I repeat, is we are an indisciplined society. And second is we are selfish. In the sense, I may be clean, I want to keep my things clean. As mentioned by, I think, Dr. Sudha, we push all waste to our neighbor's thing. Let the problem be handled by him, by me. I think this is the basic thing in terms of attitude. So first you have to change that. Whatever you do is not going to work if you don't behave properly and use it properly.
As he said, we have to educate our children to leave the public areas which we use to make it clean for the next person to use it properly. Not him to use properly. We have to leave the premises for the next person to use it properly.
Yes, so awareness building looks like it's a complete panel vote on developing awareness building skills and civic sense in our younger population.
maybe forgetting that our older population can never learn or relearn what they have already done. Coming to the question.
They will teach us actually. If we teach
True,
our younger generation,
true.
they will teach us back what to do.
So, Mr. Satish, why is hygiene an important factor in sanitation? I mean, it's obvious, but
It's extremely important because first you have to take care of yourself in terms of personal hygiene, because then you keep all the bacteria, viruses, pathogens away. You don't create problem for yourself. You don't get communicable diseases, etc. And I want to share an interesting story over here, like the Japanese story. We had COVID, okay, and simple solutions we don't think, and COVID created such a panic among people that we started talking about hand wash thing. If you look at households, 95% of the households have a toilet soap. It's a highly penetrated category of all personal products is the toilet soap. And suddenly with COVID and all that, there was a mushrooming of hand washes and sanitizers. To the extent, there was a story that somebody bought all the sanitizers in the market for the next 2 years and put it in the house. There were stories about people coming from outside being sprayed with sanitizers. I mean, ridiculous actions by people. Okay, it's so harmful. It is a simple solution that 90% of your personal hygiene can be handled by the toilet soap itself. Use it 4, 5, 6 times a day, and it is available in the thing. People must hand washes. To the extent the hand wash penetration was just about 10 to 12% in households, as in 95% in the case of toilet soap. It shot up to 95, 100%. And there were only 3 or 4 brands in face washes and sanitizers before COVID. And you know those brands' names. It shot up to 150 brands. Because, again, as selfish, commercial-minded people we are, we found a business model there and started producing hand washes and sanitizers in tons, to the extent there was shortage of alcohol because you couldn't find. Everybody was buying 160 brands and publishing it widely. And you know the classic thing of the white coat doctor coming and telling you all wrong things and frightening your children and all that. After 2 years, now that COVID is back, out of 150 brands, almost 130 brands have vanished. They are not even in the thing. It came back to the original 3 or 4 brands plus additional 1 or 2 brands. So this is the kind of situation which we have. So hygiene in sanitary is extremely important. First, you have to take care of yourself. You have to take care of your family with sanitizing the house, or sanitation in the house, and take care of the fecal matter, the toilets, the kitchen area, the food waste, and hand washers, etc., etc. So it's extremely important, and it starts from there before it goes to society, and disposal of them, which is also equally important.
So, Mr. Arun Ranganathan, what are the enablers for startups and MSMEs that industry can do? I'm not sure you're with SITARC because
yes, I'm a past president of SITARC. Yes.
From a testing perspective as well, because SITARC is into a lot of
yes,
testing.
SITARC is into food testing, water testing, motor testing, electrical testing, plumbing. So it is basically a testing and research institution. What basically we see from a testing perspective is the drinking water. Basically, you have a lot of norms in drinking water that there are 21 elements being tested and it should be below the microgram level. And there shouldn't be staphylococcus or bacterial, any kind of bacterial There shouldn't be a nil bacterial. And unfortunately, what we see is the sample which we get is always clean. But when we try to get it from the market, we see infected samples. We never expose these things. It is basically a government issue. And same thing, the contamination of oils, food, everything, everywhere is, you can see that the things that are coming for testing and actual what is available in the market is quite different actually.
Testing of grey water or any other?
Yes, we do for the hotels and for hospitals. It's mandatory. They have to have every month. They have to take the samples from their drinking water, and they have to have a certificate. Both hospitals and the food industry. Okay. So the testing is also a good industry if anybody is interested to come in.
Okay. No, startups may probably be interested in using your testing facilities for validating their
yes.
For example, we have the disinfection robot.
Right.
So they are doing misting and ultraviolet to disinfect the space, including toilets.
Yeah, just as I mentioned, they want to do a swab test. You can just ask us. You can contact Sitar. And they will come to your facility, and they will be with you, and they can give you a report. And this is an NABL certified lab, so it is authenticated that once you have a NABL certified lab, it is valid all over the world actually.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. How can entrepreneurs provide interventions for hygiene and sanitation? Being an entrepreneur, what kind of advice would you give them?
See, when it comes to entrepreneurs' intervention in hygiene and sanitation, the major thing which I think can be contributed by the entrepreneurs is their workplace. Their workplace can be better maintained with proper hygiene, because for a average Indian, the amount of time he spends in a workspace is much higher than any other country. You are working in an organization for almost 8 to 10 hours a day.
No, my question is entrepreneurs getting into sanitation as a domain of their work.
So, when it comes to sanitation as an industry, it is a huge potential. Like today in India, what we are doing majorly as a retailer of bathroom products, I'm completely into sanitation in business. So what I feel is like I discuss a lot of ideas actually. I always come up with new product lines which can be useful for in the sanitation industry. Whenever I talk an idea to an Indian entrepreneur, it doesn't work actually. I am able to convince a person from an international brand and bring that product which is required for an Indian market. But when it comes to Indian entrepreneurs, it has been very difficult, especially in manufacturing sector. In trading, I am able to bring a lot of new products from other countries and give it to this market in hygiene factors. But when I say the same idea to an Indian entrepreneur, Indian brand, they have been always very reluctant. For example, when you say a simple system like we have as Madam mentioned earlier, the doctor mentioned, we have an Indian WC which is the most comfortable model for hygiene locations in public places. When you go to public places, the Indian WC is the best thing because there is less contact for a woman to use an Indian toilet. When you go to Western closet, then it is a seated point where the contact point is much higher and the hygiene factor is less. But Indian WC has not evolved to any upgradation. See, today we have the major problem with Indian WC is like you have a rimmed technology where the water comes out in multiple pores. That's why you form a stain, and that's where the bacterial growth happens. There can be a rimless model in an Indian WC where the flushing can be from a single point. even those kind of small upgradation doesn't happen in an industry where hygiene is a major concern for a country like India. So definitely we have to. He said like Western countries they throw off the seat covers. That is not the way we have to follow. We have to identify a product which we have already where we can reduce the waste and then improve the quality of life. So we have to think in lines of products which can enable the technology and give a better product which is much more suitable for the Indian market.
Mr. Arun, what are the factors and parameters that you think our startups should focus on when it comes to maybe sanitation, could be toilets, could keeping them hygienic, could be grey water treatment? I know it's a huge field, but a few, top 3 factors in each of those would.
So for a startup, they have to first find, just as I mentioned, let us say if anybody is interested to start a fecal biogas, you have $10 billion business right there actually. How to collect them and how to put it in a single area collection, they have to find a solution for that actually. So so you have to first identify the problem and find a better solution for that. Basically, that is what a startup does actually.
So maybe I'll rephrase and sort of narrow it down a bit.
Yeah.
Factors, as in hygiene factors that they should take care of. Suppose they are converting fecal matter into fertilizer or converting it into biogas.
Yeah.
There are certain safety factors and precautions you have to take. The top 3 factors that they should have take care of.
Well, it's a difficult question actually. Let us say handling any fecal matter, it's going to be a tough one. I think right now they're doing for cows. Probably they can do it similar to how they collect from a village. They have a separate tank and they have a separate trucks for that. So the main thing would be like you shouldn't get sick or you shouldn't expose yourself to any harmful bacteria. That would be one thing. Other than that, not much.
What about grey water testing?
For testing, usually they just collect it in a bottle and they commit actually. Lot of times what happens is the septic water tank kinds of breaks and it gets mixed with the regular water. And people get sick and immediately they bring a bottle of water, but it doesn't look like a grey water. It looks like a clean water, but still it would be infected actually. So once we get a report, then they go back and they complain to the corporation and they try to find out where the break is actually. This is what happens actually.
So should these people collecting those samples also be wearing PPE like your lab staff?
Yeah, basically they can do, or they can wash the hands off. There are a lot of alcohol-based sanitizers right now.
So, Mr. Satish, how does B2C business? You worked in the B2C industry a lot. How does the B2C business model for cleaning agents work in the sanitation space?
Yeah,
so
I
in
think
particular toilets. I'm not talking about shampoos.
No. When you talk about cleaning products, let's say family level, basically you're talking about hand washers, floor cleaners, kitchen cleaners, toilet cleaners. Okay. First of all, you have to understand that the household penetration of all these products are extremely at low levels. Unlike the toilet soap, which I said, which is 95 or 96%, all the cleaners until recently, it has been in the range of 15-20%. People take care of, whereas the personal products which they use in terms of cosmetics and toiletries and all that, the penetration is much higher. So they don't look at the basic needs in terms of hygiene and sanitation, but look at personal beauty products, etc. So this is one concern. Second is Then, of course, floor cleaners and toilet cleaners and kitchen cleaners have to be different products because you are addressing different types of pathogens or bacteria or whatever viruses or whatever it is, or cleanliness part. And you have to have different products. Now, it's a big challenge for lower middle class or even middle class families to have different products to address different problem areas. So you have to then look at multi-purpose cleaners, which can be done, but then the efficacy of that has to come down. That's the second issue. Third is most of these products, as you will see, are liquid in nature. And basically it is 90 or 95% water, and the active matter is added on to that. So there is a challenge from supply chain and logistics point of view, in the sense that you are transporting water through hundreds of kilometers, and that doesn't make unit sense or economic sense. So you have to think of products which can use less water or powder, or which can create maybe water from thing. Those kind of innovations, and that is why I think both academia and industry have to work together in terms of finding new solutions to address these issues, which can be effective as well as cost-wise thing. The other problem with India is, when we think about it, we try to find a universal solution. I think you also heard many of the other speakers think the demography, the geography, the languages, the practices, the development of areas are all different throughout the country. I mean, India, yes, is a country, but it's a unit consisting of various ethnicity and types of thing. And trying to find a solution to fit, like a cap which can fit thing, is not going to really work. So we have to encourage solutions which are capable of addressing issues in certain areas, and not become like universal kind of a solution. It may not work in some areas. So I think this is probably what we have to do. And from a B2C point of view, yes, we had these products, but then affordability is an issue. So people cut corners and things like that, and they don't know the importance of doing away with, let's say, a floor cleaner, but toilet cleaner is extremely important. They don't know, that awareness is not there, because we have not been taught that floor is used much more during the day and night, whereas toilet is used maybe only twice or thrice a day. So why should I have a toilet cleaner? So that's the issue.
So, Mr. Ram, how do you build a brand and a market? I mean, this is addressing a startup, but from your entrepreneurial background.
See, when it comes to brand building, as I
Again,
spoke,
I know one size does not fit all,
yes.
but if you can give one or two examples.
Yeah, I can tell about my way which I used to build my brand as a store, how I used to build my brand. Like, always you have to identify your target audience. Without knowing your target audience, if you are trying to build a brand, as you said, one cap cannot fit all the bottles. Like, you have to identify your target audience and listen to your target audience alone. You can always talk to all the people, but you have to understand, you should have a clear idea or vision to identify that he is my target audience. This person who is speaking, he is not my target audience. You should be able to distinguish between that. For building a brand, that's very, very important. And the thing is, like, once you identify the target audience, you should listen to your target audience and identify their needs completely. You should not look at read their mind halfway and then start building a brand. And you should have a vision. You cannot say that, see, when you get into customers, see, I am from a bathroom industry. When I go and talk to my customers in everyday sales, I work with architects, specifiers. They keep saying me, Ram, you can do tiles. You have the same customer base. You can do doors, kitchens, A lot of things come into my picture. But I'm very clear I want to grow in bathroom industry only. I want to do bathroom products. So I have to be recognized as a person who is very specialist in bathrooms. So you have to identify your strength and work in your strength when you want to build a brand. If you everything in this world, as you said, even you can make billions of money in pieces, but you have to identify what you are going to do. If you keep changing between the product lines, adding new products, and losing your focus on the core product, then you cannot build a brand.
So I'm going to put you on a spotlight. You said you're into the bathroom industry. So do you ensure that the sewage is treated, or that is not part of your domain?
No, that's not part of my domain. But what I try to educate my customers is like water saving technologies. Like when it comes to hygiene and sanitation, we had always with every panelist we had a discussion. Water is the main problem. Today, people think that water is available in plenty, and they think the amount of water which is spent on the toilet is much lesser than the water which is spent on the showers. People don't concentrate on the showers or the taps. They use enormous amount of water in taps and showers. We try to educate people on what kind of taps and showers can be used to reduce water wastage.
Thank you. So, Mr. Arun, you said that when you test a water sample or when you test food samples,
right.
You found that what sample that comes to the lab is fine, but when you get the sample from the market, it is not.
Right.
So, what strategy would you suggest to make people adhere to the standards?
Actually, as per BA standard, each industry has to take a test every month and get it approved actually. So the sample what we received in the lab is always clean. So what is in the market, I think that government has to, I think they have different organization, FCAI, and I think they are the one who is supposed to look at these issues and correct and rectify the issues. But since it is a government organization, it takes a while actually, unless and until.
As public, what can we do to?
As a public, I think you can form a panel or something and get the sample from the market, test it, and then you can do whatever you want with the test report. Actually, you want to file a case or you want to defame the company. It is up to. Okay. So as a testing organization, we cannot do that actually. So we can only do a testing as per the customer requirement.
So these test reports are never published?
No, we don't unless a customer ask. If we just want to know if the product. We did it for like 3 to 4 products, and then as an association we stopped actually. We said this is not our work, and once we did publish that, then we will be facing a lot of litigation from government and from the industry also. So we thought we just kept quiet. But the facility is available for the public, and if anybody is interested, they can use the facility and get the data.
Nice to know. Mr. Arun again. Design considerations and manufacturing in the for scale and indigenization of water. Yeah, you can take it. No issues. Of water sanitation products.
I think he would be the right one to do it. We manufacture pumps, so it's basically the same thing actually. What we do is like we go and get the best product in the world. Basically, it's from French or German, or they have the best products. We kind of get it open, and we design everything, and we kind of make it indigenous. So we cannot just do just like as it is. So our conditions, considering the electricity, we don't get a good, if it's 240, 230 volts, we don't get 230. We get at about 190 volts and it goes to 120 volts. So we design a safety factor about 1.25 times. So this is what we do in motor pumps, where, as I say, our pumps works all around India. It is not just area specific actually. So we design in for if it runs in all kind of conditions. That is how each part has its own difficulties. So I think the same thing should go with the designing of the bathroom fittings as well actually. That's what my opinion is.
No, when you want to consider bathroom fittings and sanitation products design functionality for indigenization, then definitely the factor which is more effective is the cost thing. When you design a technology driven product, you have to be cost effective. The indigenousness, if you want to reach to more people, then we have to work on cost. See, for example, there is, when you talked about Japan, the whole of Japan is basically into automatic toilets. They don't use any tissues, they don't use any health faucets which we use generally, or the mugs which we use. It's a completely automatic toilets. Wherever you go to public places or any homes, it is completely automatic toilets. But the cost effectiveness of that automatic toilets for an Indian market is very high. It's not affordable. See, still if we are not able to afford an Indian pan, think about automatic toilets. So when we want to indigenize that product and make it more affordable to more, then more people can get into it and hygiene level can be improved in the homes. At least there are specific seat covers which are specifically works. It's not completely automatic, but it is semi-automatic. As you said, semi-automatic is a much affordable area where we can do a seat cover at maybe a cost of 3,000, 4,000 rupees that can increase the level of hygiene in the bathrooms. So we identify a product and make it work for India.
What's your take on these nanoparticle based sprays for toilet seat covers and other fittings which will prevent stains, prevent too many cleaning instances?
See, all these nanoparticle things will be effective only when you completely don't de-stain it. Actually, once you spray those things and you use a toilet cleaner and clean it, then it's gone. The methodology of the usage of a product in public areas, or it can be maybe self-hygiene, like a person goes into a public toilet, uses the spray and then use it and then come back. But it cannot be a permanent solution when it comes to the kind of manpower which we have, whom are not trained so properly. When that person goes, see, basically, something like you cannot use a toilet cleaner in a seat cover. It should be disinfected with a spray only. You can just use water and use a spray and then clean it. In a gas format only you can use a seat cover, because all the new seat covers which you use, the material which they use for the seat covers are different from ceramics. Ceramics you can use a toilet. The toilet cleaners are designed for the ceramics actually, not for the seat covers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess half our population in India itself don't know that fact, because we have everybody just coming in and all housekeeping staff just spray Harpic on everything.
Yeah, you can see whenever you go to a public place, you'll find the seat cover in different color. That's because they use the same liquid for the seat cover as well.
All with cracks on it. So Mr. Satish, corporate, NGO and startup, how do you bring them together?
A number of things can be done with regard to really supporting startups. Only thing is that it's not very systematically harvested. So that's the issue. Starting from investment, seed investment can be done, and growth funds are required once seed investment is made, the prototype is developed, tested, and then scaling is required. mentoring can be done for startups because there are experts in various areas, connect up with them and collaborations can be done because there are many areas where people are working independently in certain areas. Can you create a registry of these kind of innovations as well as work which is being done and then link it up so that there's collaborative kind of outlook, creating awareness and helping them in terms of creating awareness. Like I think that gentleman was talking about the robo, but then it's restricted to maybe this room. It's not even known outside. There could be also be a lot of things like helping in sourcing for startups, for networking, and NGOs can play a major role in some of this with regard to awareness, creating even networking, etc. Third part is by mandate, which was not there earlier, at least during the last 10 years or less than that. Companies which make profit have to earmark CSR funds, Corporate Social Responsibility Fund. And it was not also well mandated until now, but there is a clear mandate now. And that could be specifically can be set aside for health, education, etc. And if it is, especially when you talk about hygiene and sanitation, it comes in the health sector area or even education area. I mean, in terms of creating awareness, etc. Why can't TechIn create a registry of CSR funds across India and then publish that to all the startups and link them up? Many of them, they don't even know these CSR funds are available. And many CSR donors, they don't know about the kind of work which is being done. So I think a whole lot of things have can be done. I am brief here. I can talk about this for maybe 1 hour. Yeah.
TechIn, we are associating with bodies like FICCI for...
yeah, but FICCI, I mean,
to start with,
so
no, to start with, we are doing FICCI. Other individual industry
so FICCI
as well.
As more interested in industry, commerce with big thing.
No,
I think you have to...
CSR, for CSR in sanitation space, but we are doing other industries, but when it is a conglomerate or an association, it's easier.
CSR donors.
Okay.
And make it available to all the startups.
Sure.
You know the number of startups. I think now with the startup fund, which is being thanks to I think 2 initiatives, and I'm not making any political statement here. One is Swachh Bharat. I think at least a vision was given. When it comes to hygiene and sanitation, apart from human behavior changes, it has to be a mission. Then only it is going to work. Even if it is a mission, the success rate is going to be maybe 20, 30, 40%. Even Swachh Bharat is not 100% successful or anything, but at least it has moved from 5% toilets available to maybe 15% or 20%, which is a big leap. So similar mission, I think, has to be created by people like you, TechIn and things like that. And I think it has to be taken as a mission, and we have to work together, industry, academia, startup. And startups have also a lot of funding which is even not known to many, because we have one startup, so I know about it. And so there are thousands of startups which are doing a lot of work in a lot of areas. Once you have a registry of that, there's a lot of information flow, collaborations, networking, all that thing can be done.
So, last question, Mr. Arun. How important is training for maintenance and service personnel in the plumbing and sanitation?
I think we were just, yes, I think training and skill development is one of the most important in any field. Plumbing or CNC turning, like electrician. I think these are...
I just request the President of IPA to start
That was in the coffee room,
Coffee.
so I wanted to bring it to the main forum.
Yeah, about 7-8 years ago in Co-India we started the skill development program with the Tamil Nadu government. I think in past 4-5 years there were about roughly about 10,000 people were trained actually. And after the COVID situation, what we see is the amount of people coming in for training started reducing. And one important thing I would like to thank Kerala is most of the skill development we see from Kerala actually. There are a lot of people coming from Kerala for skill development. Unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu, everybody is looking for a white collar job. So getting people to get trained in big cities, it's very difficult. We see a lot of people coming from Madurai, Theni, from remote places where the industrial opportunity are less. They are willing to come and take up the training programs. But I think the only problem here is accommodation. The one thing what they say is accommodation is too high. And since the government is giving about 1,500 rupees per month as a stipend, still the accommodation is not covered in that. So I think recently the Tamil Nadu government has in Sitco Industrial Estate they are going to build up a hostel facility for people who can stay for both industry and for students. I think that would improve the people coming in for training, I think. So I think training is very crucial, and even the 2 months, 3 months training is very crucial for something like a technical, like plumbing, electrician. I think they should have a certification to, if you are calling somebody to a house, they should have a certificate. Then it makes at least you are safe actually. I would say at least he is qualified to work on a plumbing. That's my thought actually.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the inputs. And yes, we will work with our NGOs on awareness building. I don't think we have the capacity to do it on a large scale. Whatever little we can do as we move along, we will definitely do. And all the other takeaways I've noted down, I'll get in touch with you all separately.
Yes.
Yes.
Questions. Talking about environment education childhood. Those were the days we had a subject called moral science. Moral science.
Yes.
Those days. I don't know whether this curriculum now.
No, it is not actually. It is not.
Coding and
There is no moral science now.
Subjects there because the
Or JE coaching.
send everybody as coders. So you make a lot of money.
So some input we used to get those days that's not there anymore.
That's true. That's true.
2 years, the preschool or primary level only on hygiene, sanitation, wellness, behavior, attitude.
Can I add one point actually? Since we have already schools and colleges, when we attempt that, all the parents started scolding our institution. They said, "How can you ask a student to sweep or clean the school or toilets?" So how is that when the parents are not ready to make the change? How is it that a school can introduce moral to children? Actually, I think the mindset has to change from the parent. Then only we can impart the ideas to the children actually. So we tried that for about 6 months, not even 6, about 2 months. We got so many complaints. We said we better stop doing that in the schools actually.
The other challenge probably is that moral science would become very politically driven as well.
Yeah.
Part of a national
Education.
And not be political. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel, for the wonderful and informative session on business strategies in WASH. I would like to invite Ms. Anuradha Shankar to hand over the memento to Mr. Ram Shiva Prasad. I would like to invite Mr. Rahul to hand over the memento to Mr. Satish Kumar. I would like to invite Mr. Ashwin Kumar to hand over the memento to Mr. Arun Ranganathan. Sorry, sir. Thank you so much, panel. Thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Rahul for the vote of thanks.
Good evening everyone. On the completion of our first offline event of Prabhaav Innovation Grand Challenge, on behalf of the entire organizing team from Tekin and GSCOE, I would like to thank each one of you gathered over here for making this event interactive, brainstorming various aspects, and providing more energy for leaping ahead. I am sure that the participants and innovators would be highly benefited from these deliberations and experiences shared by today's speakers. It was an amazing start as we are privileged and honored to have Dr. Pradeep Basudeva Krishna Kumar as the chief guest and keynote speaker for the event. The thoughts shared by Ms. Shantashila was highly thought-provoking and has added value to the core theme of the Innovation Grand Challenge. We are highly obliged to have Dr. Praveena Gangadharan for sharing her thoughts and wisdom in today's event. Further, I would like to thank the intuitive panel members, Mr. Pratim Roy, Dr. B. Krishnamurthy, Professor G.L. Satyamurthy, Mr. Ashwin Kumar, Dr. Josna Krishna Kumar, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, Mr. A. Satish Kumar, Mr. Arun Ranganathan, and Mr. Ram Shiva Prakash for joining us today and sharing their experiences. Our heartfelt thanks to all our supporters and institution partners in this journey. Director, staff members, and students of our parent organization, IIT Palakkad, which is the strong pillar for support. We would like to thank the Office of PSA, Government of India, for the directional support and as our facilitation partner. Thanks to our funding partners, HDFC Bank and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Thanks to our technology partners, IAPMO India, Aram Scientific, Toilet Board Coalition for the knowledge shared and networking provided. Our sincere appreciation and thanks to all our incubatees, pool of mentors, and ecosystem partners for the continued hard work in our innovation and incubation activities. Thank you, management and staff at Gokulam Park for providing the ambience and nourishment to keep us in good spirit. Thank you for all staff and the photography team for helping us. Last but not the least, we thank all the participants and my colleagues at Tekin who joined us today and make this event fruitful. Thank you very much.